Hello everyone and welcome to Adobe Live. My name is Karina and I'm your host today. And today is all about how to grow your social media. And for the next hour, we will focus on Illustrator and Express with designer and branding expert Nicole Rogers. Nicole, how are you?
I'm good, very good, thank you. Excited to be here today.
Before we start, I will quickly say hi to the chat. Hello, everyone. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them into the chat on behance.net/live or on the YouTube channel Adobe Live. And yeah, I will hand them over to Nicole. And before we dive into all things branding and design, Nicole, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Nicole Rogers. I am a fitness and wellness brand strategist in the UK. I run a graphic design agency, Digital Bear Design, where we specialise in fitness and wellness companies, where we bridge the gap between them and their dream clients, where we create brands that really help to stand out, they're bespoke and they're truly inspirational.
That's amazing. And what's your background?
So I've always done graphic design. I've done it ever since university, and then I went to work at a design marketing agency beforehand. And then COVID happened and I just sort of fell into the fitness industry. There were so many people within that industry who needed help, who weren't necessarily online, and that's just really how we got into it. So I'll dive into some of the projects that we work on. So this is our website. So in here we have our title, Laser Sharp Branding for Fitness and Wellness Businesses Who Never Settle for Average. We do a lot of animation work as well.
That's amazing.
And let me dive into the work that we do. So there's tons of different projects that we have on our website. And then to give you a quick overview, instead of me kind of diving in and out, I'll give you a quick overview just for a slide deck of the type of brands that we work on. So we work on mostly like niche specific brands. We've got the Fit Mum method here, which is all about helping busy working parents pre and postnatal get into shape. We've worked with nutrition companies, doing a lot of packaging, branding, illustrations. We worked with a guy who actually works for the F1, and he helps racing drivers get in shape on and off the track. We help build gyms up with building their brands from signage, logos, branding, merchandise, online systems, through to natural care products. We do packaging, more kind of branding. So that just gives you a bit of an overview of this type of work that we do at our agency.
It's a really nice combination of like this fitness, health, lifestyle themes, and then branding in general. Do you feel like this is something that you're really passionate about?
Yeah, it is. It's a different way of working because it's really interesting. Out of the industries that you can work for, I feel like the more health and wellness people we can help, the more that if they can build their brand up, they can help a lot more people. So eventually it's kind of like just expanding out from the world really into how we can actually improve the way of people's lifestyles. And also it's great to kind of see all these brands come to life.
That's an amazing approach. And what kind of project are we working on today?
So today's actually a little bit different. This company actually works within the health and wellness sector, but it's not a health and wellness brand. So I thought it'd be really interesting to kind of dive into a little bit more. But we're going to be completely redefining an established copywriting agency's brand identity.
Awesome.
So what this means is we're going to work through a 7-step process. Now, this process is actually what we do day to day in the business. We don't do anything different from this when it comes to creating a bespoke brand. And the company that we're going to be working on today is called Kind Copy. And what I want to showcase is walking you through the design brief, through to the research, into custom design concepts. So it's really, really important to really understand a bit more about the company, what they do, what it entails, rather than jumping straight into the design. So I'll go through all of that. And then we create everything completely bespoke. So one of our kind of USPs at Digital Bear Design is we actually help the trademarking process. And I think this is really important if you're wanting to create a brand that's different from what's actually out there in the market. We can walk through, our process in achieving that. And then we do presentations, feedback. We can show brand guidelines, documents, and then we end up delivering all the files. So we also do additional bits and pieces like landing pages and social media. So I'll be diving into these 7 steps today.
That's awesome to see the whole process, from start to finish, because we tend to just see the finished and polished project on Instagram or on the website, but we never think about all the different steps it takes to actually go to the finished project.
Of course. And even we try and be really, really inclusive with our clients, but they're not sat next to us every day on the computer actually looking at every sketch and every drawing that we do. They sort of get to see parts of the process, but then they're naturally seeing the before and the after. So this is actually going to be walking through a lot more in detail of what it is that we actually get up to and how we kind of create everything behind the scenes.
That's awesome.
Cool. So I'll get into it. So as I mentioned, the company that we working with is Kind Copy, and they believe that kinder copy attracts better quality clients by telling your story with organic marketing. And the reason why they came to us was that they wanted a new identity for their offer. So one of the reasons that companies can rebrand is because they create brand new services, products, different things that maybe kind of go off on a different tangent from the direction that they want to. So their vision could eventually over time change, their audience might change, and therefore what we wanted to do with this company was really bring the branding up to scratch with the future vision of the company for the next 5-10 years and what they really wanted to be able to achieve with that. And this offer, Bottomless Brunch, it's a bold promise, and the owner of Bottomless Brunch and Kind Copy, Kath, wanted to attract bold clients. And also she uses, when we naturally had a conversation and digging a bit deeper into the brief with the client, she uses a lot of bold language. And we felt like her current branding just didn't quite reflect that. So to give you an idea, this is what actually the current branding that Kind Copy had. And for me, after having a long conversation with Kath and the team, we just felt like it's a lovely brand, don't get me wrong, it's a lovely typeface. But sometimes the direction that you want to take your branding and the mission you have for the company doesn't always necessarily reflect the branding, right? And so what we wanted to do was really align the new branding with the new offers and the direction that they wanted to create. So what we do when we dive into projects initially is we love to do brand strategy. So we either send out really in-depth type forms and then jump on calls, or we also alternatively do workshops. So this was a workshop that we did with them where we understand their story, what they went through, how they fell into the industry, why they do what they actually love, and really to understand a little bit more behind the business so we can start to bring out more of the personality of the client.
Which is a nice way to get to know each other.
Yeah. And also, you never know, but I find when I go through stories with clients, it brings out a lot of information that you might not pick up on otherwise. We also look at their goals, their missions, what do they actually want to achieve? What are they actually kind of doing differently with their competitors? And just getting down all that language into just bullet points of what is it that they actually want to do. So for Kind Copy, for example, they've put, we are actively working to change an industry that I can never see this word, sees prospects as something to abuse. And basically all they want to do is they want to basically work well with companies. You know, they want to be a force for good, essentially, and want to be able to sell hope and power, they call it. This is their own language in the way that they kind of call that. And they really believe that they want to be understood and get the right support that people should actually have from the right people as well, because it's different when I feel like a copywriter is a little bit like a designer, right? You have to really connect with the client. You have to dig deeper, understand a little bit more when you're taking over the project to be able to write in the way that they would.
And you have to be very spot on.
Yes. You have to get the right language and the right way that they're going to come across. We take a look at the values. So what do they actually stand for?
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, so
it's really cool.
They're obviously kind copy. The names come from they're truly kind. And they believe that marketing should always be rooted in kindness and empathy. Another one, integrity, quality. They really want to, you know, create everything completely. So they're very much like us, and which is why we truly resonated with them as a company, because our values are so much in line with everything that we do as a business is completely bespoke and unique to a client. But then also the way that she writes copy is also completely unique. So this project was actually, you know, a dream to work with, really, in entwining, you know, our skill sets. Hope. So they describe hope as showing businesses their potential to grow and thrive. Empower. They empower businesses to take control of their marketing and reach new heights. We look at the personality. So obviously I brought up that slide of what the current brand looks like, but what is their actual personality? What are they doing to show up every single day naturally? Not just how they want to show up, but how are they actually showing up? And how do we intertwine the new brand with all these words that they kind of express themselves as what they actually are? We take a deeper look at the target audience. This is super important, and I feel like this is a step that some people just skip past and dive straight. I just want to get straight into the design, and they kind of miss over this. And I think it's important to understand a little bit of how you're positioning your company within the market and who's actually buying the product or service. Because if you end up creating a brand that doesn't attract your dream audience, then things could go slightly wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think as designers, we often miss like this opportunity to take the time and think about the target audience because it's so important. All the design parts makes much more sense if we really niche it down.
And Kind Copy shares a very similar audience with us and our company, which is why she felt like we were a great fit to kind of take over the branding. You know, a lot of coaching, fitness and wellness services that she works for. So yeah, I thought it was really important to have a good understanding and also go with designers who have good understanding of that, because they're actually going to be able to take your brand to the next level, because they're going to understand the market the best. We also looked at vision statements, mission statements to understand, again, looking back at where do they want to take the brand in the future, what it might look like, and what they actually kind of driving towards. You know, they really want to create a global shift towards ethical, empowering marketing, and really grow that kind, authentic marketing that builds relationships and fosters trust. So not only did I want to kind of deep dive a lot more behind the scenes into the company, because they're a copywriting agency, I also wanted to get them to pull out sentences of how they felt they come across, what they believe in, and really by being able to put down statements like this into a document or, you know, of some sort of deck or a presentation, really will help with the design in future. So I know this is the boring part for a lot of designers doing a lot of the initial work, a lot of copywriting, but actually this is going to help us, hopefully later today in the session actually, by being able to take some of this wording and actually turn it into designs. Right, so what I'm going to do is dive into the fun part. We're going to jump into the design concept now. So looking back at what it was that Kind Copy originally started with when they came to us, we loved the typography and we thought there's definitely probably a place for it within the brand at some point. But we just felt like from what they wanted to achieve with their new, bold, having statement pieces of design work, this just felt almost too friendly, almost too, not soft, but like with the curves and the aesthetics, it didn't quite get their messaging across. And I know they use a lot of bold language, right? So we wanted to create something that's like has a little bit more of a punch to it. But we also felt like because they are also creatives, they're creatives in a different way, although it's copywriting, they're still learning the language of their clients and creating things in a different way, in a different flow of how that relates to them. So what we decided to do was we put together mood boards for our clients. And this was the perfect direction that we felt to go with this client. We wanted to integrate certain elements from the old brand, like potentially the blue colour. But we felt like switching up the palette to something a little bit more punchy, integrating that more kind of teal colour, toning it down to make it a bit more premium, and creating this more kind of neon tone green in there. And also looking back at all the kind of things that they do, as again, being creative, could we include gradients in there where it's a little bit more free-flowing and it's not so structured? Also looking at the typography. And what we like to do at this stage is think about what is not just the logo going to look like at this stage, but what's it going to kind of look like as an overall brand? And this is the key thing.
So are you trying, when you create some mood boards, are you trying more to create some sense of feeling you want to communicate rather than focusing on type and...
Exactly. So we'll kind of send mood boards like this to clients. We try not to put like too much obvious things in there that the client might go, no, I want exactly this thing.
Yeah.
Because
that's dangerous.
But what we want to do is create like a feeling, a overall brand feel. Because when it comes to creating the logo, I find when you have a rough idea of how you want to take this, what's it going to look like on your website? What's it going to look like across your social media? How's it going to look like beyond just the logo itself? That can actually have a huge impact. And that did actually have an impact in this project.
Yeah.
I wanted to simplify the logo that she had because I knew there was so much more I wanted to do. If we have gradients going on and neons and things like that, you also don't want to clash that with a crazy logo at the same time.
Yeah.
So, because otherwise it's just then too much going on. So it's really trying to get that perfect balance between how do we create a logo, but also how do we create a brand? So what I then did was, what I like to do is just start looking at copy. So initially we looked at, could we combine typography? What would that look like? But then again, thinking about the future of what it is that we wanted to be able to achieve. So we like to gather about 10, 15 different fonts, look at them, look at the way they are, look at the roundness of them or the harshness of them, and start to get a bit of a feel for what this could look like. And then what we next like to do is dive into our sketchbooks.
I love this so much.
So we're very old school at Digital Bear Design, and this is one of the key things. So as I mentioned before in our 7 steps, we love to be able to trademark our logos. We love to make them completely bespoke. And we found the best way of doing that is with sketches. Literally pen and paper.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it. And also we find it's effective because, of course, I could just open up Illustrator and start sketching straight away. But I find pen and paper's quicker.
Yeah.
Like I've got all these ideas in my brain and I just want to draw it down like as quick as possible and get as many out. And then what I do is then I take a few and refine them within Illustrator. So what we kind of do is we then lay it out, take a look at, okay, I'm an awful drawer. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a very good...
Your sketches look amazing.
They help to give me a really, like, to get my ideas from my brain onto paper. They're efficient in that way, but I'm not an illustrator by any means. So I do my best just more using it as just a tool to understand. Half of these might not actually be bespoke, they're just in my mind until I actually kind of research a little bit more onto the internet if this type of idea has been done before. But it's also a good way to see what hasn't been done before. So what I like to do then is take some of these sketches. So for example, some of these kind of ideas, these ones over here. And then I like to, now I kind of like the idea, bring them into Illustrator. So I will be drawing a logo today, but I just wanted to kind of show you, I know designers' artboards aren't always the most perfect, and don't get me wrong, I do tons of illustrations and sketches, so it's not just a form of picking one and then still refining in Illustrator. I will still do the process again, because sometimes it can come out slightly different within Illustrator than what you've drawn on paper. And you never know, you could come up with some ideas that are quite different to what they are. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick out one sort of idea and sketch that today, and really kind of create it, bring it to life. So what I really liked was this one down here, this idea that I came up with. So then when I go back to my typography board, I'm looking at the type, okay, what's the best I could probably refine to create this icon down here? And this one to me it's the boldest, and it's a great shape to be able to do something like that, because one of the things that I probably haven't also mentioned on this live is when I got approached, they also really, really love negative space things. So I knew I wanted to have something within here that was negative space, and I thought, this one was probably actually the most effective way of bringing that to life. And I knew that if that's the type of style that they want, we can still work with that and still make it unique to them at the same time. So what I'm going to do is just start diving in. Now, someone said to me once, it's free to keep duplicating, because I know some designers just like go straight in and they'll do it all, and then if they need to go back step by step, they have nothing there. So someone mentioned to me, just keep duplicating.
I'll do the same. And and then in the end, it's completely fine to clean up everything.
And if one of the things goes wrong, you can go back to your previous steps. So I'm just now going to outline this. And then what I've found with this typography was it's got a big curve here actually naturally in it. So I just wanted to remove that and just straighten it up a little bit. And then I'm just going to create that area where we could have a bit of negative space. And just close up these paths, because I always find if I don't close up the paths, you start to end up with a lot of white space everywhere. So I'm going to start off with this, and I'm going to start diving into creating that pencil tool shape. So I'm just going to start to create these shapes. If you notice from my work, I create a lot of like abstract things. So I like to keep things simple.
Yeah, but that's awesome. I think that's the hardest part to do. Keeping things very simple.
Yeah. Or sometimes when they are intricate, I look at it and be like, is every part of this logo actually necessary? Or do we need to add to it? Or do we take away any elements? What does that look like? So I'm just going to start creating these 3 shapes here. That's then kind of very similar, if I go back to the sketch, to these 3 shapes here. So what I want is probably the middle one to be slightly bigger than the others. And then to create that sort of pencil effect, I just want to round all the corners of these like this. And I'm gonna start to create these gaps.
Nicole, do you have any tips on how to get started with branding for people or freshly graduates?
So what I did when I was a graduate was just create your own briefs. I think I actually did an Adobe Live a little while back, and I really wanted to get into wellness, and I made up these protein brownies. I think I made, you can probably still find the video on YouTube or Behance, and I think it's just create a brief with the type of niche that you want to get into and start creating work, start sharing it on your social media platforms, on Behance, and yeah, it's all about practice really, I think.
Yeah.
And then I think the more I started putting my work out there, it started getting noticed, and then you start picking up real life clients really.
Yeah, sometimes the hardest part is to start somewhere.
Of course, it's just about practicing and just sharing what you're doing. You know, people are actually quite nosy. They want to kind of see what goes on behind the scenes.
That's true.
So that's, yeah, everyone sort of starts somewhere, and I was in the exact same place. It's just working, just developing your skill set and just seeing what opportunities come from that.
Yeah, that's a great tip. I think just start somewhere and share your work, reach out to people, put it on your socials. Try to get seen.
Yeah, that's it. You never know who's watching your content.
That's true, absolutely.
You never know. But if you don't post at all, then you can't expect anyone to see it. So, yeah, that's what I would personally advise.
Oh, this looks awesome.
I know it's starting to create that sort of negative space effect just by outlining these shapes. And then what I want to do up here is just create that little pencil tip at the top here. It's starting to look something like this, where it's starting to look like an abstract pen now. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate this. So normally I keep versions live, so I can always go back and edit the live. And then here, for example, I'm going to start to outline the strokes and dive into this a little bit more. So I'm just going to outline this, and because we've got the shapes here, so there's 2 different ways you can do this. My new favourite way is actually, there's a shape builder that you can use now, or you can also...
Amazing tool.
Yeah, or you can also use the shape modes, but it gives you the opportunity to actually create these while still leaving, the other shapes here as well.
It's such a time saver, right?
this as well. Sometimes it's just getting that perfect balance between using the shape builder and the other parts. Yeah, that's done it. Now I'm just going to ungroup these and just checking. All right, so I'm going to come back to this shape here now.
Copy.
Yeah, copy.
Copy.
Always copying.
Always copy.
And what we're going to need to do now is reverse this.
Mm-hmm.
Just double checking because I don't know if it's... Find the shape builder. Hopefully this one doesn't have any parts, no. Okay, so what I want to do now is reverse this so it's white, so then it's now going to show up on here. And then it's just all about playing around. So what I find...
Perfect balance.
Yeah. So what I then find here is I'm a little bit of a perfectionist when it comes to placing elements and having the right way. So firstly, I'm going to create a little bit more space here for the shape. So just give it a little bit more room. And then that's going to throw off these angles. But what I really want is to create probably the same angle that I've created with this icon here. And just have that going into the letter K as well. So we can start to see here.
And here we go.
And then we're just gonna get that ruler balance, so it's going to be the same at each end, and we'll do the same for this as well. Just going to turn this stroke down slightly. So we can see our angles. People probably do this other ways. As a designer, I don't know, I just naturally go towards creating shapes and just lines and things like that, and doing kind of all the maths that way. I don't really kind of specifically look at numbers and percentages and all that. I naturally kind of gravitate towards just using shapes to be able to do that.
I think everyone has their own workflow. As long as it works for you,
yeah,
it's totally fine. So when a new client comes to you, like what kind of timeline do you have to save to work on a branding project like this together?
So we're a little bit different. I know a lot of my designers who are friends spend 3 to 4 weeks on projects. We're testing at the moment of turning an entire brand like this around within 1 week. So it's a super quick process. So
it's super quick.
When you come to us, you need to know, but that's why we find that we get clients that come to us who really know what they want, what they're doing. And it actually creates amazing projects. So for example, Kind Copy came to us because we could turn it around within a week. And so we get incredible clients to actually work with when you can do things in that kind of time scale.
That's impressive.
But yeah,
1 week is
so
tight.
so if they have a workshop, it can go over. It normally goes into more like 2 weeks, because we'll do a full kind of guidelines document and break it all down like we've showed originally in the research section. And then the process from this logo creation to other assets, landing page, social media, which we'll dive into shortly. Yeah, it's all within a week. It's quick. Wow. It's very quick.
So if I have a branding project, I will definitely call you.
So this is starting to look good. So what I've just done here is I've just actually increased the gaps here. So when it looks, what I find with working with negative space, it can all look perfect. Like when you're in this close, it can look really kind of spot on. But actually for this agency, I know that they're wanting to use a lot of things across social media. They need website favicons. They do a lot of landing pages. So this icon actually has to be mostly optimized for to be able to be small. So for example, if I just copy this, if I make this really, really small, you need to be able to kind of still see this effect within it. And then when it's like quite small, when you're looking at it at that kind of stage, the icons and everything actually looks balanced when it's smaller. So it depends. Again, there's so many factors that play into, logo creation. Where is it actually going to be placed? What's it going to look like? Because for me, if they had a building, I know they do have an office space, but if they had like regular clients come to it and things like that, I would probably go more towards having it bigger and optimized perfectly at a large scale if the majority of the stuff was on that. But because I know a lot of the clients she works with and a lot of things that she does is digital, although it might not look 100% perfect when it's really, really large, it looks perfect when it's tiny. So I think it's playing in those factors and getting that balance and thinking of those things as well within it.
Yeah, that's absolutely important to keep in mind.
Yeah, 100%. So what I'm going to do here, because we've still got these elements in here, I'm just going to really tidy this up now to get the final K. So I'm going to ungroup this. And I'll just use this Pathfinder to get rid of that. So now that will get rid of those elements. And then what I want to do is take this again, and I design everything, as you can see already, in black and white, because then I know it's going to be perfect no matter what colour I put it in.
Yeah.
No matter if it's got multiple colours. I always know, no matter if she gets hoodies done, merchandise done. I know some printers like to work only in one colour. This can definitely be achievable. So right at the end, once we're happy with the icon that we've got, we can then change the colour of it. And then what I'm going to do is put this in black. So this now starts to create and form this pencil tool within the letter K, and it's starting to get that punchiness effect in there. And then because my idea for the brand was to really have those gradients flowing, use a lot more kind of bold and neon colours, shapes and things like that, that I wanted to go for more of a typeface like this one, where it's really, really clean. So no matter what scale she's using it at, and her team, they can be placed in any situation. And also it doesn't then clash with, everything else that's going on. Because when this is placed on, artwork where it's got a huge amount that's going on, having the logo on top of that it gets lost in the space sometimes, rather than letting the brand almost speak for itself, and having it in more of a simple way. So I just like to get a balance. Some people, use the golden ratio and everything like that. I do a lot of my work by eye. So normally I just try and get the perfect balance. I like to always naturally get the icon slightly bigger than the type. I just find it sort of sits better. And so what we're then going to do is create portrait versions. So within all of our branding packages as well, we provide landscape options, portrait options, and then also the favicon will just be this icon on its own. So no matter where you're placing this logo, it's always going to be able to be seen in any situation. And then we'll just use rulers and guides to make sure that everything is sitting central as it should be. Sometimes when you get a letter like this, a K, you can see it sits a lot more on the left-hand side. So although I like to try and line things up and I am a bit of a perfectionist, you also have to kind of look at it a little bit from a distance as well and just kind of see, is it actually sitting too much on the left, because naturally it's heavier on the left hand side. So sometimes I'll just nudge it over to the right a little bit when it's in that sort of situation, because optically, like in your eyesight, it looks like it's central, whereas when it is actually dead central, it looks like it isn't, if that makes sense. I'm just gonna redo that because the pen didn't quite go there. There we go. So once I kind of got the logo, ready and sorted, what we'll start to do is create other assets. So like I mentioned before, I really liked this gradient aspect and style. So I've just pre-prepared some gradients. And also what I found was I've also got some other assets here. Because she's a copywriter, I felt it would be lovely to, she's always annotating things, adapting things, changing things, get like handwritten scribbles, because she's always like, tweaking, editing, making comments, really kind of building that brand, what is actually going on day to day? How does she naturally show up and behave? And what can we do with the brand assets that really kind of play into that? So I'm going to just kind of grab this and just start playing with some of the assets to see what it looks like. So this is like a really nice gradient wave in there, like getting that creative flow into it, and that punchiness, this is really striking and bold, and it's, to go with that bottomless brunch that's an unlimited bold offer, you really want to kind of start to bring some of this to life. And then what I'm going to do here is just change this to white, because obviously otherwise your logo is not going to show up.
It's a perfect match. Looks so cool.
So this is where, I kind of say, when you're looking at, the mood boards and the creation of the brand, think about not just what the logo is going to look like, but how is it going to feel across the whole brand identity itself? Because by including more of a kind of simplistic logo style on top of, this wave and things, it creates almost a perfect balance between, if this logo was in crazy typography, I think there'd be almost too much going on. It's almost like less is more when it kind of comes to this. And so what we'll do is dig some other bits out. I also, like this kind of gradient, injecting a bit of that kind of teal into it as well. So it's still giving a nod to the old branding and still having a little bit of inspiration from that and tying it in, but really still kind of freshening it up, making it more modern and creating that really bold impact as well. But also the copy that the typography that we've chosen for this is really round, because we don't want it to be almost like impactful but scary. It's all about kindness. So we still wanted to have that softness element to it, but still be punchy at the same time.
Yeah, it's really it feels like the perfect fit. It's Amazing. Also, the chat loves your workspace and also your workflow.
Thank you.
So everyone thinks it's really spot on.
I'd love to know, you know, what are other kind of people's ways of working? Like, what do you naturally do that's kind of different to what I do? And I think everyone has their own way of working. It's just really interesting to learn. You know, maybe I could even learn some tips off some other people of what they naturally do. And this is where we kind of now going to start going back into the statements. So this is where when you're starting to create, you know, social media, additional bits and pieces of assets, we can really tie this in. So I'm going to take this "We Sell Hope and Power," and I'm just going to just dive into this and just start using some of the typography that we got from the initial brief. And then one of the other things that I wanted to do was, because of this original copy, you know, we still wanted to get an element of that in there, still like make it feel, you know, kind. So actually we really like this font, and I think it's called Behind the 90s. And we felt like it's different to what she had before, but it still creates a really lovely effect and a contrast with the other type that we've got. And then again, you know, not that it's plain or that it's needed, you know, just start to utilize some of these elements as well. Like, what can we do to make it a little bit more
stand out,
playful and stand out here and slightly different as a brand.
Super cool. And I feel like that's perfect, even if you want to use it on social media. It's perfect to have like these playful elements where you can always add them.
Yes, and
when
you can
need them.
You can
really cool.
add and remove them.
Exactly.
So I know we're sort of starting to run out a little bit of time here, so I want to kind of be able to show you as much as possible. And let me now run you through the additional assets, and then I'll jump into Express and show you a little bit more of what we can then do to pass on to the client as well. So although the client receives all these assets, of course they want to be able to utilize it themselves as well, right? Because they might not necessarily be an Illustrator expert. So I'm going to show you like a little bit of a kind of what the overall brand looks like when we kind of dove into a little bit more of creating an identity. And you can see here like the simplicity mixed in with the gradients. It just creates that really nice balance where it's impactful and it's bold, and it's almost like a statement piece while still being, you know, simple at the same time. You know, getting like hoodies done.
Amazing.
And just looking at it as like an overall, when it comes together, you can start to see, you know, this isn't just a logo anymore. It's an actual brand identity. So yeah, so that's pretty much all the brand. And then what we do within our package is we also do a landing page. I'm going to actually dive into, just give you a really quick look at, you know, not only do we create the brand.
Have 5 minutes.
I know. Into, you know, the landing page and just making sure, you know, we're bringing all of these elements together, you know, the little kind of pointed arrows to direct people into the next elements and the sections. Using little asterisks as well, like all those kind of little subtle copy elements that tie into copywriting. Because although we use a mixture of, you know, some imagery and things like that, you know, it's important to tie back into the nature of copywriting, what the service actually is. So this just, gives a really little overview of it. And then obviously call to actions as well, being punchy, using that neon green colour to really highlight key areas as well.
I think that's a very good example to see where you put the highlights on. Because they give you, like, they pop instantly into your eye.
And that's it, like utilising that balance with the colour, you know, getting buttons and highlighted words and elements in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into Express. So for those of you who haven't used Express before, I'll do a quick run through of like what that kind of is like. So what we've got here is I've already uploaded brands. So you can create brands as folders. And also I found there's 2 different ways you can do it. You can just upload all the brand assets within Express, or actually you can create libraries within your Illustrator file. So if you're working in Illustrator, you can create a library of all the assets and then they will actually magically appear in Express.
That's the magic of cloud-based working.
That's it. So what I did is I actually went and found this template. So obviously they've got a huge amount of templates. And I felt like, looking at this template, it was literally kind of, spot on for the kind of type of style that I wanted to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump back into this working document here. We're going to go back to our statements, and this is really important. So this is why I love the initial work might seem boring, but it makes the future work so much easier, because now I can just grab a statement from here and we can start now doing all the fun stuff. So what I'm going to do is maybe look at we build trust, not pressure. So you can just easily type here, and then obviously all the fonts are out of place, but it's got my kind copy folder here with my preloaded fonts. So we can just start to play around with these.
Amazing.
And take a look at that. I also found that it's you can get gradients in here as well. So not only I could just upload images into this, you can also search for, different media and bits and pieces. So you can actually have a look, or elements. And you start to kind of look at assets in the sidebar. So for example, if you want to add a background, you can also change the colors. So you can go to effects, and then I noticed that one's really cool feature about this, you can change it to whatever color that you want to.
Express is amazing.
So I've got my colors already preloaded, and I don't know how it's gonna. So it's just playing around.
I can give you another 2 minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
And then we have to finally wrap up the session.
Of course. So you can place other elements in here. And then what I'll do is I will show you a few ones that I've pre-made as well in just a second. So again, you can go and change all of these colours into bits and pieces. You can also change this and the fill colour. So let me just dive into my files, and this will show you. It's just going to give you a second. A little bit of an idea of, looking at the different kind of styles in here. Let me actually kind of just jump back. And looking at these. So here, for example, this is a previous one that I created. And it really kind of, brings in that daily dose, the asterisks in here, the neon effects with the glows, and then the highlights with, you can see the logo here, it still stands out, it's still obvious as we've kept it simple. But we've also got these really nice animations in here and these little illustrations to really encourage you to be swiping and to keep you captured within this as well.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Nicole, for this amazing deep dive into your branding process. Everyone loved it. The chat, They left so much love for your design and branding skills. Stay tuned, because next up is Sarah Coleman and Tim, and they will do a Halloween illustration and graphic design. So stay tuned and see you soon. Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
And with that, welcome back to Adobe Live. Today I'm joined by the one and the only Sarah Coleman. How are you doing?
Hi Tim, I'm doing okay.
Do you have enough crunchy crisps for today?
I have one more bag than I had last night, so that's good. Yeah.
Incredible. Yes.
I'm heavily into a German brand of crisps in a very specific flavour. So just
we hosted the whole snack zone earlier today. It's like,
yeah.
Luckily, we are not too full, so we can still do the stream. Otherwise, food coma is settling in about, I think, 54 minutes. So let's make the most of it. Welcome, everybody, to this stream. My name is Tim. I work for Adobe. And like I said, Sarah next to me. Perhaps for those who have not seen your work, why don't you give a quick intro, who you are, what you do, and what's the plan for today?
Okay, first of all, let's put any idea of a plan out of our minds. There is a plan, but it's loose, it's sketchy. There is a plan. So I'm an illustrator and lettering artist, and I've worked for a very long time in the industry. And I do everything from books to advertising, magazines, murals, animations, music, you name it, I've probably done it.
But is this something you don't do?
Oh no, never say never.
Okay.
No, say yes first and then worry about whether you can do it later. I think that rule has done me quite well, I think.
Brilliant.
Over time, yeah.
And also, before we jump in, because I know you have some really cool things prepared, also a warm welcome to those who are watching us at home on your screen, either live, hello, or if you're watching the replay. Hi Sandrine, hi Karina, who just joined us, hi Christine. That's Ernest and David, Rachel, who's also in the other room, Luke Men, Bayou and Shalina, and many more who I'm sure, Sebastian, Asha. Yes, so why don't we just jump straight in and we can see what you brought with you today, and then we'll go from there. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
All right, then let's do it. Here we go. We are on your iPad.
Okay, so I'm going to be working in Fresco and Express today, working together. I thought I would make, it being the season, I thought I would make some Halloween cards and share the templates later if that's...
That sounds good.
If that's possible for you to remix and do what you like, add your own text and elements at home. Because obviously we are exactly a week away from Halloween. Halloween being my comfort zone, in case you hadn't noticed. Yeah, pumpkins everywhere. So just to put this in context, not only is it Halloween, but I've just had the third of a trilogy of books out, which you can see on the screen there, which is Josh Allen, the American author, and I collaborate on these books, and they're collections of short stories for children. And they're heavily illustrated, including the covers. So the one on the far right there, Once They See You, that's just come out.
That one.
Here.
There.
Here. That's just come out. So we're going to be working with some illustrations from that book today. So that's the three there. And you can buy those pretty much anywhere you can buy books. So I work traditionally, but also digitally as well. Just to put that in context, I've got some work to show you here. On the left-hand side of the screen there, we've got a very rough sketch from a sketchbook, which is basically marker pens and pencils, a bit of ink pen in there. And on the right-hand side of this screen is the finished illustration, which is sort of got, you can see the crop marks and pencil marks in there. But actually, the illustration on the right is a combination of pixel work, as I like to call it, and completely analogue work as well. And my aim is always that you can't tell the difference.
Huh?
I don't want anybody looking at the work and noticing the medium before they notice the illustration itself. That's always been a policy. But I embrace pixels as much as I embrace my messy analogue media.
And if you actually... if you look at some of the previous streams we've done with you, you even took some videos.
I did,
of your workflow.
Yeah. I've got one video with me today, just a little one. I'm showing everything in Express, so you can see
that's
here
so good.
Where just a little snapshot of creating very wet media, ink on paper, and lots of water to create sort of gradients and shapes.
I mean, I do love myself some Photoshop brushes, but I don't
Yes.
think you can do this. It's just not as.
I mean,
or can you?
Well, hopefully one of the things I'm going to demonstrate today, if all goes well, is that many of these tools you can replicate digitally now.
Oh my goodness! I guess I have to watch this stream then.
Yeah. I think.
Dang it!
I think what's been an interesting exercise is I've been practicing. I've been at home creating illustrations in an analog way, and then trying to recreate them digitally, and trying to see just how different the outcome is.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's still the same pair of hands using the tools, so
Sure.
they should be
different
fairly
tools.
similar. So just to put another example on screen, again, these are just slides in Adobe Express, but on the left, again, a really, really loose early sketch for what this illustration might look like. This is the broken doll hiding in the fridge with the bag of bits. She's holding a bag of bits, including her eyeball there.
Of course she is.
And then my notes, top right, and on the right-hand side of that is... Oh, look, my arm disappeared.
Ooh, spooky. It's Halloween. Ooh.
So that's the finished one on the right. And she is actually completely analogue. So she's ink, pencil, and a selection of pens on paper.
Lovely.
And then I think I have, just to again show in real life, scenes from the desktop. So on the left, again, a selection of tools that I use to make the work. And there isn't a single tool shown here that can't be replicated with an Adobe product, which I hope to demonstrate. My dirty bottle of ink on the right. And again, here, some specialist tools. Erasers, tiny little pen erasers there for rubbing out the smallest of lines. On the right, you'll see my scruffy bottle of bleach, which I use to deduct and remove areas of ink when they're not needed anymore. Again, something we can do digitally.
I also like the dedication of actually using the pencil up until it's like this big.
Absolutely. Well, I've got a pencil extender. And the best ones actually are made here in Germany. My favourite one's a German one. So you can, even when your favourite pencil is down to so much as an inch, if you've got an inch, you can work with an inch. You can stick that in the extender. Keep it going.
Really fancy.
Yeah, there we go.
And Angus says, always a treat seeing Sarah's sketchbooks, notes and behind the scenes.
Oh, lovely. Hi, Angus. That's a lovely thing. Thank you for that.
He is lovely.
Yeah, it's nice. So the outcome of using some of those tools, I've just included a gratuitous close-up of the bottle of ink, because why wouldn't you?
You have to.
And on the right, extreme close-up. This section of illustration is probably 1.5 inches perhaps, and this is actually a worm crawling over a mouldy carrot. But you can see if I can blow that up, yes, you can see each one of these little marks is made with the tiniest of Japanese nibs called a Nikko G. And then finally, one more close-up of work. This is a little bit clearer to see pencil marks here. And sometimes the ink and pencil work is combined with collage. I've included this example on the right.
Is that bleach?
Because that is the bleach in action, yes. So the ink goes down, it's dried to a crisp, and then the bleach is applied, and it will deduct, sometimes in the most unpredictable way. So there are the analogue tools in action. Just for balance, I've included a collection of images here, these two. Both of these illustrations hopefully carry exactly the same vibe as the ones that you've just seen, but both of these are entirely digital in their creation, from the sketch up to the finished piece. They're all pixel-based, as it were.
Really cool.
So again, hopefully the idea is that you see the illustration first and the medium sort of disappears into it.
As it should be.
Yes, yeah. So I'm going to, first of all, in terms of making artwork, I'm going to start in fresco. I absolutely love fresco. And I think one of the reasons, there's two main reasons this was a game changer. The first one was it allowed me to draw directly into the canvas using vector tools in a very free way, a way that was freer than...
Well, that's actually a really good point. Do you know why?
Why?
And starting today, Fresco is free.
Is it?
Completely.
You heard it here first.
No subscription model, nothing. So if you have an iPad, you have Fresco.
Oh, please download it. It's the most fantastic thing. I'm not just saying that because I'm here.
Thank you.
In the Adobe office.
Here's 50 quid. Thank you for saying that.
Another 50. Another bag of crisps. But yeah, it's genuinely... I'm not going to use the vector tools today because they're not part of this demonstration, but we're going to start the first Halloween card by creating one of those very organic ink backgrounds, and then I'm going to bring things into Express and start making the cards. So hopefully we will have one card which is handmade. We'll have another card which is made entirely using Express assets, the visual assets that are available within Express. And the third one, if we have time, should be a mixture of the two. Sprinkled throughout, we will be heavily leaning on Adobe stock as well, which is like basically going shopping for as many images as you can fit into your trolley.
I like going shopping.
Yes, me too.
Especially for assets.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Okay, so one of the other brilliant things, the second reason I absolutely love
Oh, yes, of course.
Fresco, are the live brushes. And if you haven't used the live brushes, I will show you what they do. Here we go. We are going for a black ink, and I'm going to start. Picked up a live brush here. I'm going to go for a slightly darker one. So all of the brushes that I'm going to pick, you will see on screen. We can choose colour. I can change the size as much as I want. I can change the flow of the ink, which of course you would do in real life. You can do that from very pale to absolutely soaked with ink. And other settings besides, which we may get time to investigate. So I'm pretending that I'm drawing here on quite a wet paper. And you can see immediately how brilliantly these brushes behave. And I can take the Apple Pencil away and the ink continues to flow long after I've let go, and it will end up where it ends up. So I can start with a sort of framed panel of ink here, which is often how I will actually start a job.
Yeah, just to have something of a reference.
Yes, a place to start. I mean, we can work into this, we can delete parts of it.
I feel like a Bob Ross show. We're starting with a pre-wet canvas.
Yeah.
We're going to run all the colors you need across the screen in the hex codes. By the way, if for those who are also using Fresco for the first time and you want to try out a brush before you actually use it in your artwork, in the little window that appears up here, you can actually just draw in that.
Show me that, Tim, because I didn't know about that.
The brush settings, where you just had these, you can just draw in there.
No.
Yeah.
I say it every time, but one of the reasons I love these streams is because I don't feel like I'm particularly showing anything new. It's me who comes away with the new tips and tricks. There's never not some revelation in one of these sessions that I take home with me and then deploy forever in my artwork. The only thing that I've never cracked, Tim, and we'll have to do it one day, is clipping masks.
Oh, you've come to the right place.
They're kind of a nemesis. But that's for another time. Anyway, I'm doing this panel again because I wasn't that thrilled with it. So I just mainly want to show off these fantastic live brushes. Look how the ink is flowing there.
And you can even go with like no ink, but just water. And you can just brush over it and it will sort of flow like water if you don't push any pigment, so to say.
Let's do a soft wash. Look at that. It's kind of healing the gaps where the water is. And I can push that out. Love it. Okay. Just like real ink, it is fairly unpredictable, so at this point there is no predetermined outcome.
But unlike
look at the edges. Just look at that. I mean, I'm going to
just zoom. Yeah, look at that.
I mean, how gorgeous is that?
Just could that for the next 40 minutes and we're done. Just a bit of ink.
Yeah.
But unlike, of course, real ink, we can dry it instantly if we want to. we don't have to.
Go on then. Let's dry it because
Here, and then dry layer down there.
little fan. That's set it now.
And now,
it will
if
stop
you,
moving.
Yes, if you now draw something over, it won't interact. It's not wet anymore.
Which is interesting because I actually do stand over my artwork with a hairdryer. If time doesn't permit me to let it dry organically in real time, I will
True.
fire the hairdryer at it and let it dry that way. So this button here,
Yeah, and then
which I've just
well,
discovered,
you've dried
it's
already.
done now, isn't it? But the little fan down there,
And then you have
That's-
a dry layer.
there we go.
Of course, you could also just work on a new layer. That's
yes,
completely fine
that
too.
would be my preference, but I
You
love
have
the fact
options.
that we can fix it. Yeah. So I'm going to open a new layer, and so that's live brushes. We have also these fantastic splats. A big fan of the splats. You may have noticed some on previous work. So just around these edges, I'm going to add some relatively organic splashes here, as they would be in my real work. But I say real work, it's all work. Excuse the terminology. In my analogue work. Get some of those going.
Well, thanks to the amazing brushes in Fresco.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you often change the settings, you can even dock the boxes so they stay open. So you don't always have to tap on them.
Okay.
If you want to, but
This is good. You see, I'm learning too.
and by you I mean not necessarily you. I mean
Everyone.
the audience.
And how would we do that?
For example, if you have the color, you tap on this here, and then
Oh, like undocking
yeah,
your,
of course.
your Photoshop
You can also dock that
windows.
one down here if you want.
Okay.
You don't have to. And if you don't want it anymore, you can just take it off and close it if you want.
Every day's a school day. So I'm going to move my muscle memory
On the top, yeah. there you go.
dictates it should be up here for now.
Then it's up there. That's fine.
I do remember one of your opening statements on one of my old Adobe Live feeds historically was,
Uh-oh.
"Oh God, floating palettes." Sorry.
I mean, I get a bit nervous. If you ever see my Photoshop or my Illustrator or whatever, all palettes are nice and neatly docked.
Mine are
Just-
not. They float about and get shoved over the screens as necessary.
I mean, whatever it takes for you to do your work. It's
That
fine.
was it though. Coming down the microphone. Oh no, floating palettes. So we've got lots of layers here. If I was working at home on a piece, I probably would end up with 50, 60 layers. And yes, they will all be named before anyone checks.
Of course.
They would, especially if those layers are going to a client. They need to be labelled. But I'm not going to do that. No point here. We can't label.
Yeah, we can.
We can label them.
On the dots, and then a name layer somewhere. It definitely.
No.
I know you definitely can name layers. Oh yeah, you have to probably.
Do I perhaps I hold my finger down on it like that?
No.
No.
It should be the way it is. Unless,
In
I
theory,
haven't.
we can label these layers.
I definitely know you can. Hang on.
Maybe that one.
There it
Oh.
is. Ugh.
Okay, so just for the sake of the demo, we're going to call this one.
Guess who hasn't used Fresco in a
Splats.
while? It's not me.
There we go, splats.
Every day.
And what another beautiful factor of Fresco is I can play with layer blending and opacity exactly as I would if I was using Photoshop. So I'm going to go in here and first of all I'm going to brighten these ones up a bit so they get a bit more snowy. And then the blend mode, this is tremendous fun. Just merely flicking through the layers,
I mean, this is
styles available is
that's
thrilling.
The blend mode for the layer, though, so it would apply to everything. If you just wanted to set the blend mode of a layer, yeah, there you go. You tap on the layer and then.
I thought it was. Okay. Overlay is quite nice. I'll be using the multiply layer a lot actually in this one. But, you know, I mean, there's effects here that are happening at a click of a button. And for someone who remembers when Photoshop didn't have layers,
Oh God.
yeah, this still excites me.
I've actually used the first version of Photoshop once just to have some fun, and Wow.
Yeah, it's different.
The respect suddenly increased for everyone who had to use that.
Yes, yeah, I did. Not for very long, but when I do remember the moment that I discovered layers, and it was a bit like, discovering the line brushes, for example. Yeah, so yeah, unless someone else is in the same trade, they that's not going to mean anything, that. So I've clicked on the ink layer at the background there, and what I want to try and create here is something that looks a little bit more faded, a bit old and antique. So I've gone into hue and saturation there. I've actually got 2 layers there now, and if I click colorize, it will allow me to play with the hue and change the colour. I'm going to delete that one there. There we go. So I've just given this a sort of antique-looking, mouldery look, which I quite like. That's what I'm going for, as if it's being sat in a loft. I'm going to leave the blend mode as it is for that background layer. And then that's done. Yes, the next thing we need here actually is when I'm working at home, I will often build things in a lot of layers, as stated. And here is where I'm going to go and fetch, if I can. I'm going to go and fetch a texture. In fact, I'm going into Adobe Stock to get a texture. Right. I have one saved, but I'm going to go and look for one. There we go. Hopefully I'm still signed in from earlier. So I'm going to search for antique paper. It's already there. And as I said before, when I go into Adobe Stock, I feel like I'm in a huge hypermarket for images, and I can have, for my monthly subscription fee, I can help myself to as much as I want. There is a greed to it.
But there's also the free collection, stock.adobe.com/free, has a lot of images.
Very good point. So even right at the top here, we have an enormous amount of options to choose from.
And we're going to look through all of them. All 1,790,451.
We're going to take this one, and that's saved into my library that I've set up for this session.
So organised.
Well, hopefully. So back into Fresco. Let's see if we can pull in that. There it is. That's the one.
Yeah, you could, just for those who have maybe not used Fresco before, you can of course import the images from your files, but also from your libraries. Or from your photos directly. And also, I think Sandrine in the chat mentioned that Fresco is also available on Windows. So if you're on a desktop and tablet, you can also use Fresco.
All right.
There we are.
All right. I don't like the way that should be that way up. There we go. Okay. So the paper is in. It is where I want it. I've made my image crooked. There we go.
Blending mode.
Of course.
Good.
Blending modes. And watercolour. So do I want it there? Do I want it there? Yes, I do. But I'm going to make it a multiply there. It's quite intense now, isn't it? I think I'll make that a little bit less so.
Yeah.
But again, if I flick through these, this one...
Well, that's almost burnt.
Fire. Yeah.
It's a look.
Subtle. Yeah, depends what you're going for.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick with that.
Sounds good.
Okay. From here, I can pull in a file, a piece of work that I've created, and I'm going to go with, what shall we have? I can do icons, so let's pick an element. So these are pre-prepared elements. I'm going to go with, let's find the balloon. Okay. We have a haunted balloon. At the moment, the balloon is brought in exactly the way he was drawn. So he's got all of his paper with him.
Oh, I see. Steady.
What's going on?
What are you trying? What do you want to do?
Enlarge him.
Enlarge him. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. I didn't have my corner.
Oh.
Okay, so there's the balloon. Okay. Right. So if I turn him, I've got an option here. I've got two options here. I can sit here and get the eraser and start to...
Right, what are you doing next week?
Yeah, exactly. So we're not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to turn him into a multiply layer, and then I'm going to take this layer off, switch it off so I can see what I'm doing. It's quite nice as it is, actually.
There you go.
Why overthink it? And then underneath, I'm going to add a little bit of colour. Having had the strong urge to watch it again recently, I'm going to make this a red balloon. And I'm going to use one of my favourite ink brushes, which is this blotty ink one here. So on this layer underneath the balloon, let's add some red.
Love it.
Yeah. So that will just appear behind the transparent drawing, which was made with ink and pencil.
So that's going to stay in black.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to change that. There we go. Let's give him a little tiny bit of...
And of course, for those watching at home, if you're watching this live, so if it is Thursday, the 24th of October for you, then you're watching this live, congratulations. And if you have any questions, then please do not hesitate and put them either on the Behance chat or in the YouTube chat. I'm looking at both. And I'm going to forward them to Sarah.
Yes, fire away. I like questions. Adobe people ask the most interesting questions.
Oh, look, the color is different on our monitor. Now it looks more like a clowny red, and
it does.
It's more muted. It's interesting.
Yeah, I like that. That's why sending things to print can be so terrifying.
Yeah.
So quite like him. So he would be a good beginning for our Halloween card. And I did build this layer to start with, but I'm not sure it's kind of doing us any favours. I might perhaps knock that back a bit.
Could change the color of it. Maybe maybe not the black. I don't know.
I think to be honest, I think I'm gonna leave it off.
Sometimes that's the best
I am
option.
kind of freestyling now, which is good. So there's a balloon, and then I'm just going to put another layer on and do some little highlights on the sort of string that he's tied with. Again, using this. The ink brushes here are brilliant, and there is one here that replicates exactly what that Japanese nib does, the one that was highlighted earlier, the natural inker, which can be very fine.
And of course, if the brushes shown here are not enough, then you can even add your own brushes. And I think Rachel, who will be joining us in about half an hour-ish, she will show how to do that. Hopefully I'm not over-promising anything. That's would be unfortunate, but no, all good.
No, Rachel has plans. She has plans. I've had a peer behind the curtain there, and okay.
Because yes, we are live all day today,
right?
And this is just the second stream of actually 6 in total. So. More to come.
So
all right.
I'm going to call him Pumpkin Card. That's saved. Well, publish him into my files as a PSD file. There we go. Straight into the pre-prepared folder.
Are you always this organized? Be honest.
Yes.
Be honest.
Of course. So that's card number 1, created with fully analog means. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you even hint that? So now we've switched over and we're in Adobe Express with this beautiful opening scene here. That's what that's for.
Okay, Express, Adobe Train Express. That's why.
Okay, very good.
Gonna see myself out there.
Yeah, okay, I'll be fine. So I've opened a template here. I've chosen the card template, very simple. Started by deleting the text because we don't need that. And this card I'm going to bring in, it says photos, but the important thing to note is that can mean any image from your stock library, your photo library, even your camera. I'm going with files, and hopefully my image that I've just saved will be waiting for me. There it is. I can bring that in. I'm going to choose move freely because I'm going to move him around. Make sure there's a little bleed on there. I know it's not going to print, but I still feel like I have to add a little bleed off the edge. There we go. So he's in there. Now I could, theoretically, I can just share this as it is. If I click Get Noticed on the screen there, it's a little notice that says, when switched on, your published file may be featured on the Adobe Express website, and who wouldn't want that? So there we go, so I can save that image. If we wanted to make this shareable to the public at large, we would go with shareable template here, and that would put it into the Adobe Express library for others to remix and reuse.
Well, only if you share the link with them. And of course,
important distinction.
What's also quite cool is, let's say you have a template for like a social media post, and you're handing this off to a client. Then you can lock certain things, like, I don't know, you always want the logo in the lower right corner, and the client shouldn't be able to change this.
Yes.
So you can lock that, and the client can still, I don't know, change the text of the title or whatever, or change the image, but they wouldn't be able to touch certain things. So if you're working with a client, actually quite useful.
One thing I've not really delved into with this is the branding, how you can set up a branding
it's really good.
sort of rule book, if you like, set of protocols and apply them across everything you make. I think that's probably something to investigate.
You can set a font, you can set some brand colors, brand assets like a logo, for example, or even other assets, of course, and then those can be applied throughout your work. And whenever you're doing like for, I don't know, Adobe, you always know, all right, it's this exact red and that exact font. You don't have to pick them every single time. So that's...
Yes, it's useful because I do have sort of almost accidentally, I've evolved a set of a branding look and feel, I guess, over the years, and it would be nice to apply that. So I'm pretending that this is a card that I'm going to email everybody on Thursday or at midnight next Wednesday, the night before Halloween. As a lettering artist, my instinct is obviously to create my own lettering, which is something I've done on streams before, but for the purposes of this card, there is a spectacular array of fonts actually available to you in Adobe Express. I'm going to pick one which is, it's going to be a little cheesy, but I'm going to embrace that today. I'm going to pick this one here. Looks like almost like something I may have done myself. I'm stretching that rather than resizing.
It's a good fit as a font.
It is, isn't it? Yes. And I've done Halloween with the apostrophe because, of course, it stands for All Hallows Eve.
I didn't know that until Tony Harmer told me about it.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, there we go. I'm going to... Let's see, what else? The colour's good. Do I want a secondary style? Oh, yeah.
It's
nice.
like it knew.
It read my mind. It is actually quite intuitive in that way, which I enjoy. So it's a little bit low down. Let's get that between those two there. Okay.
And for those who just joined, we are in Adobe Express on the iPad, but Express, of course, also available for your phone, for your browser, so and essentially everywhere where browsers are a thing. I know, Samsung Smart Fridge. If you want to do your designs on your fridge, you can do it. And there is a free plan. So if you don't have any paid Adobe subscription, no worries. Most of the features, like almost all of them, even the scheduler, which is actually a very unique feature, is available in the free plan.
I'm excited about that.
So Fresco is free, completely, no subscriptions whatsoever. And Express has a free plan.
Because I get a lot of people getting in touch with me and asking, I've bought my child an iPad, my budding artist an iPad. What can they use? Because they've got the hardware and then they need the software. So one of the most thrilling things we'll be able to say, well, you can use this.
Give
Download
this a go.
It's free. Yeah. So this card, I'm going to choose the same size, same template as before, and this is just to show that we can create a creepy looking Halloween card, or millions of Halloween cards potentially, using just the elements that are available to us within Adobe Express. So you don't have to have a huge bank of illustration work that you've just got lying around on your desktop if you want to. You can just sit down in front of Express and create something. Now I'm going to start just like I did with the previous one with the background. And if I click background, immediately there's this huge bank of options. It's easy to miss the more button at the side. Trending is useful because that's going to show us what people are using right now, bearing in mind the season, so that obviously we've got pumpkins in there. We've got some old paper. There's some interesting stuff in here right away. So I'm going for that immediately.
It's like
that is calling my name.
Yeah.
Let's make that fit.
And Janan, yes, there will be a replay of the stream later. You can access it right after the stream is done.
So blend. I'm going to make that transparent because I am going to be building this image up like the last one. Looks. Again, these are like the filters on your smartphone almost, if you want a very simple shortcut. The blue is beautiful, but we're going for full creepy murk, and as such, I'm going to take grayscale.
You can also select the custom shadow color and custom highlight color through the duotone. So even though that, I think there's some options. Yes.
Yes, I have played with this before.
And either you can use some of the presets, or I even think you can, there you go. Pick a custom color for shadows and highlights. So if you want to do fully custom, you don't have to.
No, I'm going to do it. I like going off script.
Or there's even a custom button here, so you can have like the full RGB spectrum.
Highlights. It's probably going to be quite repulsive. We'll try a chartreuse. Actually, that's not bad.
It works.
I'm going to go with it. Leave that there. We're going to continue to build. So again, going back to backgrounds. Do I want a background? Yes. We have... Now, what did I find earlier? I was having a good look through. I went into nature. There was one here that was very appealing. Yes, it was one of these down here.
Stones? Oh.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, there you go.
We're adding that. Okay, move freely.
Apparently it's stone.
Oh, right, okay.
It said so.
That's going to the back. I need to get that. No, I'm going to delete that actually. Too dark.
You could try blend mode.
I could, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to, but
as you can see, I'm
it's your design. I'm just here.
really quite fond of a blend mode.
Almost looks a bit like smoke. But
not adding a lot, is it? No. We'll ignore it. Okay, so
it's just there for the vibes.
Yeah. So back to Adobe Stock, but this time from inside Express. So all of this is available. And I'm going to go with, here's one I downloaded earlier. This fantastic ink at the top. Add one.
Yeah.
Move freely. Opaque blend. Obviously we're overlaying it. I'm going to regret that green, but I'm going to leave it there on principle.
I actually do like it. It works.
Yeah. So clicking on this, there's something in the way there. You can see that the edge, I want to remove the background on that so we don't have that hard edge. Let's see if that works.
Really cool. And by the way, for those...
That's better.
Ooh,
yes.
And I think
it's got rid of the edge.
Can you paint in the top again? I think you can.
Well,
not sure if it is a feature on the iPad version. That's why I'm questioning myself. I know on the desktop you can paint, if you remove the background, you can paint back.
That's better. I want to just... There we go.
Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Might not be a feature on the
Ooh, interesting.
restore.
Let's put the background back in.
Then you can bring that back if you want to. And then done. And then you have the background. So of course, I mean, you probably would paint a bit better than I just
but
did.
if I move it up like that, you see, then
There
that
you
edge
go.
disappears. Okay, and then back to the brilliant Adobe stock. Choose this guy.
Fitting.
Yeah, we're
Lost
doing
some
it.
weight.
We're doing it. We're going full on. No holds barred. Blend screen, perfect for that. I mean, immediately a stock image and a blend mode, and you've got yourself a beautiful
Get
Halloween
yourself
card.
one of my selfies. There you go.
Okay, back to stock. And this doll was auditioned earlier, and she worked really well. And she's going to get put over the top.
And before anybody asks, yes, you can use create these images for commercial purposes. The only thing that's not allowed, for example, you couldn't take, I don't know, the skull just as it is and print it on like a mug or something.
You couldn't.
You would have to use it in an artwork or in a design. But
so it's not licensed for... and of itself, it's not licensed for...
If you want to do that,
work.
there is an extended license, but I probably don't want to go into that. But you can just search on your favorite search engine. There's a help article with all the license terms. And if you want to do that, you can read through. But just know for anything that we're doing like this, it's fine. You don't have to worry about this.
There we go. So we've got the haunted doll here.
Oh, I like the overlay. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Good
So
idea.
these very subtle, sort of granular effects with horrendous green in the background can be achieved just by using what's there. So
In a few simple steps, an awful color you can achieve. No, I actually believe it looks really cool.
Yeah.
The green
this is the thing.
works.
My point is that obviously I do have a big archive of artwork I can pull into Express and use, but you don't need to have that. You can use what's already in there.
Annika says, "Oh my God, jump scare! Yeah, I'm sorry about me." Better.
There you go. I didn't like. I had to get rid of the green.
Oh,
Wasn't feeling
that's
it,
okay.
wasn't
That's
feeling
all
it.
right. We still love you.
Yes, but there are traces of the green left here. Let me see if I can get rid of the last bit of.
That might just be from the door. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just her, isn't it? Oh, we'll leave her there.
Maybe you can also add an adjustment to that. I mean, just guessing. And the color, all looks rather probably next to that.
Oh, here we go.
And then just
That's
apply.
nice. Oh, look at this. It's just...
Not what I expected.
No,
But,
no.
oh, that's cool.
That is cool, actually. Yeah, that's
And
very
that's
nice.
how you find new options. You just tap through.
Yeah, there you
Then-
go. It's all there. So that's been created entirely in Express. What I could do now, in theory, my instinct is to take this out and fiddle with it and get rid of this and add this, but that would be notwithstanding this edge here.
We could probably do the same thing as we did with the ink at the top. We can paint some out. That's completely fine. But we only have 11 minutes. So
Oh, is it really 11 minutes already?
yeah.
I saw the number and I wasn't even,
Yes.
I'm in a world of my own here.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
Well, we have
that's
11
saved.
minutes.
Yeah. So that's been saved. And again, if we wanted to, again, just hitting this, just to show that button in the top right, this shareable template, we can do that. And I'm going to click Get Noticed there. Save that. Okay. So now I can go back home. I'm going to make one more card, and this one, hopefully I have enough time, will be a combination of assets that pre-exist, assets in Express, and create a little something that is bespoke. So this paper background is absolutely lovely. There you go. A bit like a copper verdigris there.
We're back with the green.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a thing for green. That's close to one of my sort of branding colours. I wonder if that's why I'm sort of being pulled towards it.
Maybe it's the green wall behind us. It's just giving you
probably is.
inspiration.
So let's pull in a file. And this time I'm going to go with something that exists, which is going to be these guys here. These ghosts all coming for you. And I'm going to leave that rough edge in as well because I'm a big fan of a rough edge. Let's see. That's quite nice. And then let's see about bringing in some more organic matter.
I like that.
Some splats. 3 loads of splats. And we'll move those around. So again, I can either, to get rid of the background there, I can either go with a multiply layer, or I can go with
Remove background.
that instead.
Which of course could give you the advantage of then colouring them in.
Oh,
That's interesting.
Now, question: when we remove the background, is there a way to a sliding scale of, you know how you have your magic wand in Photoshop would select? You can change the settings infinitely. How close you take
you
it.
You can paint it, but I don't think there is there's like a scale for that.
Okay. Well,
for that, you probably would have to go into. I mean, you could probably do it in Photoshop on the iPad.
Yeah.
I know you can do it in Photoshop on the iPad.
Yes, you can. Yeah. Well, we'll go with multiply for these.
Yeah. Or what you of course can do, you can prepare these assets in Photoshop even, and then have them as transparent assets and bring them in.
Yep. Yes.
Because otherwise they might get a bit lost in the dark.
Yeah, that's what I'm just thinking. This is fully on the fly. Okay. Right, there it is. Done.
Oh, you can in the new app on the phone and browser.
Oh.
Yeah, the iPad version I think is a bit behind. Well, that's all right.
That's quite nice, like a cyanotype. Prize for anyone who knows what a cyanotype is on the chat. Now we can see the actual. Put that there. So this is what you do. You see the sliding scale for order. This is what we do instead of adjusting, like manually dragging the layers to different positions. I have been struggling a bit with getting the hang of this, because I'm used to just popping a layer wherever I want it. But
yeah,
you know, as you can see, that's at the front, that's in the middle. It shows you on a sliding scale. So it's kind of like thinking of layers horizontally rather than vertically.
And in the new app, there is actually, similar to Fresco on the side, you have the layers, so you can actually just rearrange them.
Yes.
It's a bit more intuitive, perhaps.
I agree. But you've got options. I guess what I'm trying to demonstrate is you can sort of do 75% of your work in Fresco and 25% in Express.
Yeah.
You can do 100% in Express, or you could do 10% of your work in Fresco and let Express do the rest of it. I guess that's rather clumsily what the message of this this is. So we're just about there. I have some type here somewhere.
I don't think anybody has the answer to what cyanotypes is.
Okay.
Nobody knows what a blueprint is.
Oh, there you go. There's a clue. So I'm just going to add some type.
Dara says it would be great to have blend if on the layer modes. I mean, it would be great to have a lot, but then of course we need to be careful not to bring in all the features, because then we have
because
Photoshop.
Then you've got a baby Photoshop, not. Yeah. Right, let's choose another one of these fonts. Are we going to go full somewhere in here? That I saw it earlier. There's a full Halloween, like 50s B-movie style. There it is.
Chat, let us know. Oh, you have it already.
Is that the one?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it is. Let's Want it centered, size is good. Adjust, yeah, spacing, we'll just space those letters out, they're a bit cramped. Okay, and effects, let's put that shadow in, brilliant. Change the colour of the shadow. Go for, it's going to be black, isn't it? Very dark blue, there we go. And change the direction of that shadow a bit, if you can see that moving.
Oh, that's also interesting.
Yeah,
That's a choice.
Well, if you've not predetermined what your outcomes are going to be,
you can pick a custom one again. You don't have to stick to it, but maybe that's a bit too many choices.
Too many options, Tim. Too many options.
I know.
There we go. So I can change the direction of the. That's what I like. That's fun. Changing the direction there, and then we're about there.
Yeah, about 4 minutes left.
Okay, so the nice thing about that type, I'm going to actually change the layout of that to the size like that. It moves in one piece. The shadow in the background and the white type in the foreground moves in one piece. If I was doing that in Illustrator or Photoshop, it would be 2 separate layers that I'd stuck together. But there you go, it moves as a whole. And let me see if I can add. This is properly freestyling now.
That's what we're here for.
We're going to go with eyeballs.
Hello, Ray. Welcome in. Eyeball.
Hi, Ray. Yes, let's go for eyeballs.
Oh dear.
Let's just see.
Thanks, Adobe Stock.
Yeah, let's go for that one.
Or is this your photo collection?
No.
Here's my photo collection of eyeballs. Don't ask.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Take the background out. Hopefully we don't lose too much of that veiny eyeball.
Fingers crossed.
Absolutely ridiculous, but you know.
Brilliant.
If I was making one of these for a child as opposed to, you know, perhaps an adult recipient, then the silly googly eyes might be what we'd go for. So there's the other eye there. Duplicate the other eye.
Well, someone had that coffee.
or needs another one. Depending on where we are. Okay, so there we go. You can see here's some that I was testing earlier. I was really pleased with this one.
Oh, that's cool.
This was, again, on the spectrum, we've just been doing a very silly one with googly eyes, but, you know, this is the beginnings of a book cover, almost, this one here.
Wow.
In terms of it's quite subtle and sophisticated. Again, it's just building up layers, and all of it's done inside Express. There's nothing here that I've brought in from my own library. Yeah,
wow.
And I even liked how the two textures met in the middle like a fold. It was accidental, but I quite liked.
I fully thought that was just part of the text. I was like, yeah.
No, it's two textures put together like this. And one thing I didn't get a chance to demonstrate was this. I discovered this brush. Do you know? This maple leaf brush in fresco. Do you know about that?
I don't think so.
Full colour. So again, proper. Here's one I made earlier.
We have a minute.
Okay, I'll show you the brush. So they are under multicolour, and somewhere in here is the maple leaf brush. Let's see how big that is. There you go.
That's fun.
And it's actually quite sort of subtle. You can change how many. I mean, that's the leaves blowing past there. Look. So you can change all of this. The scattering, which is a lot of fun as well. And I just used those options to create a frame like that.
You could even create your own brush in fresco.
Yes.
So you would paint, in this case, one leaf. You can sample that as a multicolor brush and then reuse it.
Yes.
So if you have like a spatter or nice ink blot you really like, you can use it as a brush and then do something very same as this.
So I've been experimenting with brushes quite a lot. One day I will do a session on making brushes. That's
fun.
for another sesh. But yeah, there we go. That full colour brush discovery was something else.
Fantastic. And with that, that's essentially all the time we have for this session. So I'm going to go to the big camera and jump scare.
Jump scare.
Someone wrote in the chat earlier. I'm like, sorry, it's just my face. No. Thank you so much for walking us through your process. It has been really cool to see how you work, how you think. And where can people see more of your work?
Inkymole.com has everything. That's the mothership site.
Inkymole.com. Just going to put that into the chat.
Yeah.
And there we are. And up next, we are live with the wonderful Rachel Presky, hosted by Karina Lindmeyer. So do stick around. Rachel will do also a bit of illustration and some Express, maybe, who knows. And after that, we have even more streams with our friends from the US, live from San Francisco. So, hi, Sean. Hopefully see you very soon again on Adobe Live. It has been a pleasure having you.
Always.
And stick around. We'll be right back. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm Karina and it's my pleasure to host the amazing illustrator Rachel Presky.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's
Very
so nice
good.
to see you again. I'm so excited for this fun stream.
Me too.
Um,
Where should we start?
yeah, let's dive into this project. Would you like to give us some overview
Of
about what we are
course,
going
yeah.
to see today? What do you have prepared?
It's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got 2 hours. I am, for a bit of background, I'm an illustrator, kind of artist. I work on advertising, branding, kind of commercial projects. Show some of my work quickly, but I've worked quite a lot with Adobe. My work's has been used in like social media ads. I create illustrations that have been animated, but then also my work's been on packaging and stuff like that. And this is here, lots of colour, lots of people. And then today, I thought it'd be fun to create like a fake ad for a shoe brand, because it's the kind of, we talk about portfolio projects. It's the kind of project I want to work on. So I wanted to create an illustration that I can put in my portfolio that is kind of on brand for me, and then works to promote the shoe company. So, it's a random company.
It's a portfolio
Exactly.
project.
A shoe company. But I'm going to, so a lot of my work are murals. Let me see.
If you haven't checked out Rachel's work, please do it. She's amazing.
Very cute. Thank you. So things like this. So I thought I'd create like a mock-up of a mural to start with. And something that I've kind of brought into my process is using generative workspace to create a mock-up.
Amazing.
So there's a couple of ways to do it that we talked about earlier. I'll show you one now, which is creating from the generative workspace. I've just set up like a standard photo size.
So, to narrow it down, we are now starting in Photoshop, creating like a mock-up.
Yeah.
Then you start creating your illustration.
Based on the size.
Yeah, based on the size. And then you're going to implement your illustration
Yep.
into this mock-up. And then I heard something about Adobe Express. What are we going to do?
I'm going to show my process in Adobe Express and
Awesome.
create a reel.
I can't wait. This will be a super fun and super packed stream.
Yeah. This is literally my process from end to end of what I would do.
Amazing. I can't wait.
Cool. So you've probably seen here, this is me experimenting for this project. And, you can create like a variable. That's what I was trying to remember what it's called. Where you type in create a wall in a city, in a natural space, But I like to iterate, so rather than do that and it create 100 different options, that's a way to do it. I quite like to say, like, create a mock-up, well, not mock-up actually, plain wall in an outdoor setting, which you can see I've done here before. Generate that. And then, if it works, here we go.
So
I was like, oh no.
You're generating. Hi to the chat. Hi to Sean. Hi to Sandrine. Hi to everyone. Annika is here. It's so nice to see so many familiar faces in the chat. And yes, this is gonna be a 2-hour stream.
It is. There's a lot to pack in.
2-hour power stream.
Got this. I've had my coffee today. We're all good. I've had a lot of coffee today. Right, so I'm going to create a plain. So if you see what's come up with an outdoor setting. Not happy with it. I want it to be a white wall. So let's try that again. See what comes up. And I'll just, in my normal process, just reiterate and reiterate. Try and find exactly the image I'm after. It's getting better. Like this could probably work.
Yeah, sounds good.
So we're getting there. I'm going to use one that I've already started because otherwise it would be impossible to do this one in 2 hours. But
But what do you think about generative workspace in general? Do you think it's something that you will use on a daily basis?
Maybe not on a daily basis, but I think it is definitely something that I can add into my process. Like this is the picture. I was going through all of them when I was typing in all the different prompts, and I was like, this is the one I think that would work really well.
Perfect.
With what I want to do. I mean, we'll see later on. I'll open it. I was like, 6 minutes in, this is good. We are going to fit everything in.
We have almost 2 hours, so everything's going to be fine.
I was worried. Right. I'm going to create a rectangle. I'm just going to make it plain. Let's go here, get rid of that. No stroke, and then I'm just going to sorry, I'm like whispering in my head, like I'm talking to myself, but I'm actually talking to real people.
Yeah.
So.
I know this feeling. It's always the same. I do the same. But sometimes it gives you this extra boost of confidence,
yes.
right? Yeah.
Talk to myself. Convert to smart object. I'm going to do Command T. Right click, distort. And I'm going to zoom in. Make sure I get all the edges and corners in the right place. I think one of the things I liked about this picture as well, there's not a huge amount of like overlaid trees, because that can just get really complicated at this point. So I'm going to place it. I'm going to open up a new file, and then you can see from my canvas here, this is the size that I'm going to use to set up my file in Fresco.
Perfect. So you created a smart object?
Yeah.
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 Just to keep the talking to ourselves going.
It's actually slightly different size to the one that I've set up, so that's always good. We might have to open up the old one, but yeah. So I'm going to head over to my iPad now and set up a file.
That's perfect. Sandrine says it doesn't work if you don't talk to yourself.
Doesn't work.
So she also joins the self-talking club.
Good. How many other people join it? Because maybe this is how it should be for everyone.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. So we're switching now to Rachel's iPad.
Yes. Switching over.
Perfect. Yeah, worked.
I've got the size set up. It's gone.
Now it works. Yeah. iPad is coming.
There we go.
Perfect.
Very nice. So I've got, you can see my size at the top here. I mean, you can't really see a cursor, but at the top, this is the size I've set up, which is exactly what was in my properties on my canvas in Photoshop. And it's all set. This one I've started already because I think it'll be impossible to do everything.
Yeah. Good choice, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I'm going to show you my sketches because this is what they started with. So this was me being like, I've got about this size, really, really rough. These are terrible. I would never show them to a client. Maybe we would.
I would sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like for me as an illustrator myself, I feel this is so interesting and so necessary for everyone to see because we tend to publish or show in our portfolio and on Instagram and our socials, like always this perfectly and neat sketches, but you have to start somewhere. And
this is where I start.
Exactly.
And it's a right mess. I mean, then I kind of used some of the people that I drew in the middle, looked at the theme, so like I could zoom in on the feet. I mean, that makes it really obviously a running trainer advert, but it doesn't have to be. So then I was like, the people, obviously people are a lot in my work. If someone's coming to me, it's normally because they like the way I draw people. And then I was like, oh, it'd be fun to have like a crowd. I mean, my husband does a lot of running races, not me. I don't do running. But I was actually like, oh, what shall I draw? And he said, oh, why don't you draw an advert for a trainer? I was like, actually, that's a great idea. So still his idea. It wasn't anything to do with me. But my sketches, and then I thought about races, and they're quite fun to watch. Like there's loads of people, and that could make a good advert. But then I iterated a bit more and thought maybe around a park. It's autumn at the moment, so then I can use some nice autumny colours. And then also I had then 2 different kind of angles of it, and also sketched out the shoes, the brand that I've just made up. I mean,
Sounds great.
So yeah, and then I brought them into Fresco and drew them out. So they look a bit smarter, maybe more client focused, maybe.
Yeah, but I think it's nice also for people to see your process, like to start with a very rough idea, start sketching it out, try different things, see what works for you, what fits your style, and also if there's anything you want to explore or experiment with. And I think it's nice. And then you can narrow it down and refine your final sketch.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
So yeah, I bought them in. I bought both options in. And then I thought, actually, this one kind of fits more with my style. And I mean, just focus on what I want to show in my portfolio. So I guess I'm going to start just drawing.
Yeah, please.
That's it. Well, I was going to ask people if they wanted to contribute to my colour palette.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if there are any color suggestions, please drop them in the chat. Also, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I will hand them over to Rachel.
Sounds good. So I'm going to draw... Actually, no, I'm going to draw this person. Oh.
So, Rachel, do you have any tips or advice on how to get started with illustration, or how to, when you want to start your illustration career? Is there anything?
It's a portfolio, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, like, it's doing things like this, like coming up with a project that you'd like to work on. I think this works best to create the kind of work that you want to be paid for, essentially, and then just doing it, essentially. Doing lots of projects, creating a load of ones that don't, I mean, probably out of hundreds of projects I've done, you'll only see about 10 on my website. Like, there's a lot of getting rid of the rubbish stuff that you don't like. And then just working at it. I mean, I hate it when people say things like that to me. Just do it.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean...
It's the only way to get stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I mean, you have to practice a lot.
Yeah.
And also, find out what fits your style, and also what
style, what is your style?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is your style? So the chat says pigeon green and raspberry pink and peach. I mean, we already have some kind of peach.
Yeah.
Very dark peach.
Green, yeah. Green for the trees.
Exactly. Or we add some pigeons. No.
Pigeons.
Yeah.
Oh, pigeon poo green. This is a really silly joke on my Instagram. Thanks. So I keep painting my house like a really... I mean, I really like it. It's like a pigeon poo green. It's like an olive green.
Yeah.
It looks a lot like pigeon.
But I think it would...
It would actually work really nicely.
I think the same.
Thanks, Angus. Cool. Right. See how quickly I can draw. And then I'm going to do the background. I do a lot of zooming in and out as well when I'm drawing. Check it looks okay.
I have a personal question for you. How do you it's a tricky one because for me,
How personal are we talking?
No. It's like a personal interest of mine. So
I know. I'm sure. Depends how much we want to.
I don't want to add any pitching green jokes at this point. No, but in general, because I mean, you've done a lot of murals,
Yes.
and for me, going big in size is like something I'm totally. I have so much respect for you. I mean, yeah, totally. I mean, how do you do it? Are there any tips on how to create a mural from scratch, or is it also like just do it and practice a lot?
I was literally just about to say that.
Oh no,
There's no secret. So the
I
first
was
one
hoping
I did,
you said
sorry.
you say something like, "Oh, there is a grid system. You
Oh
can
yeah,
work
you can
on."
do that. But
Yeah.
so there's a process to creating it.
Okay.
But I feel like my illustration style is randomly just fit into creating at scale. I haven't tried to do that. I feel like yours would do the same. So just do it.
Okay. So
No, but
the
actually-
answer today is
Yeah, I know.
just
This is
do
useless,
it.
isn't it? I painted one in my house. That was the first mural I did. And I think that is the same as like portfolio work. I did a wall and I was like, that could do with a nice mural.
Yeah.
And I painted it. And then I think people saw it and then I got work from it.
Yeah.
So it's the same as most.
Which is a perfect example to create something for yourself, which you are passionate about, and then
And I think it's more just like for murals, it's showing people that you can do it.
yeah,
So you can work at scale and you're not scared of it, things like that.
yeah.
You'd be fine.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'll give it a try. I don't know.
Let's go get that wall. Yeah, and I've done a couple now for my kids in their bedrooms and that. I mean,
Yeah, and I saw you also painted on some furniture recently, right?
yeah, I did and this is literally just from, I mean, which one? With mustard, lockers. I literally just emailed them and said, can I paint on one of your lockers? And they sent me one to paint on their locker and it became like social media
That's amazing.
real. So
That's amazing.
people are friendly.
Yeah, that's true. But I think, yeah, it's like you said, if you want to do something and people really think you can do it,
Yeah.
then just do it.
Or you think you can do it. You just gotta believe in yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
You'd be fine. What's next? Great.
When you create this piece now, are you thinking of a specific brand you want to work with, or
I mean, if I could base it on those. I did quite a similar project actually for Adidas, and it's in the store.
yeah, I saw it.
Yes.
It's awesome.
And that was focused on a brand of their trainers. So I think that gives me a bit of inside knowledge that when a brand is gonna ask you for something, it's gonna be focused on one of their products or something like that. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on. It could be a pair of shoes
Yeah,
that they're trying to promote, if that makes sense.
yeah,
So maybe
totally.
they're like the right colour schemes. Bright yellow. Why not?
And I think most of the time, illustration is a great way to also tell stories.
Yes.
And for brands, it's perfect to add like this additional layer.
Yeah, like a concept.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
I think it's nice to have some portfolio work always in
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, and I think the theory around this kind of thing for this one, and also, I mean, it worked for the Adidas project I did too, was around like women in sport, and that's a lot, like you see that a lot in my work. So then I've ended up getting projects like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like focusing on, this is, the concept for this would be, I mean, there's no men in my work, very Rarely anyway. There's nothing, I don't have anything against men. I mean, I just,
You focus more on
because that's
empowering
what I
women
know
in
as well.
sports. Yeah.
And my background, I used to be an athlete
Yeah.
to some extent.
You should design some skis.
I know.
That would be so
That's
awesome.
my dream
Yeah.
project.
Do it.
I have tried to bug some people, but they haven't taken the bait.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm focusing too much on traders.
Yeah, exactly.
Need some
That's
stickers
the
in there.
wrong sport.
I think I am.
Yeah, but maybe this could be your next portfolio project.
Yeah, and I think I have something, probably a similar thing to you in murals, like in my head where I'm like, oh, I don't want to do something because if I fail at
Yeah.
something related to skiing, like it does mean a lot to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to, I don't know. There's a lot I've got to get past, I think.
You will be fine.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure I would. Just got to do it. Right. Also want lots of different people. I think that's important in a portfolio if you're starting out, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Is to have loads of, I mean, if you're drawing people, some people just focus on, I don't know what they focus on. Drawing things. Do you draw a lot of things, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Can't really have lots of different, I mean, you could have 100 different things. Food.
I love drawing food.
I like eating.
Me too.
Alright. How much time we got? Oh, okay. Just keep drawing.
Yeah, we still have plenty of time.
Right. She's almost done. I'm going to do some. I'm going to go to the background after this, just in case I do run out of time. I'm grouping them together. Because, you can have an unlimited amount of layers, which is amazing in Fresco. And you can. I'm going to take one of these later, bring it into my reel and animate it. So that's why I'm grouping them together.
Ah, that's so cool. So there's already a plan behind it.
There is method behind my mouth.
Yes.
And then I'm going to use, for these people, I'm just going to use the pencil to add some detail. So it looks a bit more hand-drawn.
So how long do your drawings take from start to finish most of the time?
Completely varies. So obviously if it's more, the more complicated it is, the longer it'll take.
Yeah.
I've got pretty quick at drawing people now. So I think the more practice you get, obviously the quicker.
Yeah.
So how long's that? 20 minutes? 10 minutes? Something like that per person. So I can do them relatively quickly.
That's really quick.
So that project, I did a project with Adobe Stock. I had to do loads and loads and loads of illustrations. That made me really quick.
Yeah, but it's also a good practice.
It is really good practice. It's like 304, nearly 400. It's good. I mean, it makes my work quicker. Time is money. Which is always good. Right. Add some details. I'm using clipping masks. I don't know if anyone... I'm sure most people are aware of them.
Clipping masks are the best.
They are. To add some detail to the socks. Some little stripes.
Can we also add some socks with dots?
Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll do that instead.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to do it, but
You don't have to.
I love dots.
I always do the similar, like really similar patterns.
Now you can go crazy with dots.
Yes.
looks so fun.
It does look fun. I don't know about you, but I always get stuck like drawing the same thing over and over. And then I think, I need to change this up a little bit. Here we go, spots. Maybe we'll do checks.
Yeah.
The last lady. Anyway, I'm gonna go back. Sorry, if anyone's got any questions, I'm sure it's quite obvious what I'm doing, but please let me know. Just adding details. And also adding layers willy-nilly. Do we name layers?
No, they just have numbers. That's enough.
This is my problem too.
Okay, we have a question in the chat from Stuart. Does Rachel daydream for new sites for her work to go on while you're out and about?
I don't know. My life is very different now. I have to focus on my children, which has been an amazing thing to come here and notice things. Like, I don't notice stuff normally, and yeah, I'll talk about that later. But yes, is the answer.
Okay.
There are some cool, in Munich, some really cool, like, boxes. They're called, like, electricity boxes. We have them in the UK as well. And people paint on them, so I'm always like, that would look nice.
Yeah.
That would look nice.
That would look super nice.
It's very cool.
Or bus stops.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Would be a nice one as well.
There's a lot to do as well. We'd have a lot of work.
That's true.
Like when we start.
But I also feel like your work is really made for public spaces because it's so uplifting. And every time when I see your lovely illustrations, it cheers me up.
You're so cute.
No, I mean, it's really good.
Thank you.
And I feel like your work has to be somewhere out.
Thanks. I like doing public art. I think I spoke about this. Like, I think it makes people uplifted. And when you see it, like, I don't know, it makes the space feel different.
Exactly.
It's very cool. It's important. Okay. I'm actually doing a project. It's like my local council that is with a load of artists, which has been really fun to paint some planters in our town centre, and it is literally just like, I don't know, make people feel some community around it as well, which is lovely. I mean, you don't get that kind of supportive.
Yeah, I think it's amazing to create something for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I'm going to go pigeon poo now. It's good to see.
Cool.
Every time. Gets me.
So drum roll, please.
Let's find this. It's like a really brown. Is it brown? I don't know. It's just a nice green. I think it's nice. It's going to take me a while to find it. Oh, here we go. Like a yellowy brown. Yellowy brown, yellowy green. Oh, look at that.
But that's a nice green.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's my husband that says it's pigeon poo. And we've got it all over our house. So the front door looks like pigeon poo. Cheers. I might. So I've even layered my sketch layer, which I would very rarely do. But it means I can hide my people. Just have the background. Hide these ones as well. And draw. I mean, I very rarely draw backgrounds, to be honest. So I was like, I think this is something I need in my portfolio too. That's just partly why I'm doing it.
But when you sketched this project, did you start on paper and then scanned it, or did you take a photo?
Just took a picture, yeah.
Okay. And then you redraw it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the like redrawing it kind of brings something out, something new to it.
Yeah.
Depends. Go normal. I don't know whether to go normal colours for the trees. I make the trunks like a bright purple or something. It's too weird, isn't it?
I mean, it depends. It's your illustration. You can do whatever you want. You are your own client.
You can make anything you want. Oh, what have I done? Trying to... There you go. Sorry. Right. Trees. So rearranging my layers. Let's go for pigeon poo again. Slightly light. Quite like drawing trees as well, especially when they're really like abstract. I might add. So I'm going to do this on 2 different trees so I can add some texture to each one separately. Actually, let's try and get this little gap. No, it's not going to work. Colour it in. You also see actually, this is a tip for anyone, when you fill a... One second. Let me get that first. Fill a shape that you've drawn. Like I've set it so that it's on this colour margin. If you drop it down, you'll see that it has some like edges around here, and then that, the more you increase it, the more those pixels go, till it pretty much does it completely. Just a tip.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Is trying to draw something and it's coming up funny. It's very descriptive, that. If it's coming up funny.
Yeah.
Right. Trees. There you go. Maybe a city in the background as well. Oh, let's get this other tree down. Sorry. It also keeps your colour margin,
which
so
is
the
very
next
good.
time is really handy, yeah. Just want to get more yellow. Actually, this is more like a pigeon poo.
Maybe you can pitch your color to, I don't know, the next
Like a
Pantone.
paint. Yeah, Pantone, nice.
Color of the year.
Yes. Do you think they'd go for it?
Why not? I mean, they always come up with very funny names.
Yeah, they do. They're good, I like them. Right. Pigeon poo is done.
Perfect.
Oh God, I haven't even put a background colour in. I'm gonna go. Really like a green and a light blue. It's my favourite. Not sure if it's going to go with the other people, but we'll try. I mean, I'm sure there's a way of doing that. Oh, that's too much.
Too much?
It's too this better. This is more like I really like this colour combo. It's a nice colour combo. Karina thinks I'm mad. And then
Looks good.
thanks. Pavement. Where's everyone running? Something like that. Gonna add some all buildings. What colour can we do buildings?
I mean, you can keep it very fun and bright with some pastel-y, dreamy colors.
Good idea. Do they go? They do. Maybe we'll pick up some of these as well.
Oh, that's a nice, nice combination.
It's actually worked out really nice. I mean, I didn't plan it. That bit we didn't plan. Oh, dear. It's like I knew people would come through with the colours. They always do. Oh. I'm not worried about, oh gosh. I'm not worried about the like the layer backgrounds to not, so, how do I explain that?
I don't know. What do you want to explain? The layer
So I'm not
background?
worried about having layers like this. So the very far back layer being a perfect building
Okay.
because I'm not doing anything with it after.
Okay.
It's still, it's my colour margin too. Haha.
Perfect.
We're all in suspense then, weren't we? But you can see from my like sketch on this, or drawing on the side, it's all a mess, but when you look at it, it looks fine.
Yeah,
So that's
looks
all
good.
I'm worried about right now.
Perfect.
If I was doing this for an animation, it would be very different. And I'd actually focus on like each layer. That makes sense.
So you put all the houses onto one layer?
I mean, I have done.
Okay.
That was an accident.
Just a...
But I can. It doesn't matter actually. 'Cause
I mean, you can have unlimited layers.
can. I normally do this in like per colour.
That's interesting. Why?
I don't know. How do you do it? It's so that I can like change, so then I can do like a clipping mask and change the colour. That way.
I'm more the type of creating some groups for different elements.
Okay.
Because my color, my artworks and all the elements in it usually tend to have a lot of details and colors.
Yeah.
So I feel like I keep this kind of flexibility
That's good.
when I group them, like all the single elements, and then I can do whatever I want afterwards with them.
That'd be a good question for everyone. Like what?
Yeah, that's true.
How
But I
do
think
you?
it depends on also the purpose and what
Yeah,
you want, what you're
absolutely.
going to do in
Yeah.
the end with your illustration. Because when you want to do a screen printing in the end, then of course it makes sense to have all the colors separately
Yes.
on different layers.
Maybe that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but in my case, screen printing is very hard.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's super fun and also super interesting to see all the different workflows.
Yeah, and how other people work.
Yeah,
It's really cool.
because you can also learn so many things.
Yeah, and also realize maybe I shouldn't be doing this way.
exactly.
What was I thinking? I mean, there's probably quicker ways to do everything I do, but
I feel like always when I work in Illustrator and I watch people doing it,
yeah, with the shortcuts.
I feel like, oh wait, there is a shortcut for this.
Yeah. I've been just doing it.
Yeah.
Pressing 100
It's so
buttons
fun.
every time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Base colours.
And also with Photoshop, I mean, there are so many ways to do things.
Absolutely.
So,
If I bring my other lady back in,
looks great.
I think. Now I'm like, what's going on in this background bit here?
Maybe a little dog. I don't know.
I'm not very good at drawing animals.
Ah, okay, sorry.
That's one of my, we just gloss over it and don't do it.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about the pigeon before. It's up
Draw
to
a
you.
pigeon. I don't think I can do a pigeon either. I mean, that'll do.
I mean, you can do it.
I just draw a bush in the background.
Okay.
Just make your life easy. That's
Okay.
my theory.
Okay.
Here we go. We'll use this colour. Do you think I've got time for another person?
I think so.
Actually, oh yeah, we do. It's fine.
You have.
Cool. I'm going to do some texture in these leaves and stuff first. So I'm going to turn those two back. It's actually not that exciting. at
In
the
your
moment.
workflow, I mean, do you tend to also copy some things?
I
or-
never do.
Oh, really?
I always draw stuff from scratch, which is probably not a quick way of doing stuff.
I mean, it's up to you, but I feel like sometimes it makes your life so much easier.
What kind of things would you copy?
For example, the bush, or
Good idea.
and then
That is a good idea.
have some
I would
kind
never
of
do that.
variation in size and color.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Have to add some more things in.
Instead of a pigeon, you can add another bush.
Add another bush. I'm going to add. This is what we were. Another thing I thought we could show everyone how to add brushes, because this feature is also now free. I think. Well, actually, Fresco is free as of today.
Fresco is free.
So, show you how to add new brushes. These are ones that come out. I mean, every 3 months.
I mean, if you have a lot of time, download the mega pack. Otherwise,
This one here.
yeah, that's wild.
I like the gouache brushes.
They're great.
So we can just add them in.
So many great brushes.
I was going to have a look at the. I mean, summer. Let's see. Another. Just go back and find them. And they show up. Here we go at the bottom. And that's that. I think that's so clever. Just does it instantly, downloads them all. That is not what I want though. But I'm going to have a mess around and play with all the different textures. Make that bigger. I want to multiply this layer actually. Drop the opacity. Make them bigger.
What is your favorite brush? Or one of your favorite brushes for texture? Do you have one?
Boring. No, I love a pencil. It's not exciting, is it?
It is.
It is exciting because
Yeah.
it's pretty. But I also like I mean, this is maybe not what I'm going to go with. Drop that right down. Just to add something in the background. I might add some more.
Have you ever tried the pastel mixer? The mixer brushes?
Oh,
They are in your brush set. In the... Where are they?
in this one.
Mixer brushes, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
Money mix.
I think they might be something for you. I love the pastel mixer, for
Oh,
example.
you're right. Very
I
nice.
had a feeling.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That looks good. That is what I'm after. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I might mess around with the blend modes as well to see.
And do you also, when you add some textures and layers, do you also experiment with trying to combine different ones?
Yeah.
And erase them and then add another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I do end up quite set in my ways and using the same ones over and over again. Which are, you'll see in my favourites. This nice noise control, that's my favourite.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's a cool one.
I might get rid of this.
And have you ever created your own brush?
I have.
That's so cool.
And it's
Where
like
can people find this brush?
this brush.
If you want to save Rachel's favorite brush,
Is
noise control.
in one of these folders.
Oh no. Okay, sorry.
It's saved as my favourite. So whatever, should we have a try? What do we think it would be under? Ink.
No. Maybe rakes?
Mm,
No. I'm sorry. I didn't.
I should have looked this up first. I mean, there's a similar one. Surat. Surat? It's French, isn't it? Similar.
Oh, it's also nice.
Yeah, it is
Okay,
nice.
so noise control, but don't worry.
In one of these, you will find it somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my favourites. And in fact, I'm probably going to end up using that on all of the layers. Why not? I am going to change the colour to... Let's drop a bit of shading, but also quite like shading with... Sorry, I'm opening these up. I mean, I could save a palette. That would make more sense. But this is how I'd work normally.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to have this kind of trial and error.
Where is this? What do I do?
Yeah. And don't forget to talk to yourself.
Yeah. Quite like that. Maybe I'll get rid of the other layers I've just done. What am I doing? There you go. Cool. Alright, I'm going to do that on all the trees. Because I quite like that. Kind of weird little fluorescent effect. So I do end up quite often and like in a I'd call it like a standard mind flow situation where I do like the same thing over and over without stepping back and being like, oh, if I change this, this would actually look really cool. So I've been trying to do that a lot recently where I like, oh, maybe if I do it in a different colour. And I always used to draw my lines, like the detail lines in black and white. Never use colour, and I don't know why. I just got into the kind of flow of doing that. So it's actually been quite fun just to mess around a bit more and play.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's random, but it looks cool. It's not something I'd...
But I think that's also the good thing about creating something for yourself and for your portfolio.
Yeah.
You don't have to follow the rules.
It's true.
You can create your own kind of brief
Exactly.
and also your own rules.
And it's what you want to show.
Exactly. And I think that's the perfect project then to experiment and let loose, try new things, try new brushes, new techniques.
Exactly.
Or mix some media. So
Things like this. I'm trying to think of what I could do next. Let's add some texture to these. Sing to myself. Talk to myself. Standard day of my life.
perfect. Please go ahead.
Am I this weird normally? Yes.
That's good.
Oh, see, quite like that. Change the size of it. Now I'm probably going to be like, oh, I need to go back and change all of it. Oh, wait. And then let's add now I've done the trees, like the trunks, I quite like it without texture in the leaves.
I think it looks great. I mean,
I think I get in my head a lot as well.
there's still a pigeon missing, but other than that, it looks perfect.
I was like, oh god, it would be so embarrassing if I try and draw a pigeon. I'm so bad at animals. I'll try it. Why not?
You still have 1 hour to go.
I've got loads of time to draw a pigeon.
Welcome to How to Draw a Pigeon with Rachel.
Oh god. Right, let me just finish this bit. And then I'll come and draw that pigeon. Add a bit of shadow. This is also something that I haven't done. So there's a couple, like I was saying, in portfolio projects.
But I think it's totally fine because you can instantly tell that this illustration is created by you.
It's true.
So it's totally your style, but with some add-ons, so to say, which is nice.
I'll add a bit of deep.
Oh, you can also add a squirrel.
Oh, stop.
I'm sorry, I'm going wild.
It's too many animals.
Okay, no animals.
I am actually working on a project where I've got to draw loads of animals at the moment, and it's stressful. Stressful. I spent hours drawing animals. Alright. Here we go. A bit of detail, a bit of texture. You can see I'm like zooming in and out constantly, which is probably going to make some of you sick, but sorry.
It's super cool.
I need to, if I get rid of my sketch, I kind of
I'm
see
curious
what's
to
going on a bit
see
more.
how the people fit in.
Yes. Let me just finish these.
Yeah. I don't want to stress you. We still have 1 hour to go.
Got loads of time. Let's draw some
Yeah.
bit more detail in the background. I do quite like this, like, variation in the pencil. Because it feels like a proper pencil. If you're slightly on the side, it draws it a bit thicker. I mean, most people will know that, but it makes it a bit better than just a straight line.
I think you don't have to draw a pigeon anymore.
Tim's having a great time today,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It's amazing.
It's going to haunt me forever, this, isn't it? All right. Oh. Let's do it. Other windows, straight lines. This is what else I do, the same thing over and over again. Some more straight lines for windows, some dots for windows.
That's perfect.
Oh, let's do some bigger straight lines. Whoa. Oh, and a line. Actually, I was looking at some of the architecture in Munich on the way here.
And?
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's insane, isn't it? So,
It's really cool.
here you go. Slightly inspired by Munich, this random little building. We'll do a little...
Except the color, right?
I mean, do you not see these bright blue buildings everywhere?
I missed the yellow one.
Fair enough. Cool. There you go, add some little... I mean, that looks better. This is what happens when you use references. I'm terrible at references. Right. Yes. Here we go. Now, do you use references a lot in your work?
It depends. I mean, recently I was working on a book, and of course they sent me some references. Yeah, sometimes I really like it, sometimes I don't like it. It really depends. But some things are really hard to draw,
Yeah.
like
I
from
agree.
scratch. So
Yeah, I actually randomly had it was like an editorial map, and I drew one of the buildings in Munich for the map, and then I was like, I need to go and see that today.
Yeah.
So it was really cool to see it in real life, actually, but I've only ever seen it
Yeah.
and drawn it for a project.
And I think in this case, some reference makes perfectly sense because, yeah, otherwise it will be too hard.
Yes.
Also takes too much time.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Look at this. This is good. Do my last person.
Yeah, I really like that you use different skin tones. That's so cool.
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think there's always a room for improvement, because I feel like maybe I don't get the right face shape and things like that when I draw people of different skin tones. But
I
there's
think
always
your
room for improvement.
style leaves enough space for imagination. And
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I do like to be inclusive, though. I think especially for clients as well, like people being able to see themselves in your work is going to help them sell the product,
Exactly.
essentially, at the end of the day.
Yep.
So having all those, as many different people as possible,
And I think
only help you.
yeah, that's true. And I mean, also in this case, even if it's just a portfolio project,
Yeah.
but it shows everyone that you care about. Other people and the communities.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I was just like, she doesn't have socks, but actually she does. Just put her little socks on her. I'm not going to be able to do much of a pattern on those, am I? Right, let's make her socks a bit bigger. At one point as well, I was going through and colouring in every single block, which takes forever. It's insane. And I was saying, I quite like being quick. You get stuff done.
But you're super quick. I mean, you still have 55 minutes left.
It's good, we got this. Slow down a bit. I was actually going to show you there's some cool features for animating now,
Ah, I'm super excited.
which actually makes it so much easier.
Did you watch the Max keynote?
Yeah.
What was your favorite new feature? Or what is your
all the
favorite?
video stuff is insane,
Yeah,
but
that's crazy, right?
I just can't get my head around how they've done it.
Yeah,
Amazing. Yeah, but I love all of them. I particularly enjoy. That's a really random, stupid answer. In Photoshop, there's the get rid of the lines in photos. I like taking pictures, as well as doing illustration, as well as making videos, and as well as doing Adobe Express. So I'm like, ugh.
where to start?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't know where to start. I want to try all of it.
Yes.
But sometimes the best thing is, like you do now, just find a project and then
Yeah. That is it, isn't it? Because you don't know where to start otherwise. How can I fit this into my workflow, that generative workspace? Before it was just create an image and then you'd have to restart the whole thing. And it's cool then that it's made it quicker. Actually, I want that one that I did 3 things ago. Whereas previously you had to, I feel like it just got rid of it completely. Can't remember. Times change so quickly.
that's true. But I feel like with all these opportunities you have now within the Creative Cloud, it's super easy to create so many awesome new things.
Yeah. And so easily. I obviously there is the argument that it gets rid of some people's jobs, but I think actually it makes a lot of your work easier.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's things that I wouldn't do, like because I just didn't have the skills to do it, which now I might try because it's easier, if that makes sense. Rather than being like that person may never have had that job in the first place who did it. I'm like, oh, actually, I can do this now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's been positive so far for me, and also helped me in my process because I'd have to go and find a wall to take a picture of, to then mock up, get rid of everything on it. Like, it's a lot longer process.
Exactly.
Than literally just clicking a button and it does it.
And now you can create your perfect wall for your perfect portfolio project.
Yeah. And it would all be on me anyway. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It just means I can do more.
And I think it's also a nice opportunity to explore other creative fields.
Exactly. Like photography and like...
Yeah. Or video.
Yeah,
or
anything.
Creating your own social assets or like... Also
and social media is
things.
so important in our job that, I mean, as much as I hate it, there's like a love-hate relationship that I've got to do this. And actually, I mean, it can be fun because you're learning new skills as well, which I love. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes it is easier just to colour it in.
That's true.
There we go, right.
It's very cool.
Almost there. Haven't done anyone blonde. Or redhead. Red. That's what we need, right?
It's nice.
I think sometimes, like, I find blonde really hard to draw.
Yeah, blonde is really hard. Blonde is really hard, and grey.
Yeah.
Grey is also really hard.
Oh, let's do grey. Grey is cool.
Yeah, grey is cool. But, I mean, in my case, it's nice because you have the green background.
Yes. Okay. Slowly going grey myself as well.
Yeah.
I see, that looks cool. That was a good shout.
It looks really cool.
So, I'm just wondering if she needs any other colours. Maybe some socks. It's very, very exciting. Maybe she needs some socks. Sorry.
Socks will be also a nice project for a portfolio.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That's a great idea.
Yeah. It's also a nice present.
That'd be quite cool, like, we were talking about things to send out to clients earlier, which I don't do. But
socks are a great way to say hi.
it is. Is it weird though? Because you need their size before you like, what size feet are you?
Yeah.
And what's your address?
But there it is, one size fits all.
I'm not sure
Socks.
if that's gonna help with getting clients. Can you imagine? Right. Oh god, this it keeps going down weird past this, doesn't it? Sorry.
I mean, socks. Everyone is happy about a nice pair of socks.
And what's the weirdest present that anyone's got? That's a good one, Christy. What's the
That's a
weirdest
good
present
question.
you've got? Because that is what I'm going to be sending my clients. Maybe not.
Let me think about it.
Yeah. Could be really insulting. Maybe not. Right.
So if anyone in the chat has some suggestions for nice presents for clients, feel free to drop it into the chat.
Yes.
because otherwise Rachel's clients will end up with socks.
I mean, they might like it.
I mean, I would be happy about it.
Yeah,
Yeah. If you do socks,
I'll send you some.
I hope you think of me. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to now. Right. So, I mean, what else? Something else I could talk about that's not weird is that I use in most pieces, quite a limited colour palette. Just to keep like the consistency of the piece. I don't know, do you use that? Not so much.
I think in my case, I would describe my color palette more like the more the better. Like, give me all of them.
I mean, that's cool.
I don't know. Sometimes
I do
it's
like
really too
colours. I do like colours, but I think it keeps it all kind of fitting together when it's...
Yeah, it's true. But of course, I try to focus on a few main colors.
Yeah.
Like you did, for example, with the yellow and the purple.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to keep this consistent.
Yeah, and I quite often, if I get a project, it'll be, can you work with these colours?
Yeah. Do you like it?
It depends. I had a packaging project that could only have... Well, they were like, oh, you can use 8 colours. I was like, 8? That included black. It included, like, 4 of their brand colours already. So I was like, so I can add 2 by the end of it. I can add 2 colours. And I was just like, oh, okay. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but, I mean, it worked out in the end. And it was a fun project, but it's a challenge, and it's like that.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I quite enjoyed that. The part of our job that, like, how can I make this look how I want it to, within my style, exactly what I'm trying to do. Yes. Without compromising.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard when it comes to brand colors.
Exactly. But, I mean, it worked, and it was fine.
It's part of the deal.
It is part of the deal, and, I mean, I quite enjoy that part of it, because it's a bit more of the problem-solving head than...
Yeah, and I feel sometimes it's really also nice to challenge yourself.
Exactly. Rather than just, can you draw this?
Yeah.
Yes. That I can do. It's the challenge is what I'm here for as well.
It's so cool. You're almost done.
I mean, this lady's face looks a bit weird.
She's happy.
She is happy. I mean, they're all very happy for runners.
Yeah, they're super happy.
Is that weird?
No, that's good.
A runner's happy?
They are. They have a good time running in the park. It's perfect.
If I was them, I don't think I'd be having so much fun. Right, we're going to put some detail on the socks. And then I think... more stripes. Oh, checks.
Yeah. Looks great.
Different sock patterns.
Perfect.
Right. I might add... We've got time. Now we're short on time. See how quickly I can do some bits. I'm going to add in a bit of detail. Nope. If it starts working, yeah. Some details at the front. I'm going to do like super speed drawing now.
It looks great.
Oh, they're my pigeon poop. People that have just like joined halfway through the stream are going to be like,
What is she talking about?
because I've added it as a top layer, I'm just going to... I mean, so I would normally like add in layers behind, but for the sake of time,
Looks amazing.
that's actually made quite a big difference.
Will you add some structure as well?
Structure.
Like shading or... Because we have still some time for details.
Want some detail. Ooh. This is my speed drawing. I do think detail makes such a difference as well.
It's insane, isn't it?
Because that's like made such a change.
It's all about the details.
I think this lady's hair needs a bit of texture.
Yeah. You see, that's the problem with grey hair.
Put some shadows. Get rid of this bit here. Maybe not. See, quite often I'm like, oh, what have I done? It's add a bit of white. I think, yeah, grey hair is, it's not going to work on a multiply layer, is it? What am I doing?
I really like this artwork. It's amazing.
Thanks. So I feel like if this was a brand one though, they'd want a logo in there somewhere.
Yep.
Which maybe I would have thought about at the beginning. But this isn't a real brand, so it's fine. I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah,
that
I
alright?
think it looks awesome. I mean,
There's no pigeon, but
yeah, that's the only thing.
we can deal with that later.
Yeah.
So in a minute, I'm going to go back to my laptop and go back to Photoshop and turn it into a mock-up. So let me get that back up. Slowly. Sorry, this is me. Oh, actually, while I'm in here, a couple of things. I've made notes on this. I know what I'm doing.
Of course.
So the next stage now, so this is like, I've done the illustration, how do I want to present it?
Exactly.
Right? We've got the mock-up, and I'm going to mock it up on a wall, but it needs to go, probably, if it's on social media, I'm going to do it on a reel, because
Reels
Instagram
are-
loves that,
yeah.
but then it can also go on TikTok. Some really cool thing in Express is you can just send it to both at the same time and it's done. So, and that is one of the things I love because I can't get my head around all of it. And I'm too old for that. No, I'm joking. I'm too much of a millennial.
You don't want to spend that much time.
I don't want to spend that much time. So I have got... let's bring it back. Right, here's what I made earlier. Oh, yeah. So what I'm exporting this to my... quick export. To my MacBook. Done. And I'm also going to export the time lapse to show my process. So you can see it's got a minute and a half. I mean, that's a little bit excessive. So you can drop the duration down. I might leave it a minute because I can
Then you can use bits.
speed it up
Yeah.
as well. You can preview.
That's so cool. I love this.
So it literally shows my whole process from start to finish.
That's so exciting because now you can see like how you started from the photo of your
Yeah.
sketch.
Drew over
really
the
cool.
top. I actually moved around like some of the people too.
Yeah.
Did the backgrounds. So anyway,
So cool to see the whole process.
I'm going to export that to my MacBook too. And then I'm going to go back. So this is where the method to my madness comes in. I'm actually going to create a new file. Duplicate this.
We have a bit more than half an hour. So,
We got this.
of course.
Okay. I'm going to turn off all these. I basically just want this lady at the front. holding down this little like button. It's kind of like a command. Allows me to select all of them. And also what's good is none of this is like destructive. Oh, still got some more.
Oh, that's so cool. I had no idea that you have to push the button and then...
Yeah.
Ooh.
Can select all the layers behind.
Amazing.
Don't want a background either.
Yeah, learn something.
There you go. I don't know whether to just have this lady. Let's just go with this lady. And then I'm going to, I mean, she's right like this. I was going to crop it, but we don't need to do that. Export as a PNG.
Okay. So
Also send that to my...
you export it as PNG because you want like this transparent background.
Exactly. That is sent to my laptop as well. So it's on my laptop.
Perfect.
So now I can come out here and go back to my laptop.
I'm so excited.
This is actually the fun bit because it's different to what I normally do. I quite enjoy like messing around with
And I love our streaming background.
reels. It's got my airdrops. Here we go. Right. So I have my mock-up. This is the one that I did earlier because the size was slightly different. You can only buy like 2 pixels. Still, makes all the difference. Pull this one in. We're gonna save it. Oh, place. Yeah. Save it. It's in my mock-up. Now I want to multiply. So it looks like it should be there. And actually, there you go. It's done.
So cool.
Simple. I don't know whether to drop the opacity of it.
It's so cool.
That's good. So that one works. It looks like it's there, which is what we're after.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, also it's going to be on social media, so it's going to be quite small. So I'm not like hugely worried that maybe there's a bit of white down the side there. People won't notice. Just me. So I'm going to do save as. I'm going to create a folder because that's what I normally do.
Yeah, after you named all your layers, right?
Yeah, exactly. Export. I mean, yeah, PNG will be fine. Done. Oh, give it a rest. Now I've got to find my right folder. Here's my mock-up. Saved. Let's go to my notes. Let's make sure I haven't missed anything.
Take a look at your
Because we need
stream love letter.
everything. Right. I'm actually doing, like, okay.
It's perfect.
I've got like a third left. That's about right.
It's perfect.
In Adobe Express now, I'm going to go to create an Instagram reel. And it just sets it up to the right size. In 3, 2. The internet working.
No, I think you have
Let's go to my
to
phone quickly.
go back to your Wi-Fi settings. Or no? Depends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's quickly fix
Because
this.
it went to sleep, didn't it?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So just
Let
quickly.
me- It's coming back, but
That's perfect.
sign back in.
We will keep you entertained with the pigeons in the background. You can choose your favorite one.
Oh, they are good. Almost there. Do you know what would be good with AI? Make me type quicker.
That's good.
We're done.
So, internet is back again.
Indeed it is.
That's perfect.
Right. So I've got my reel set up. Now, there's a couple of things in here that I think are really cool. Actually, let's bring some media in. I'm going to upload these, actually. Oh, okay, we got to do a random file again. Let's go back. Adobe Live. Stream. I'm going to go to videos. And these are some that I've taken on my way here.
Oh, nice.
This is on the Heathrow pod parking because I thought it was really cool. I'm going to pull all these in to my reel. I mean, it's pulled them in at full length. So obviously in a reel, it needs to be quite quick. So I'm going to go through them really quick and ditch.
That's so cool because I just used this reel creation in Express once. So maybe I can learn something from you firsthand.
You can speed it up. Oh, let's pull it back actually. Do I speed it up? Yes. This one. Speed it up to 200. And it makes it go really quick. I mean, is that quick enough? Get rid of half of that. So, I don't know if many of you know, my husband is a cinematographer and he does a lot of editing. And when I'm making reels, he's like, make it quicker, make it snappier. So that is what I bring into this, make it snappier. I do listen to Max. Very occasionally. I thought I had more of my waggle on it.
Yeah, but I think in the age of social media, our attention span
It's
is
true. And
it's like, I don't
I
know,
mean, he knows that.
2 seconds and then
It's mad, isn't it?
everyone drops out.
Literally was watching someone on TikTok the other day. I mean, probably shouldn't have been looking over her shoulder, but she was just like, next. I was like, oh, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. So yeah, it is. Right, I feel like that's too long even.
Can you cut it?
Yeah,
Just do it.
can't actually go in here. There is a way of doing it. I can't remember right now. We'll come back to it. My planes, that'll do. Oh, that's not right. Sorry, the next one. That'll do for that. Just really quick. I mean, we don't need this one. This was me showing that I had a full row to myself on the plane. We don't need that one. Ditch that. I mean, it was a really nice sunset when I was... I think I'm going to do another speed. Drop it down to a second.
Perfect.
This is how much time we have. So with this... And the same with all of them, probably like, I think you can actually say, cut every single clip when you do it. Look, there you go. See if that works actually. Apply duration to all.
Perfect.
Or maybe let's drop it even more because people have no attention. Sorry.
But it's true.
That is a really handy. I mean, that works.
It's perfect.
And now we're in the office.
Yeah.
One thing I thought would be really fun to try now. Oh, actually, you sent me one earlier.
Yeah.
We did a little selfie before we got here.
You have to edit.
Here it is. Let's get that in there too. I'm going to speed that up too. It's all about speed. Is it going to be happy? I think I've broken it. Okay.
Did you break the internet?
Yep.
Okay.
If only, hey? That's too quick. Who thought I'd say that? There you go. That's quite fun, actually. Cool. I am going to try something now. If everyone wants to get involved in this.
Okay. I'm excited.
I'm going to head to the stream. Oh, let's refresh it.
Okay. And then?
This might be insane. Look, here we are. We're live.
We're doing a live in live.
Yes. Well, let's go.
That's
Create a new screen recording. I'm going to try and make it about the right size.
Shall we do something specific?
And there's a slight lag, so we're going to have to be like, yay! Wait a minute.
Just for the stream?
Yeah, we're recording now.
Okay.
Oh gosh, it's insane because it's got 100 of us. Hello. I don't know if it's actually doing it yet. Give me 5 seconds.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. And then I can stop. Here we go. Sorry.
And then?
There you go. I can stop recording once it works.
So now you're recording the screen, and then you also want to include it into your reel.
Yes.
Awesome.
So I'm going to save it.
That's a nice idea. Ah, you missed the pigeons.
Oh, I should have had the pigeons.
All good.
Right. I'm back. So I'm going to add this video in as well. I'm going to have to crop
But that's a really nice idea.
It's, I thought it'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it'd be really cool actually to include, sorry, I'm like trying to talk and do things, my brain's not working. Here we are. That was me testing it earlier. Right. I thought it'd be fun if like people could like it, but then I looked earlier and you can, because then it'd be fun if everyone's like liking it. You know, like in the Adobe Max screening where everyone's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen.
But yeah.
Right, let's drop that. So we put it in.
I think it works.
Yes.
It's perfect for a fun reel.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to keep it in.
Of course.
Shorten it a lot.
Okay. And now, do you also want to include your
Do I
illustration?
actually want to include that? Yeah.
That would be nice.
I go back. It is in my downloads, isn't it?
I think so.
I'm going to do this. Screen record. It's going to be a really long reel, but
Yeah.
it's fine. It's really cool that you can just make this smaller.
And what does Express do with the background?
I think it's just white, but you can add like a rectangle or something underneath. So that is something I can show in a second, actually. Let me speed this up again. 47 seconds is too much time.
Yep.
So do we want to show? I can cut this up. Split.
That's cool.
Yeah. That's a feature in Premiere. It's quite cool. I don't know how much of this we want. I mean, half of this is my sketch, so it's probably a good job I sketched it before. Here we go, right. There's my sketch. I'm going to split it. Try. So the only thing with this is that it's only gone up to 200%. I could do with it being like 700%.
Yeah, but you can cut it like into
Exactly.
tiny bits.
That's true.
Just, I don't know, like,
We go.
how long are the other clips?
A second.
A second. Okay, then just cut at 1 second.
Good idea. So we're gonna
And then
split that. I think that bit's probably nice to see. I mean, you could also take this obviously into Premiere too. But it's fun doing it in here because it's so easy, and I think anyone could do this. Let's get maybe the last bit of it as well. Delete that bit. So I've got. See, I feel like that's too slow.
so cool.
Let's get rid of some of that. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Kind of get like a gist. I think that's probably what I'm going to go for. Let's take another second there. Cool. Gonna get rid of that. Probably do the last. Obviously, watch the background. See the last one's going in and it's done. Cool.
Perfect.
Then I can add in my scene, which is this. Nope, it is. I've already created it. Oh, come on. I always flick between these and get really frustrated with myself. This is just an Apple thing, isn't it? But I've got my Mockup. So I'm gonna add it as PNG. No, I'm not. I think I'm gonna add this as a new thing actually. So that I'm bringing it in and I'm like, there's white in the background. Like that's not what I want.
Yeah.
So instead,
Is there a magic button?
There is a magic button.
I'm excited.
Start from my content. And then use my mock-up that I've done.
We have still 20
Actually,
minutes.
let's not do that. Still got 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That is good. Start from my content then.
A lot of time to
Experiment.
get rid of the white background.
Well, Adobe's too good. So what I want this to be is Instagram reel size. I'm going to resize it. I mean, there's probably doing some weird stretching stuff to this.
We will see.
I've just done that wrong as well.
Oh, okay.
Rubbish. What was I doing?
What happened?
Well, I didn't need to click Instagram Reel. If I just open it at this size, original aspect ratio. Now, this is what I wanted to show everyone because it's insane. That I can now say resize.
Yeah, now I remember. That's awesome.
So you can click expand and resize by generating the missing parts, which I think you could only do in Photoshop before.
Yeah.
Now you can do it in Express, and I can go in and say I want
And it gives you all the different formats, right?
Instagram
crazy.
Reel,
That's crazy.
duplicate and resize. That has not worked how I wanted it to do.
I was about to say Express is your new favorite coworker.
It is. Not anymore. You are not working for me today. Let's try that again. We can go. I can't believe that didn't
But
work.
can you crop it, like, or resize it? Change the
Yeah,
size
so you
of
can
the-
resize. Click expand. Instagram Reel. Let's done it again. Let me start this again.
But if you click on the Instagram reel
Yeah.
picture, can you then adjust the size of the whole picture?
Let's have a look.
And then, or is it gone?
Still there. But when in my tests, it just generated the background, which is very cool.
That's cool, yeah.
It is. Let me go back. I'll show you from. Because I do actually have the file here. Maybe it was. So you can see. I don't want to add it as a page. Go back. Let's open this up again. So you can see these little bits.
Okay, there is always a way. So
There is a
we
way.
will figure it out.
So this is what it did, which is exactly what I wanted because it's a perfect shape. So I use this, resize, expand, Instagram Reel, duplicate and resize, and then it's not worked for me again. But we're going to go back and use this one. And I might download it, bring it into Photoshop and just place that in again.
Yeah.
It has still done it and it gave me like so many options and they were incredible. Exactly what I needed.
If you do it again, I can show you how to do it.
Have I done it wrong? Is that why? Thanks. How did that happen?
If you select actually, hi, if you select multiple, it lets you know right here, you can only do one resize
Ah.
if you want to expand it.
No, I do get that.
I mean,
So,
if you have
So if I just do one,
if you do one, then it works. But if you do multiple,
did I do more than one? I thought I only did one.
you had multiple selected. It showed a message there.
That was my problem. I did not
Thanks
focus
so
on
much,
what I was
Tim.
doing. Tim is a genius.
yeah.
We know that, right? I'm going to try and see if it works with this one. Is this because I've already... No? Clicked on one. Okay. I'm going to double check that nothing is ticked.
Yeah.
That is a very good tip.
I'm super excited now.
Instagram Reel.
Yeah. That's it.
What did I do? What did I do?
Testing my patience. All right, we're going to figure this out together. We have 17 minutes. Let's do it.
Here we go.
Right.
This one.
Instagram. Oops.
Oh, it's a reel.
Story. Oh, reel. Fair enough.
I promise you this did actually work yesterday.
Resize. Let's delete these pages for now.
Okay.
Come on. Select more.
Should I refresh?
There we go.
Thanks.
We're going to make it work.
That's teamwork.
Friends.
Teamwork.
It
We're
is.
going to make it. All right. Then extend.
It did it like
Yeah.
yesterday.
And Instagram Reel, you said, right? There you go.
This is because I pressed duplicate and resize, wasn't it?
Rachel. Right, everybody, sorry we can't invite Rachel again.
I'm gonna cry later.
I will join you. That's okay. We have a cry corner right over there.
It works now though. There you go. Yay!
Perfect.
Look at the options though. They're terrible.
No.
But look, you
They
can just
are
generate more.
amazing.
I was joking at that one.
I mean,
Thanks, Tim.
I wasn't.
that's amazing because when you want to add something, like even
Exactly.
for Instagram, when you use it for a reel or your story, you can simply add some text underneath. It's perfect to give
Yeah.
like
And I
more
think-
information about.
What's really, I mean, it even reflects it in that. That's
That's
insane.
crazy.
Isn't
That's
it?
crazy.
I wasn't going to use one of these because I really like the way the lines like focus your eye on the picture. But that is amazing. So that looks like it's there.
It's so cool.
Let's keep that one.
Yeah, let's keep it.
I think I can pull it into the... right, let's go back. Back to my reel. Add this. Add as an image. Bam, it's in there. It's added it on top of that. That is not what I meant to do. Add a scene. Let me add this as an image. Okay. There we go. So that is the, like, what would be the last frame, I guess? I'm not sure if that works, but I might add a background to these.
Yeah, I think that looks nice.
There's a couple more things I need to do. And we've got 15 minutes, so that's good.
Yep.
I'm gonna add, so this is I made my brand in here. So I've added like my logo. I've added a colour palette that I have on my website. And
Amazing.
I've added fonts. And also these little like wiggly assets that I have on my website. You'll see it like across here. But I mean those stripes shouldn't, there you go. But then I also have these like half dome things. So I want to keep this going across, you know, the whole branding
Yeah.
across me. And also it's a bit random, just here's a video of Heathrow Pod. So I'm going to extend this a little bit. And over the top, I'm going to add some text. Say, come with me as I visit Munich.
For a fun Adobe life.
Yeah. I'm also terrible at copywriting, but there's something really fun I can do after this.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
For a fun Adobe live stream.
But I think it makes so much sense to bring all your brand assets into Express and then really create.
And so that it looks like it's my work.
It's so
and
cool.
you can do the whole thing. Yeah, without worrying. So I'm going to rewrite this because, like I said, terrible at copywriting.
What are you doing now?
So I wrote, come with me as I visit Munich
Yeah.
for a fun live stream, right? I don't want that. It's terrible copyright.
So you click the make it sound more
Rewrite it.
Gen Z.
Yeah. Exactly,
what?
because I'm very
Is
much
there
millennial and I
another
have
secret
no
button?
idea.
I have no idea.
There is.
Oh, really?
It's a secret button.
Oh my god, I'm learning so much today. That's awesome.
Here you go. Join me on an
crazy.
embark. I mean, let's explore Munich together. I mean, I quite like that.
That's crazy.
Replace that. Sounds better, doesn't it?
I had no idea.
Then also, I can just say, let's go back. My brand's here. Apply that. Oh, it's made the type how it should with my branding. Very cool.
Crazy.
And actually, obviously that. I mean, I think if you just press this, it changes the colour as well to any of your other colours. That goes for a little explore around there. I'm going to add this asset in as well.
Oh, so
Spin
cute.
it round. Now I am like, have we got enough time? Bring that to the... I kind of want this over the whole text, so I'm going to get really big. Put it there. These are like layers on the side here.
And does Express add another layer now, or
So it adds, you can add it over the top.
okay? And
Where it's got like my
how-
assets. And then the type on top.
Okie dokie. And then you can choose like what kind of duration you want. And
Yes, you
stuff.
can.
Okay.
If you go show layer timing down here, you can see if you click on the layer, like if it's the whole thing, and it does it individually, which. So I also want to add in one of those assets that I just made,
Yes, please do it.
which was my PNG. Kind of fits with my colour scheme as well. Didn't mean to do that. It's worked out quite nicely.
That's so cool.
She's going on a run to Munich. There you go. So one of the other really cool things you can do is bring the animation in, which I kind of, because it's the shape it is, you can go over the top and have a look. It's got that horrible line at the bottom. I mean, that works, and it doesn't show the line, so I can kind of work with that. There is a really fun one. No. Pop. And I love just, so this is what I want to do.
Oh, that's great.
Shrink it
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
bring that down so it goes a bit quicker. You can change the personality, which is really fun. So like, actually I want that smoother, you know?
That's so cool.
It is really cool. You can also loop them, which is what I'm going to do with this girl. Go down to the animation and loop.
You still have 9 minutes to go.
Oh, look at this.
So you can go crazy.
Do you think she needs bob? Bob up and down.
Yeah, why not?
A little jitter. Spin round in circles. Maybe not. I mean, I quite like the wiggle. That was something I didn't show in Fresco, that you can do these in Fresco too.
That's true.
So in the animation tools now, there's a new bit that has effects. So you can do these little like wiggle animations. And we have done them before. I think on a stream where you do each frame.
Yeah, frame
It
by
literally
frame.
just does
Yeah.
it. It's amazing. And also you can do it in this. And then upload them to like Giphy. And then there's stickers on.
Oh, that's also a
Instagram.
nice add-on for your project.
Yeah.
I mean, if you also create some Giphy stickers, that's perfect then.
So then I'm going to add a similar animation to this because we're going to see, you can kind of, oh, I need that lady to blend in as well. So you can change the, oh, she doesn't have an animation. What did I do? I want her to wiggle.
We wanted
Click
to
them up.
wiggle.
Yeah. You can change the speed and the intensity. Oh, that was a little bit too much. Yeah, I quite like that. But I want her to kind of fade in as well. So what's the other? This is going up. So I want her to fade in too. She's not doing it. Come on. Let's go back. Oh, we've only got 8 minutes and I've got to put sound in as well. Quick. Right, now I do need to be quicker.
Yeah.
I'm going to animate this too.
You have to hurry up a bit.
I quite like that.
I don't want to stress you now, but maybe your little lady has to run a bit faster.
You see this one's going in like that. I mean, I could use the same one. Rise. What have we got on this one? So I can go back, check this, it shrinks in. So I'm just gonna do the same thing. Now I've got to find it. Okay. So that is pretty fun actually. Oh. Maybe a little bit later. If we can make it do it. I think it's because I've changed these.
Yeah, works.
Cool.
I think that works. So while you are figuring out how to, or what kind of...
Just messing around.
No, you're figuring out what the perfect timing would be for your animation parts. I want to give you a little recap what we've done so far. So we generated a mock-up in Photoshop. Then Rachel created an illustration for a mural. Then she took all the snippets which she was filming from Munich and her stay into Express. And now we are creating a reel to finalize the whole project. And the whole project is like
Whole project.
brief for
Yeah, kind of for my portfolio.
potential
Yeah.
shoe brand client, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a portfolio project. Just to give you an overview of what we've done so far. So we started like with setting up the brief. So Rachel did the brief for herself, and now we're working our way through it.
I mean, because of time, we don't have a huge amount of time to mess around with this too.
Is there anything in particular you want to show? Like anything specific?
Yeah. So,
Or do you have any tips or tricks?
one of the cool things about that applying to brand is giving this video a background, which is great. I mean, you could probably set some up. I know Sarah did it in the previous stream where she's made those use those really funky.
Yeah. I mean, do you think it could also be a way to create some assets from your branding and then...
Yeah, for sure. You could definitely, you could do all of that. There's 100 things we could show you. I haven't added sound.
Please add some sound.
Yeah, we're going to add some
That's
sound.
fun.
I have actually got my favourites in here. Which you can add, this is my favourite video. That'll do for what I want. Add a video. And these are all, I think, in Adobe stock free ones.
So it's
we can
free. You don't have to worry about Instagram bans.
I mean, it works. I have a whole reel in here. I'd probably mess around with this quite a lot more. Maybe don't need that shot, but
So fun.
so it'd be fun. And then the whole thing. I mean, let's get rid of that. It's a good thing about watching it back. If Probably do like a whoosh.
Really, I'm speechless.
How much?
I mean, great work.
There we go.
Really,
Now,
from start to finish.
share. And I want to.
You have
You can-
3 minutes.
I can do it. Schedule my post. I'm going to add it to Instagram. I'm going to add it to TikTok. Probably
That's also an awesome feature.
LinkedIn. Feed post. I need to change it to reel. That's what that was telling me. And I say, come with me. Actually, just generate it.
So you're now using the schedule
I am.
feature in Adobe Express, and this is really such a time-saving tool because you can prepare all your posts upfront.
And you can do, you can add options, which are like you can add a first comment that's hashtags and then it doesn't mess up with your caption, which is great. You can do all these other options on TikTok, which is like disabling the comments, which sometimes you might want to. And I can schedule
That's
it
really
for
fun.
whenever I want. And actually, I mean, I've done it like this before and say, tomorrow, I want to schedule it for tomorrow at whatever is time for best on my Instagram. I don't actually because I am super at branding. Tomorrow, I'm going to schedule it and that is going to post on my Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn. And
That's perfect.
I don't have to worry about it.
That's perfect.
It's scheduled in here. And you can see I did it a couple of weeks
Yeah,
ago.
it's really cool. So you really have like your personal calendar, and it's a nice overview of all your posts in the future and also the posts you've done so far. And yeah,
I also love that it gives you these prompts because I'm absolutely terrible at remembering what I can post. And I'm like, the other day I was like, I could literally do all of these, have a list of things I can share on
That's
social
amazing.
media.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Rachel, for this absolute fantastic, full of power stream. I mean, your workflow and also your speed was insane. I learned
Good.
so much. Thanks to everyone who joined in the chat and all your great questions and suggestions and the pitch and talk. And of course, thanks to Tim for helping us out.
Absolutely.
It was really such a nice time hosting you. And make sure to stick around because there are streams upcoming. And the next one will be creating standout video content. So make sure to stay with us and see you soon. Have a lovely day. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. It is so nice to see you. I'm Anjali Varamgama, live from San Francisco on Adobe Live. And we're here today with Lucas O'Keefe. Hey, Lucas.
Hello.
How was your day?
Oh, it's been great so far. It's awesome. Always great to be back here in the Adobe Live studio.
Yeah, awesome. So tell us what you're going to share with us today.
Yeah, so we have a super fun day today. I think very social media heavy in terms of my session, and then also you have some as well. And then I'll be back later in the day. So what we'll be looking at right now is creating standout video content. But yeah, tons of things coming up. The way I want to really just look at this is showing just the way you can really give your social media content, your short form video, that extra push on social media to really just be seen on the feed.
Yeah, I feel you.
Right? You understand video as well.
It's so hard to be seen these days.
It really is. It's all competition. It's all real estate. So really just standing out. I see Terrence in the chat. I actually got his sticker right here. So speaking of standing out, I feel like our laptops are doing a good job of that.
Oh yeah.
But I'll get right into it and we'll take a look at my video planning process. So what you're seeing here, probably not what you would expect when it comes to looking at a social media video. But I want to show off a new feature that I've been playing around with lately in Adobe Express, which is draw shape. So you can see it right here on the left. And I've actually been using this. Yes, you can use it to create your own custom icons, which is a lot of fun. But it also just kind of turns your project into a whiteboard that you can doodle on and really add elements to. So to get to that, I just went to, on the side here, elements, and then you always have your design assets, your backgrounds. If you go to shapes, you see that draw shape appears right there. And it's very easy to actually just, I'll show you, doodle right on your project. Awesome. And then once you hit done, it becomes a fully movable, editable icon or shape that you can then incorporate. So the way I want to use this to show that I really want to plan out my video content is this is actually going to be my video storyboard. And I'm going to use draw shape to just plot out my different shots that I want to include. I don't know about you, but I find the more engaging videos are the ones that really split it up every few seconds. It could be as simple as, a close-up shot of me looking at the camera to 2 seconds later, a zoomed out shot. And then right back, a super close-up shot of me at my laptop typing away at the keyboard. So I'm gonna plan those out and then show how I would use this plan to make that content.
So question for you. Do you do this for like a lot of videos? Do you bulk create? And then when you have a close-up shot, you're doing like a line for this video here, that video there?
That's a great question. I do like to bulk create where I can. And I like to bulk create my content in phases. So I will probably write all the scripts for 5 videos in one go. And then I will probably film them all in one go and plan them all in one go.
Nice.
So I have the script down here at the bottom. We're going to be doing a lot today. We're going to be recording the voiceover for this. I do have the footage, recorded it in my hotel room this morning, just because I didn't want to take us on a field trip and be recording around the studio to get that content. But I do have the content already. But here's the mentality I went into to plan it. So the script is this, and it's at the bottom here. Creating content can be hard sometimes. When you want to post something, but no ideas are calling. The switch isn't turning on. Creativity seems lost. So what can you do in these situations? Rewrite the story. Change your setting, disconnect from the tech, and remember that sometimes the best ideas come when you don't force them. Stay creative. So that's...
Love that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get a little bit more, taking it to the next level with my content. Storytelling, I believe, is the buzzword right now.
Very cool, yeah.
So that's the script, and I'm just gonna plot out the different scenes I want. So when it comes to creating content can be hard sometimes. I want a scene of, mid-shot of me at my laptop looking a little frustrated or lacking in creativity. So I can just quickly draw that. There's my desk. Here's little me sitting there. There's my head. And maybe my laptop is here. So
awesome.
I hit done, and now that's that's fully just filling in that box.
Nice.
Which is a nice way. Again, I like using obviously tech. I love using these digital tools, but I also just love drawing sometimes, and this allows me to do that in Adobe Express now. So creating content can be hard sometimes. That's like a mid-range shot. When it comes to when you just want to post something, maybe I'll do like a super close-up of my laptop. So I'm going to just do a little sketch of that. I'm thinking maybe like my fingers on the keyboard showing that they're not moving. I don't really have much to type. So that's this is my keyboard. I'm such an artist, aren't I? So there's my laptop. And then my hand will probably go here. But no ideas are calling. Of course, when it comes to no ideas are calling, I need to be me holding the phone. So that'll be another mid-range shot of me. Let's redo that. I don't like how we look there. There's me. There's my head. And I'll be holding a little phone in my hand. So that'll be the scene for that. Funny story on that. I've actually, when you are like miming the action of talking to someone on a phone, what do you do? Right, like this, right?
Yeah.
I'm a teacher now, and amazing, kids nowadays, they don't do this anymore because they didn't grow up with like the typical like pick up and put down phone. They do this. Like they speak like they're holding an iPhone on speakerphone. Right. It's the strangest thing ever. So for any of our young audience in there, this might not look like the right icon, but that's me holding the phone. For the switch isn't turning on, I think I'm just going to do a light switch.
Yep.
And just
that's
have
what I was thinking about.
Right. And that's a good way to get like a nice close-up shot.
Right.
That we probably could have recorded right here in the studio. Creativity seems lost. I'm going to do, I recorded a scene of me just sitting in a chair in my hotel room. So that's me. Sitting in a chair, looking lost.
I love that.
He's laughing at Jacob's comment. Luke has got Riz, as the kids say. And then this one is actually going to be also me in a chair, but like a different perspective, like a little bit more zoomed out. Yeah, there we go. So it's nice to be doing all this to plot it out and really just to know what we're doing. Because now what I can see is like, okay, I got some mid-range. I got some super close up, more mid-range, super close up, a bit of like zoomed out. My film people, please, I apologize for not saying the proper terms for these shots. Please help me out in the chat. But we have different shots. I'll go into another close-up, rewrite the story. I want to show a notepad and me actually writing, rewrite the story. Change your setting. Let's go back up to a super close-up, but a close-up of me looking out my window, looking at the nice San Francisco morning.
It is a good morning.
It is nice and sunny. It's very nice to see the sunset here. I'm from Toronto, Canada, so we're in full fall mode right now. So it's different. Disconnect from the tech. Actually, what I would like is maybe
touch some grass.
Yeah, exactly. That is
really.
No, I'm serious. Those are my blades of grass right there.
Oh, perfect.
And then we'll kind of go full circle, me back at my desk. This time I have an idea. So we started up here with, what's my idea? Not sure, don't feel creative. And then after the whole story, I now feel creative.
Yeah.
And then I would like to have a light bulb here. And I didn't record a light bulb, but we'll use some imagery, some stock video from Adobe Express to fill that in.
Sounds good.
So that's me using draw shape. Now, one thing I should have done differently is I should have hit done after each shape so then I can move them all separately like I did with this first one. So that's my mistake. But if you hit done after each one, it really does make each one its own icon.
Okay.
But sometimes people might like having them all movable as one too. So you have a lot of options. Just if you're doing it and you want them individually, hit done after each little doodle. I got a little carried away having fun with them. So this is my video storyboard. This is my shot list. This is super useful, I find, for anyone creating content, especially social media content where every scene is like 2 seconds, 3 seconds, right? Yeah. So this is super useful for that because now, as you asked when you mentioned, discussed my batch content creation process, now I can either print this off or just have this on my laptop and I'm just gonna go and get all these shots. And it's so much faster than sitting and thinking, okay, what do I want to do for this shot? All right, let me set up, film it, Okay, now what do I want to do for this shot? I can really go and get all that
Right.
content filmed.
Yeah, and I think you also get a nice overview because you want some close-ups, some far-outs, whatever the right term is. But you want to mix it up so that, you know, you have your audience's attention. So I love that it gives you a whole overview before you even start.
Yeah, thank you. And it's the teacher in me. I love a good worksheet. This looks super simple. I love it. Someone mentioned how doodles are the way to go, and it's so much fun.
Yeah.
So because I obviously wanted to have the content filmed before I came here, we don't have time and we're in the studio, so I wouldn't be able to film it, but I did get most of these scenes together.
Awesome.
So here we have them. I believe I muted them all. I'm just gonna throw headphones on just to confirm they're muted because we don't want the background sound, but
Okay.
let me just double check. But I'm gonna play, and for our audience, I want you to take a mental snapshot of this storyboard and see how these little doodles and these little planned shots come to life in the video that I filmed in just a moment. So let's take a look right here. That's supposed to be blank.
Oh. Is that the switchboard?
Yes, yeah. Good. I just want to make sure it was muted, which is good because we're going to fill in the sound now and add that in there. But yeah, so I have a blank scene here and a blank scene here. I'll show this one. The thing I love about making video in Adobe Express is that it really is kind of like using building blocks to assemble your video. And that's what I love, how these are all outlaid on the bottom here. If I need to add transitions in between, I can do that. Right here, I can add new scenes, add transitions in the top left there. Or, as I like my scenes, I can really just go through and do whatever I want. I can move them around and drag them, easy to switch. So many options there. And just like the visual guide I have here, I can now, as close as I can, match it to the video footage. So there's the close-up of me tapping on the keyboard, kind of lost about what to post.
You did match it perfectly. Even Penny in the chat is like, the chair looks exactly like the doodle.
This one, like this little,
Yeah.
So let's go to that one. So we have the two scenes here. Creativity seems lost. That is looking like, here we go. There's my close up. There's my zoomed out of me sinking into the chair, looking a little
It's like
lost.
you manifested the chair when you're doodling.
Now, of course, I'm doing a little bit out of order because, like I
Yeah.
said, I already filmed the clips and then I wanted to show the live drawing for all of you. But normally what I would do is do this drawing stage first. Well, actually, I would write the script first, as I did, write it sentence by sentence. I believe you do a lot of video content as well, right? When you write your script, do you like to have it sentence by sentence so it's easy to remember and then speak to the camera, or do you have a different process?
Yeah, for me, it's like I have like a space between each of them, and a lot of times it's like I first record it and then try to match the videos with it instead of doing it the other way around.
Yep.
Because when I'm doing voiceovers and there's a video, I'm like rushed in one sentence and then slow, and that doesn't work out for me.
No, that's fair. And
Yeah.
I always love being on Adobe Live here because we see everyone's different process, which is a lot of fun. And same thing in the audience. If you have a specific way for recording your short form video footage, do you do the script first? Do you do the clips first? Do you put that little bit of extra step in there and plot it out like I do? I'd love to hear what you do. But yeah, so similar to what you described too, I like how I can see the durations of each clip down here.
Yeah.
Now, we obviously have some blank clips. So this was the one, as you spotted, that was the light switch that I looked around my hotel room, wasn't really a fan of the light switches. I was like, you know what? I could probably use one just from Adobe Express, the stock video we have here, and it'll look just as good or better. I actually don't love this scene. So this was my original one where I was going to take a break disconnect from the tech.
Okay.
And then we decided, you know what, maybe showing some nice grass might be a better way to go. So that's what I'll be doing there. So I'm going to replace this scene in a moment. I don't like this one.
Okay.
And then at the very end, we had our idea to fill this with a light bulb and have stay creative and a nice little light bulb sketch.
Yep, love
so I'm going to finish my video. I want to make sure that's all done. And then what we're going to do is add some audio. And something I'm super excited to share in Adobe Express today is you can add sound effects to your video right here in Adobe Express, which is my favorite thing, because I find when a video has sound effects, it really just stands out.
That's
and
true.
it's very noticeable.
Yeah. It's like the tiniest sound effects, just like a ting after the headline.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, it's so much fun. My girlfriend's a content creator as well, and she's a radio host who creates content. And she created a video the other day where she's like pointing at all the different screens that she has as a radio host in front of her,
Yeah.
and she's going like 1, 2, and there's like a boop, boop,
Yeah.
boop sound effect every time,
Yeah.
and it really just adds and draws attention
That's
to the video. So that was a bit of an inspiration for this one too. So here we need, let's go back to our storyboard. We need a light switch, something like that. Ideally a bit better than my doodles. So I'm gonna go to
Always
media.
generate it if it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true too. I love using like text to image and Adobe Firefly for idea generation in particular. It's a lot of fun. So let's do light switch. Let's see what we got. Okay, we got a lot of options here. I, of course, want to match the script with the switch isn't turning on, so I don't want a clip of the person turning the switch on.
Okay.
Nice little Bunsen burner down here. I always get very distracted by the different options. But I like this one. This one looks pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and select fill video, and that's gonna just nice and quickly put it over there. We obviously want our switch in frame. And if we take a look, I think someone could easily say, all right, if someone was just joining us,
Yeah.
they might take a look at this scene, and then if I flip back, my goal is that they can very quickly identify which scene that is right there, top
Yes.
corner.
Yep.
So a lot of fun for that.
And it also blends right in. It's almost like you shot it. So
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's really what I was going for too, and I should have mentioned that. I think the great thing about all the different clips, like there are 62 results for just a light switch, right?
Yeah.
The great thing about all the different clips, I know I was kind of a little bit biased by choosing the very first one. That doesn't always happen. But it is nice to look and sample the different options to find one that matches
Yeah.
the vibe you're going for. So I'm going to make sure this one is muted. So I'm going to click on it, open the volume controls, just because in a moment we're doing the full video process here. We're going to be actually doing the voiceover. I'll be doing the voiceover and putting that up here. It'll be our next step. So I want the stock footage to be muted and to not have anything to offer. We want this clip now, going back. We want stay creative to be a light bulb.
you already have a like.
I was just thinking that, I know. Let's see what that one does. That one is actually very cool. It kind of flashes on. You know what? Why don't we go with that one? I had one where I typed in ideas. Let's see the two options, because we got time. So we have this one. Actually, let me click on it so we can see. We have this one, which is like sketching out a light bulb, which is very fun.
Yeah.
But you're right, this one is actually a little bit too long for the 2 seconds of my scene that I want. So I have a few options here. I could speed it up to really make it fit. Let's see how fast we can draw it now. So I could do that.
Yeah.
Or, like you said, we could also use the other clip that was there. So we could go, and that was when we searched up light switch. So let's take a look. Let's see what they look like. That one fits in the frame perfectly right away.
Yeah.
Let's see. You know what? I like
Awesome.
that
I
one.
love
I
that.
like that one. That one is very cool. So I like how right away, and remember in my script, this is again why I like having the script down here. So I'm going to be saying I moved the wrong way. There we go. I'm going to be saying stay creative down there. So it is kind of nice that like, as I say, stay creative, it lights up.
Yeah, I love that.
So thanks for pointing that one out. Good call. And then the other one I wanted to replace, again, showing the options here. This is what I did have. I think it's a little bit cringe, as the kids say. So let's watch it. The line I'm saying here, again, going back to my storyboard, is disconnect from the tech. And again, disclaimer, I recorded all of this in my, I recorded all this in my hotel room. So I would have loved to get a clip of me walking here and have that, but I already had it recorded. So for disconnecting, I was like, I have a book in my backpack. I can flick through the pages. Maybe that'll work. But let's go find some grass of our own. So let's search up. Let's see, what are we thinking here? Maybe like nature and see what comes up. Okay, we got a few things. I did go camping for some fall camping this weekend, so that campfire is standing out to me. But we did talk about like touch grass, blades of grass.
Right.
And again, I'm already looking at this one in the menu and the options, and you know, as not detailed as not great my drawing is, it kind of matches with this. So let's go ahead and add that one in there.
The orange also kind of matches the background of the rest of the videos, so...
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah, because it's got like the typical hotel room lighting, right? All lamps and no natural light until the morning sun comes. Yeah. So let's put that one in there. Same thing. Very cool. Just some options that do happen here is I could add it as a scene if this was going to be like a fresh clip that I wanted to put in there. But since I am replacing, let me turn down the volume before I forget, I'm going to fill video like that. Okay. So let's take a look again. Won't be any sound because I want to record the voiceover in a moment. But just to make sure our video is everything we want it to be, let's take a look.
Okay. Nice.
Our favorite part's coming up. There we go.
I like the little finger creeping in because it's like the switch is not turning on.
Yes, I was thinking that too. It worked out perfectly in that way, right? Like, and again, I could always adjust it and pick the right section of the clip.
Right.
But yeah, it's very nice how it's just like, oh, it's about to, but then we switch.
Love that. Yeah.
Right there. Even the shadow. And I really like how you pointed out that it's very nice to have similar like lighting, very similar shots.
Yeah.
I know this one.
How do you feel about the grass?
It might be a little strong, but I do like how it is very similar if you look in like the tones of like the light to the grass, tone to the light. We could see because there are 23,000 results. Let's see if I actually type in like
maybe a
grass.
Zoomed out version.
Sure, yeah, let's take a look. Let's do grass and then C. Let's take a look. And that one could be neat. It's just loading. This one is literally someone actually touching grass. We can get a little silly with that one if we want. Let's see. And again, some of them obviously more catered towards vertical video, some of them for horizontal, but it is awesome to have the options. Now, if I were going for more comedic, I might throw that in there. Let's see. That one could be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you open the window and you see the...
Yeah, like the kind of stalks of grass going. I don't know. In the chat, let us know what grass you want to see. Zoomed out, zoomed in.
Or
yeah, or literally touching the grass. What I will do is I'm going to record my voiceover, though. So the fun thing is I have the script prepared here, but I'm going to be recording my voiceover to go with it. And I'll show how I have some options to make sure it matches up. But something I like as I'm going through this that's very cool is I'm going to be watching the video. It's going to play for me as the voiceover recording happens, which is very cool. So I can like see if I'm on track, if I need to speed up or slow down. Of course, I can go in and edit some things later, but it's nice to have that option to like see the visual guide as you go through it. So I'm going to go ahead and click Add Audio. And we're going to go to Record Voiceover. In a moment, when I click Start Recording, it's gonna count me in and go from there.
Okay.
And I see Ray asked, can you search with multiple criteria when searching for video? Let us know what criteria you're looking for, but I've been doing very, very general searches with just grass or ideas, but you can get quite specific and obviously narrow down that search. There are a lot of options for sure. So I'm gonna I have my script right here, and I'm gonna record it as we go through it, and then we'll listen back.
Okay.
Should count me in. Let's see if I can one take this. That's my goal.
All right.
Creating content can be hard sometimes. When you want to post something, but no ideas are calling. The switch isn't turning on. Creativity seems lost. So what can you do in these situations? Rewrite the story. Change your setting. Disconnect from the tech. And remember that sometimes the best ideas come when you don't have to force them. Stay creative. Okay, let's see.
Nice.
Let's see how that turned out. We'll listen. I'm gonna turn down the volume a little bit just in case it does play very loud for our listeners. So we'll be able to hear it, but let's go. And I liked how, as I was recording, I know a lot was going on there, but as I was recording, it was playing through the video so I could actually see. And it even will add some extra clips to the end as you go through it, which is neat. All right, let's listen. Let me just see. I can control the volume. I just want to make sure it's not too loud. Creating content can be hard sometimes. When you want to post something, but no ideas are calling. The switch isn't turning on. Creativity seems lost. So what can you do in these situations? Rewrite the story. Change your setting. Disconnect from the tech. And remember that sometimes the best ideas come when you don't have to force them. Stay creative.
That was perfect.
Yeah, thank
Fit
you.
right in. Yeah.
So I'm gonna
So
do.
Ray has an update.
Oh, sure.
Whenever you're ready to search for grass and field.
Oh, yes, we
Yeah.
could. We could look up like grass field, grassy field. We definitely could get pretty specific with what we're looking for, which, like I said, with 23,000 results and a very generic keyword, I probably should be doing that.
Yeah, I've been super my queries are so long. It's like yellow grass, zoomed out shot with a mountain in the background. Yeah, you can do that.
I'm just gonna, you don't have to put these on. I'm just gonna listen. I did delete that extra part. I just wanna make sure that it automatically adjusted. Mm-hmm. Stay creative. Awesome. So what's very cool is that I was just checking is because I let the recording go for a little bit longer, what it did was it added some extra scenes to it so the video matched up. Right. And then I could have easily inserted something in there into that block. But I didn't need it, so I deleted it, and it automatically cropped the audio file, which is very cool.
Yeah.
So we have that. We have it all done. We have the voiceover, but we want to really make this video engaging. And like I mentioned, there are some cool, fun ways to do that. The first I'm going to do, I'm saving the exciting part, which is the sound effects. Actually, no, let's do the sound effects first because we want to hear those before I add background music. Okay. But what I'll be doing with this voiceover is adding sound effects. And then when it's all put together, we'll put a very, very quiet background music track just to tie everything together. I love doing this because it kind of takes out any of the parts where maybe I was like breathing. I know I'm using my MacBook microphone for this, but normally I will have my good microphone, and as you probably know, it picks up a lot, right? Yeah. So I want to make sure that's not being heard in people's ears, and just putting a simple background track really does help with that. Okay, so we can throw our headphones on, and we're gonna have some fun listening to some sound effects.
Awesome.
And likewise, because if you are just joining us, I've been really showing how I use a lot of storyboarding here. All the clips that you see in the video that I'll show off right here, super fast forwarded, all the clips, and then a mixture of ones I recorded as well as B-roll that is right here in Adobe Express. I planned it out right here. I matched every sentence with a scene that I wanted to show off. I filmed it, I put it all together. We could, if we wanted to, also do the same thing with our sound effects. So maybe we are, let's see, I'm gonna move this back just so it's not in the way. And let's see, sorry, we can wait on the headphones for a second. Let's plot it out here. So Creating content can be hard sometimes when you want to post something but no ideas are calling. Maybe we can put some sort of like phone sound effect here, right? It could be a ring, and then we show that when I pick up the phone, no one's there. It could be just an empty call. I haven't searched for these, so we'll see if it's there. But I believe
like a disconnected call.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
beep beep.
Yeah.
But I believe there are, or I know there are thousands
Yeah.
of sound effects. So
Yeah.
I'm sure what we're looking for is there. So in brackets on my storyboard, I'll add some of the sound effects we're looking for. So yeah, like a call tone or ringing. We could bold that. There we go. Super fun. You see this rewrite option, which is here. I'm going to be showing that in our session, or my last session today. I'll be showing how to make some very cool carousel content, and I'll be using that rewrite tool, which is so much fun. It's very cool to use. So we'll be showing that off a bit later. The switch isn't turning on. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some sort of light switch effect or going on, or let's see. So.
And for those who are just tuning in, he did all this in 30 minutes while teaching us. So like, I'm pretty sure when he's alone, you're like so fast with it.
Definitely. So I do try to whip through this a little bit faster when I'm just in the zone, as I'm sure many of our audience do the same.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get done with like your entire week's worth of videos in like, I don't know, a day, a weekend, something like that. Yeah, that's awesome. And I think Adobe makes it really easy for us to do that too.
Oh, it's called Express for a reason,
Yes.
as tacky as I'm making that sound.
Yes.
So we got some sound effects. We're going to look for some sort of like call or dial tone or a ringing sound. In the chat, if you have any cool sound effects you want me to search up, put them in there if it matches up with my video. We'll look for like some sort of switch. We'll look for a pencil writing, I think, because there's that one scene.
We also have the bulb in the end. I don't know if you wanna do Yeah.
We could do pencil writing here for rewrite the script. We could look for maybe some like keyboard click clack. We'll go from there. Maybe like a wind whoosh.
Oh yeah.
Where was that? Disconnect.
Really touching grass.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put whoosh. And just the thing I want to really highlight today is planning beforehand does go a long way, right? And again, I'm not saying you have to, of course, but everyone has their own process.
Yeah.
But I do really find I save so much more time when I can visualize it, when I know what I'm looking for, and then I can match it up.
So we have a question from Hannah. What if during the no ideas are calling, you put an old internet startup sound?
Like the old dial-up. We could try that. Let's see if that's there. So /dial-up. Do you know that sound? Like the old, like, you know, with I'm about to do an impression of it, so I could always record the voiceover for it, but it's like when you're trying to access the dial-up internet. Hannah, let me know if that's what you're talking about, or if I just embarrassed myself for no reason. But
I have no idea what that is.
Oh no! Like whenever you had old dial-up and someone was on the internet, if you picked up the phone and tried to call, it would make that sound. To show you couldn't have both going at the same time. Let's see. We have pencil writing. We have whoosh, some nice wind, and then yes, you said the light bulb.
Hannah's laughing. I don't know if that means a yes or a no.
So let's look for like maybe electric static or something. And again, so these I haven't actually checked if the sound effects are there.
That was it.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, maybe I'll voice over it. Okay, so we have what we're looking for now. We're gonna pop in and we're gonna actually take a quick look and listen to those sound effects. So we'll see which ones we like. I'll try to make sure it's not too loud for our audience. In the chat, let us know if the sound effects are coming out like way too loud for you, but we'll try to get going. So let's see what we can find. Let's go with the switch first, I think. So nice and simple. I'm just dragging across the timeline to go to where I want, where I'm going to be in the video when I want that sound effect. And then I'm going to look for light switch. Seems to be what I've been checking a lot today. And vehicle light switch could work. Let's listen to this. I like that. I think it's nice and simple for what we're doing.
Yeah.
It's not too loud. So let's go ahead and add that one in there. and then make sure that's good to go. So I can just slide that one down. I want it right here. And then that way we're all good. So what I'm going to do is just drag it along. I'm going to listen to make sure it's just lined up perfectly. What I'm going to do, just for the sake of our demonstration here, I'm going to mute my voiceover just so the audience doesn't hear it over and over and over again.
Okay.
So let me just play this as the light switch doesn't come on. Yeah, that works for me. Just kind of like nothing.
We still have people laughing in the chat at the impression you did.
Thanks, Annika. So there's our light switch. We also have our pencil writing. Let's look for that. That's going to go around here. Oh, we don't have pencil. Let me try just writing.
You can just say pen, maybe?
We don't have that one. Let's see. Pen. Scribble. Gotta get creative.
Okay.
I don't know about those. Let's try it. Let's might be silly. Let's try it.
You're just writing and there's a circus in the background.
Let's try a few. Let's see. You can get creative for some. We could do bat movement in cave. Let's see.
No.
Okay, maybe not. So maybe we'll skip that one. Let's see. Let's
You
go
can
on
do like
to...
a scratch, maybe?
Yeah. Did I try scratch?
Notepad? I don't know.
Oh, style. Okay, here we go. Spatula scraping.
Oh,
That
I don't
works.
want to hear that.
No, sorry.
You know some sounds.
Yeah,
like
I
making.
gotcha. Let's see. So there's a lot of those.
You don't have to ignore all of them.
Well, they're... So that's a spatula on a grill.
Right.
Let's see. There's a lot. Crunching or cracking.
That's like a fireplace.
Yep, that's a nice one. Some of these I'm going to skip over. Squishy bone cracks. I know Halloween is coming up soon, but that's not the theme of this one. Let's try... Oh, here's a whoosh.
Scribble.
Ooh.
That's a strong whoosh.
That's like an airplane taking off.
Yeah.
I might get very in the zone with these sound effects. Sorry.
We love it.
I'm gonna do the
has to
grill
be
one.
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the grill one, and I like how I just clicked it and it already put it on the timeline where I need it to be. And it kind of works with me scratching out story.
Really getting in there.
Yeah. Very aggressive writing.
Yes.
We could see. Let's see what comes up for this. Window.
Yeah, sliding.
Oh, rain on window would be cool. Not for what we're doing, but that would be cool for the future, like for other videos. Let's see.
Okay.
That's literally what was happening in my hotel room. I had a button I pressed and it raised it.
Yeah.
So that's very cool. So let's do that one. Vehicle window. And again, I don't need it to be that long, so I'm going to cut it. Let's go wind. Hopefully some light, gentle wind. Ooh, magic wind. That could be fun.
Wow. Like a fairy tale. Okay.
I really like that
Sounds
one.
like a beach.
Yeah.
Beach wind. Yeah.
Yeah. But for like getting out into nature,
Yeah.
disconnecting, I really like that
Yeah.
one. So that's fun. Let's show what that looks like now.
Okay.
Nice
Also
and quick.
kind of matches the pace.
Yeah. And then we wanted some sort of light bulb. Let's see. Oh, not that
You
one.
can just do like a ding.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta, okay, here we go. There's a lot of options for that one. That was fun. I like that one.
I like that.
So I want that to be...
It really does sound like an idea just...
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm going to move that one just so it's like right when the light bulb opens up. There we go. So right about there. And again, I love how I have the options to really see where it is. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm going to play that a few times.
Yeah. We need to push it back a little, maybe?
I think if you look at my computer, I think it's a bit
Oh.
more on track because we're a bit of a delay here. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, it's perfect. My bad.
Okay, so let's, and then last but not least, and I also just showed if you need to ever zoom the timeline at the bottom here, you can easily do that. Sometimes if these, that's a little tip I like to share because sometimes these sound effects, the audio clip is so short, right? Because it's like a singular sound.
Yeah.
That it is very nice to just zoom in or zoom out. So let's not do too much there. That should be good. All right, and we're gonna quickly just check if that like dial tone sound is there. Let's see, dial. Okay, no dial internet, so I don't know if we're gonna have our dial tone. But let's see, there is a lot of options here. A lot of office phone. That could be cool because it's like a hang up.
Yeah.
I like that one because it's like you pick it up and no one's answering or no one's calling.
Oh.
It's very quick.
Yeah, and then just emptiness.
Because it is a very short clip.
Right.
That was this one, right? Yeah, there we go. And very cool too is that there are multiple tracks, so I can have them overlap a little bit, which is very neat. I'm not worried about it all just kind of being squished into one timeline. I have my voiceover, I have my different sound effects, and I can quickly jump to them. And if they overlap, I have just the different views that I can see and use them.
Right.
I can even move that over a little bit. There we go. All right. I've seen some funny phone call puns in the chat there. Okay, so let's listen to the whole thing all in. And what I will do is I'll put my voiceover back on so we can hear it. I'm just for the sake of our, like I said, for our online audience, I'll make sure it's not too loud, but I would normally, if it's just me listening, I'll adjust and make sure the sound effects are perfect, the voiceover is perfect, and what we'll add soon is going to be the music as well.
Awesome.
So let's listen to this all together. Creating content can be hard sometimes. When you want to post something, but no ideas are calling. The switch isn't turning on. Creativity seems lost. So what can you do in these situations? Rewrite the story, change your setting, disconnect from the tech, and remember that sometimes the best ideas come when you don't have to force them. Stay creative.
Nice. I love how when you say disconnect from the tech, you're just really
Right.
in the field.
In a perfect world too, I would like hearing these three together,
Yeah.
right? Like if I had more time, I would probably actually put a sound effect almost on every clip because I find the sound effect is like such an audio hook that really just directs attention to like, well, it's not just music. I want you to hear this as well.
Right.
Which is very fun. So that's my video. It's almost done. And just to kind of show everybody what we did, before I add some music, I still have some things to do. And there's one more new feature I want to show off as well. That's very cool. What we did is we had this storyboard that we took. I can zoom it in a little bit. Oh, it's already fitting to page. Let's go to 50. Ooh, too much. There we go. So I had this storyboard that was my shot list. And it broke down my script, first of all. So sentence by sentence, I wrote and I planned out my script just so I know it's in bite-sized chunks that I can easily memorize. I did a voiceover, so it was nice to be able to read, but I don't know about you, but sometimes when you're talking to the camera, it helps to have sentence by sentence.
Yeah, of course.
Nobody's
Otherwise
remembering.
There'll be a lot of,
right. Or you have to retake it a
Yeah.
bunch of times. So I like at most so we do have a fire drill happening. So that's going to be going on. So we're going to just cut to Andrew Hockrattle. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
We'll see you
May I
soon.
have your attention, please?
Well, hey there, everybody. What's going on? Hi, hello. It's me, Andrew Hockrattle, taking over your stream. And we're here. We had a fire drill in the studio up in San Francisco. But don't worry, I'm here to teach you some stuff about Adobe Express. We're going to do a little just pause and hang out with me for a second. Hopefully you all have your coffee. You're ready to go. So let's hop in. I want to show you some new stuff that is new in Adobe Express as of just a few days ago. So let me know where you're watching from. Hello, hi. I'm watching down from Southern California. We were in Northern California, but we had a fire drill. So let's hop in and let's talk about Adobe Express. So let's talk about some new stuff. My favorite new thing is that now we have the ability to draw. So we basically have like brushes in Adobe Express, which is really cool. We haven't had this before. So let's go ahead and hop into a new document here and I'll show you how to do it. So we're going to hit plus. And then we are going to just start on an Instagram square post for now, right? So if you've ever wanted to do this before, it's been a little difficult to get like custom shapes in here. So let's say that we want like a fun, actually this is perfect. I love this template. So I'm gonna use this template here with a little basketball. I think it's pretty cool. But I want to add in more of these like marker strokes. And I maybe want to like do some like around the ball, like some extra strokes. So what we can do is we can actually come over here and we can go to elements. And then from here, we can go over to shapes. So when we click on shapes, we now have the option to be able to draw a custom shape. So we're going to click on draw shape. And look at this, we have all kinds of different brushes to be able to use. So you can see here, we got newsprint inker, we got florals, bubbles, asphalt. I think the asphalt's gonna look really cool. So I'm gonna click on asphalt right here. And then I'm gonna come back and change the border thickness. And I do want to change the border color. I'm gonna use the little eyedropper tool right here to just pull it right to, boom, that orange color. So now I have a brush and I have my orange color. I can come over here and just start brushing. And look at how cool. So you can brush in texture, you can brush in borders, you can do all kinds of really cool organic looks. And if I wanted to, maybe I want it to be a little bit thicker, it will apply still to that. So basically just making a path and then it is painting over that path. So I can make really cool marker stroke here. And then I can even cycle through and see if newsprint looks better. I think newsprint might look better. Triple, meh, don't love it. Let's do newsprint. Let's go ahead and take the thickness up. And there we go. We got a nice kind of basketball outline. So if I wanted to add in maybe some other colors, maybe this green, this is gonna look crazy, but let's try the green. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. Let's sample the basketball. Done. And we can add in as many different drawn shapes as we want. So we can go to draw shape again, and then we can type in asphalt. And here we can just put in some really fun, funky, maybe blue, and then come in here and do like some little streaks. Maybe it's a little spray paint. And you can see that I actually am going to edit all of those. So as you're painting and drawing in your shapes, you can do as many different lines as you want, and it's going to treat them all like one. And what's cool is now we have these as a shape. So I can come back, and if I wanted to, I can select this and then do all of my fun in Adobe Express, like animate if I wanted to. And speaking of animate, there is another new tool in Adobe Express that is going to allow you to animate all of your elements at the same time. So check this out. And if you're just joining us, hi, I'm not in the studio. I'm Andrew Hochrattle. They're doing a fire drill in the studio today. And so everyone had to get out of the studio. I took over. I'm showing you everything in Adobe Express that's new. And then we'll go back to the studio to hang out with our friends who are streaming there. Let me know where you're watching from. All right. So really cool here is I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to look. I have a document that we can use to demo this new feature. And this new feature is going to be animate all. So let me scroll here and see if I can find it. Where did it go, chat? I had a really great document with all these different options. Fall vision board, there it is. I found it. Fret not, don't be afraid. So we have all these different elements, right? And so what I can do, I'm gonna go to edit the timeline and just kind of come in here. You can see that this document has like a million different elements on it. If I wanted to edit this, it would take a while to really get this like where I want it to be. And so what I can do is I'm going to zoom out here and I'm going to use a new tool, which is just animate all. So check this out. We're going to zoom out and then I'm going to come up here to animation and I'm going to click on animation. And from here, I can do popping and we're going to click on popping. It is going to animate all of those different elements at the same time for me. So now when I play this, you can see that it's going to pop in all those different elements. Pretty rad, right? So if we go, this is another graph that we had, and maybe we want one, that table's terrible. Maybe we want this to like more like fall in. We want it to cascade. Easy. We, again, go into animation and we can do waterfall. So there are 5 different options now. I'm sure that there's more coming in the future, but you can click on waterfall and it's going to animate all those in. Isn't that so fun? I love it. I think that's so fun. And what's really cool, and not a lot of people know that you can do this in Express, but you can actually add links in Adobe Express. So if I click here, we'll actually be able to see, I'm going to ungroup this real quick. If I click on this text, we'll be able to see that there is a link that is attached to this, right? If I right click, you can see link options. If you click on link options, it has a link here to like a shopping channel where you can go and get this. And so when I download this, if I open it in Acrobat, so I'm going to download it and we're just going to download this one as a standard PDF. Looks good for me. We also can add accessibility tags now. So we can automatically tag the PDF to make it accessible to screen readers, which is really cool. So I want to do that. And then I do want to download individual PDF files. I only want the first one. And so let's just do selected page, add accessibility tags, and I'm going to download. So that is going to pop up in my downloads in just a second. It's exporting this, it's pulling all of it together, and it's going to give me a PDF that I can then use and send out that will be clickable. I think a lot of people think that like Express is just for social media. No, you can make really great documents and PDFs here that are interactive. You can basically make an interactive newsletter to send out in an email to your customers or wherever you need it to go. So 90%. Hold on with me. We're going to get there. We're going to get to 100. We're on our way. Everyone take a sip of your coffee. We're starting in the morning. We like to call that a sip and save here on Adobe Live. So still exporting. It's taking a second, chat. It's taking a second. Just give it a minute. But it's going to export and it will give us links within here that we can then export out. It also is adding that accessibility for me, which I think is what might be taking a second. Let's give it just a minute more. Let's give it a minute more. And while we do that, I'm going to cut back here and say hi. Hello. If you're just joining me, they are having a fire drill. And so all their fire alarms going off in the studio in San Francisco, which is the regular scheduled programming. I'm down in Southern California and I took over the stream in my evil plan to take over the world. So we're just playing around here in Adobe Express, trying to get some stuff rolling. I'm showing you what's new. Once we're done here, once the fire drill is cleared, everyone's good out of the building and back in, safety first, then we will come back to the studio stream. So if you have questions, this is a live stream. I am live and I am reading the chat. Hi chat, you're over here. I'll wave at you. Let me know if you have questions about Adobe Express or how to do something in Adobe Express and I can cover that and show you how to do it. So We can add those links. Like I said, I showed you how to do that. So I am going to show you one more thing, and that is Rewrite. Rewrite is a really great new tool. So I'm just going to grab one of these templates here. So I'm going to grab this one, which is just like it looks like it's a party invite, and this has some text on it. And someone's saying, really love the features that have been added recently, and thank you for pointing out the accessibility tool. Absolutely. I'll show you one more accessibility trick as we go along here as well. So let's check this out. This is a new tool in Adobe Express, and we have, dear guest, we are delighted to have you with us and welcome you to the Vintagio Hotel. Whether you're here for business or leisure, we are committed to providing you with an exceptional stay, right? It's a little too stuffy for me, right? I want this to be a little bit more fun. So what I can do is I'm actually going to click into the text here, and I'm going to find that in our layer. There's a big group here. So we're going to come down, and I'm going to find the text. Let's see if it shows up here. Not warm regards. Oh, here we go. Right there. Oh, one more right there. So this is a little bit too stuffy for me. So what's cool is we can actually go to Rewrite, and then Rewrite. We can go ahead and rewrite this. So let's go to Rewrite, and then we're going to make this a little bit longer. And then I also want it to feel a little more casual. Right? So then we're going to hit generate, and it's going to rewrite this for us. It's going to give us 3 options. And let's go ahead and pick the second one and then hit replace, and it's going to replace it. You see, it made it longer and it rewrote it for me to be more casual. So now it says, we're absolutely thrilled to have you here as our guest and extend a warm welcome to Vintagio Hotel. Whether you're visiting for work or relaxation, we're dedicated to ensuring that you have an outstanding experience during your stay with us, right? So a really cool new tool to rewrite things. It's great. And someone said, is it a bug that Andrew is on the screen? No. And hello, yes, I am millennial coded. Absolutely. No, not a bug. We are having a fire drill in the San Francisco studio. So I took over the stream from Southern California. And yes, thank you, Cody. It's not a bug. It's a feature. So Rewrite, new in Adobe Express. Really great new tool. Let me know if you want to know anything more about Rewrite, or if you have any questions about Adobe Express. I'm just going to keep going if you don't. So something else that is new in Adobe Express, I'm going to scroll and try to find a good image. You know what? Let's do this and see what happens. I'm very curious. Okay, I'm going to do this one. Let's see what happens. So there is a new feature that is expand. So if we want to change the size of something, I like this background, but I want this to be a square. And so what I can do is I'm going to go to resize right here. Okay. Not transparent. Let's see. So there are some restrictions with this. And so I do need to play around a little bit with the restrictions that are in place. So I'm going to do a couple things real quick. I'm going to fit this image to the background. And let's say that you have an image that is spanning like your entire background, right? So we have this image that is the entire background of our document, but we want it to be a square. Images. Okay, hold on. Okay, here, yes. Effect, duotone. No, don't want that. All right. Oh, chat. My demo, hold on. My demo is going off the rails. No, we'll try a different one. So it is a little specific, but it is really great if you are trying to create and resize your content to be a little bit bigger. So what I want to do is, let's try this one. You know what, chat? I'm going to do this one. I did it. I've done it on a stream before, but we're going to do this. So let's say that I have this and I want it to be a square, right? I don't like the business card side of that. I want it to be a square. We're going to go to resize. And this has been a feature that existed in Adobe Express for a long time, but now we have the expand feature. That is a feature that allows us to expand this and add a little bit more to our document. So we want this to be a square. So I'm going to go to Facebook post 1080 by 1080. And now all I need to do is click expand and then click on resize and watch what happens here. So it's going to give us this magical rainbow. It's generating the results of what would be on the top and bottom, right? We've seen generative expand, very similar to that here in Adobe Express. We're able to pull it up. Look at that, magic. And we do have 3 options here. So we can kind of scroll through and see what works best for us. I like this one. I think that looks great. And now we can hit keep and check it out. Now we have a new document. I can come in here and I can resize all these pieces. And now we're set up for a more square format. in just a few clicks using expand to expand out our image, right? It's going to fill in that extra space for us. Really cool. Really, really cool. All right. Let's talk more about, let's just do this, chat. This is not what I'm supposed to be doing, but I saw something pop up that I haven't seen before. And so we are going to explore this together, and I'm going to move myself to the other side. Chat, hold on. Okay. What a journey we've been on. So this is a new tool that I know nothing about. I have not seen this before. It just popped up today, and I was like, I'm sorry, what's this button? So we're gonna explore this together. We are gonna click on the Typography Copilot, and let's see what happens. Typography Copilot. Okay, we're gonna hit Run Copilot. Chat, I don't know what this is. Let's find out. Oh, something went wrong. Okay, great. We found out together, chat. We found out together. Let's try this one and see what happens. Let's see if I click on it. Run in Copilot. Let's see. Yo no say, chat. I don't know. But if it's popping up for you, something to look out for in Express is that things are rolling out constantly. There's always new features coming to Express. And if you want to know what is the newest and greatest, you can go to a couple different places. One of them is the Learn tab right here. So you can click on Learn, and it's going to show you everything that is new from Adobe Express. I know, very anticlimactic. I'm sorry, chat. Welcome to Streams with me. I try, but it's sometimes disappointing. So this is everything that's new in Adobe Express. We also can get expert advice right here. We can get some design, social media, and these are by creators that you know and love. We've got our friends. Oh, James is here. We have Phil here. So lots of friends teaching you. As always, you can watch Adobe Live. Why not? But you can find out more information here to learn what's new with Adobe Express. So it looks like we may be walking in, and we have walking back right now about 10 minutes. Next up is Idara and Lucas. So y'all, about 10 minutes, we will be back to the studio, which gives me enough time to teach you one more thing. Chat, what do you want to learn about here in Adobe Express? Or do we want to kind of just do some unhinged craziness? We have two options. We will be back to our regular Squarespace program. If you're just joining us, we had a little bit of an issue with a fire drill in the studio. And so I took over for a little while for you to hang out with us. Let's go ahead and chat. I want to animate this. So let's go ahead and play around with some of the new animation tools here, just because I think this is a really fun image. We can go in and you'll see this is actually overlaid. So if you ever want to add some texture to your document, here's what you can do is you can add a image, and I'd love to see you make a Halloween party invite from a template. Okay, in 10 minutes? Absolutely. Hold on. Let's do it. So let's go ahead and let's do this one, because I like these like classy templates, but we're going to make it really spooky and scary. So we have all of these elements here, and it's really easy to change to make something spooky. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start adding in different color palettes. So we're going to select this image in the background, and I'm going to add an effect, and we're going to do, maybe not that. Maybe we want it darken. Ooh, let's do like purple and green. I feel like purple and green is always great. So we can go to duotone, and the shadows we want to be purple, and then the highlights we want to be green. And I actually maybe want to switch those. Ooh, I am not mad about that. I think that's kind of fun. Okay, let's do this. Let's do white, and then we'll make this green. So we're going to do that. And now I'm going to click in here and select some of these elements. And what is happening with these elements? Rectangle. Oh, those are on the sides. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and change the stroke on this. It's individual lines. That's crazy. And yes, it is very Haunted Mansion. I 100% agree. It is very that. All right. This is fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to group this whole thing. So we're just going to group the whole thing. And then that's not what I want to do. All right. No, it's fine. We're going to add spooky stuff. Okay. We have 10 minutes, chat. We're going to go over to media. We're going to add video, and I'm going to do like rolling fog on black background. And doing things on a black background is going to allow me to screen it. So I'm going to click here, and it's going to add that fog for me. And I'm just going to scale this up. Ooh, this is going to look great. So I'm going to scale this up over my whole document, and then we are going to change the blending mode to screen. take the opacity down a little bit and watch this. Ooh. Hello, foolish mortals. It's pretty great. So we're gonna do that, and then I do want to do a lightning strike. I gotta have a lightning strike. So we're gonna go to videos, and we're going to do lightning strike on black. Ooh, okay. I'm not mad about that one. Oh wait, is this slow-mo? Oh yeah, this is what we want. Okay, so we're gonna do this one, which is gonna be like this lightning strike on a black background. And so we are going to go to screen, and let's see if that strikes. Here we go. Yes. Yes, that's incredible. Okay, I love that one. It's great. We made it spooky. Let's go ahead and maybe add in some music. Should we do music, chat? We have like 10 minutes. Might as well. So we're going to go to media here. I'm going to go to audio, and then we are going to go to maybe like spooky and see what happens. All right, chat. This might be loud for you. I'm going to pull the volume down. Let's see. Spooky presence. Let's see. Greetings, foolish mortals. Okay, that's what we're doing. Hold on, we're going to do this one too. Prehistoric night whales? Hold on, we have to hear what prehistoric night whale sounds like. Nothing. Okay, we're doing spooky presence here, and I am going to do a little, like, voiceover. All right, are we ready, chat? I also am going to delete the lightning because I don't love it. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go to record voice over here, and that's going to record a voiceover for us to put onto our document. Here we go. Let's do it. Greetings, traveler. Welcome. You're invited this Halloween to a ghastly event. Come dance the night away as we cast a spell on the town. All right, so we have our little voiceover, and let's see what this sounds like, chat. I am going to pull the volume of the music down because I know that it's always like too loud, so I'm going to pull it down, and here we go. Let's see what happens. Greetings, traveler. Welcome. Oh, hold on. No, the volume needs to be all the way up. Okay, here we go. Here we go, chat. Greetings, traveler. Welcome. You're invited this Halloween to a ghastly event. Come dance the night away as we cast a spell on the town. So cool, right? So just in Adobe Express with just a few clicks, we've turned this invite into a nice, spooky, ghastly invite for our Halloween party. We have about 2 minutes left, so let's see what we can do here. What do I want to do to make this? You know what? Let's animate it. So what we can do is I want all this to animate, and so I'm just going to click right here on Animate All, and we want it to maybe bloom. So let's see what bloom looks like. Ooh, that's kind of fun. I forgot that it's individual objects. Ooh, I like it kind of piecing together. Pop. That's too much. Sunrise. Ooh, that looks like it's like rising from the dead. Okay, not mad about this. Okay, let's try this. Fun. Okay, and let's go ahead and play. Greetings, traveler. Welcome. You're invited this Halloween to a ghastly event. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, let's do... You know what? 2 minutes left. We don't have time. Okay, so let me just recap everything that we talked about real quick. We talked about being able to rewrite your content. On this document, we created a new verbiage for our hotel by just selecting the text that we wanted to edit and having it rewrite. So we selected it, and then we went to rewrite, and we said we want this to be a little bit shorter, and I want it to be comical. We hit generate, and it's going to rewrite that content from us, which is really cool. And someone said it looks like a gravestone rising. Yes, I agree. It very much did that. All right, so we shortened it, and now it says, we're super excited to have you at Vintagio Hotel. Whether it's work or play, we're here to make your stay amazing. So super easy right there. Great. We also covered how to extend. We took an image and we used the new extend feature, which is right here in resize, to expand our image on the top and bottom into a square format. If we wanted to, we could expand this. Let's say we want to do Instagram story. We hit resize and it is going to continue to expand that image and generate a top and bottom to it. So it'll probably give us more sky here and a lot more of the lake. Let's see what happens. Yes. So it extended that image for us. We can cycle through which ones we like. I like that one. Keep. And now we have something for social media. We didn't have to find a new image. We can just expand using that image, which is really cool. All right. And yes, everyone joining us, hello. Hi. Nice to see you. We are finished with our fire drill. So I took over the stream from Southern California, but we are going to go back to our friends in the studio in San Francisco. So I'm going to put up the holding screen. Thank you so much for joining me for this nice little pop in. And next up, we do have Idara and Lucas doing some amazing work in Photoshop and Adobe Express. So stay tuned. It'll be back in like literally a minute. Jacob, it's all yours.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Adobe Live, back from our San Francisco studio. If you've been watching throughout the day, we had a brief interruption from a fire drill.
Yep.
Ongoing joke was that the video I worked on in Adobe Express was just so fire that they
Literally.
needed to do a fire drill for the building. But we're happy to be back. My name is Lucas O'Keefe. I'm joined by Idara Ekpo. And we're going to be looking into some awesome Photoshop works, highlighting some new features for an action-packed day. And I will just share, if you are watching for the rest of the day, this is not the only session we're going to be doing. So here are some other things we have coming up that you can look forward to throughout the day. So we already did creating standout video content with Anjali and myself. We're getting into some photo retouching and editing. Right after that, Idara and Anjali are back for growth hacking with Adobe Express. And then I'll be back for creating engaging carousel content. And then we'll be looking at some framed Victorian portraits. So a lot of fun. Thanks for staying tuned in the Behance and the YouTube chat. We'll be reading the comments. Idara, what are we working on today?
So first of all, let me say hi to my friends in the chat, because usually I'm up in there with y'all moderating. So I see y'all, Robert, Cody, all of y'all, hello. And so we're gonna be doing some photo editing. I have a lot of new work that I have been doing over the course of a couple of months now. And so I'll just briefly show some of it because I'm proud.
It's amazing.
I'm very, very proud of it. So some of these portraits we will re-edit in Adobe Photoshop, and I can't guarantee that they will look like this. We're starting from scratch, but we're gonna highlight some of the new features as far as being able to a lot around generative AI and removing, expanding, etc. And so I'm really excited for that. And so we're gonna go ahead and hop right in. I always start in Lightroom. This is just where I put everything and dump it, and then I will go ahead and send my files over from Lightroom into Photoshop. So we will do that first. So I have this lovely portrait here. Ooh, I zoomed in all the way to his face.
Good thing you got his beard ready to go that day.
Beard of my friend Moses. And I really, if you saw this portrait on my website, you will see that this is not the final product, right? So we were wanting to go out. I wanted to shoot like in the mountains, and in Arizona, we don't really got we have a lot of landscape, but it just wasn't giving what I wanted it to give. So you'll see here, this was the final product, this middle shot right here. So all of this was generated in Photoshop. And so I really wanted to play with the idea of how can I really just expand into a new world with my portraits, right? Not just shooting just, what I have, but just seeing what AI and Firefly will allow me to do. So
it's faster than flying by airplane.
Exactly, right?
There we go.
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and just start with just doing some quick color grading to this image. Make sure I can see it clearly, because I have my contacts in today, and I'm like...
See, I'm the opposite. I'm a contact person. When I'm wearing my glasses, though, it's like computer screens are not happening.
Completely different world. Okay, so I'm just gonna go. First thing I always like to do is I come over to my color profiles in case there's something that I see here that's interesting. This is just a good start. Like, think of it as another version of a preset. So I just think of it as a way to just get my photo into a nice starting spot. And so I'll look here at portrait. You can see, I don't know how likely you all are gonna be able to see on screen, but it's very, very, depending on the one that you're using, it can be very, very noticeable or very, very, tiny. I usually come over here to Vivid. I just like the contrast that it provides. And then I am a huge advocate of work smarter, not harder, okay?
Always.
So if you could use the adaptive presets that they got up in Lightroom, please use it, because it just makes your life so much easier. So I usually come here to the portraits deep skin, there's medium skin, and then there is light skin. So you can go ahead and look at each of these and see if there's anything that catches your eye. I love to do this because it's just, again, it just makes things easier. We still are going to do a lot of work, so this doesn't do everything for us, but it at least, again, gets us to a place that we feel like we are okay with. So this is that before and after just with doing that.
It's amazing we all have the tools to use, but everyone uses them differently, right? Everyone uses the toolkit differently, and I always love seeing everyone's different workflow or different process for using these.
Absolutely. And so I'm gonna now come in here. I kind of want to, if y'all have noticed in my work, I don't keep my blues blue. I hate it. I tend to go more into a kind of greenish, blue-ish teal. I don't know, one of those in that arena of color. So I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna create a new mask. And I'm going to click Create New Mask, and I'm going to click Select Sky. So it's going to go ahead and select my sky for me. Bada boom, bada bing.
Right away.
And then I'm just going to come in here and just play around with some of the colors in here. So I can mess around with the hue a bit if I would like. I can mess around with the tint.
We already see the blue not being blue.
Not being blue, because one thing about me, I'm going to get rid of it.
Is there a reason for that?
No reason. I just... I don't know, maybe because I still include a lot of blues in my work, but I think it's just the hue of the blue, and so there's no reason for it. It's just my eye. I didn't really realize it until a friend pointed it out. They were like, "Oh, you always make your blues teal, and then you always make your whites like this greenish hue," and I couldn't tell you why. It's just I guess where I navigate towards. So apparently I don't like it, and so I'm just gonna go ahead and make some slight adjustments here, and it's so crazy too because. I know what the final image in my head was supposed to look like.
I had that happen a lot too, right? But that's what's nice too is that like no two workflow is exactly the same.
Exactly.
So it'll be nice to see
what this comes out to be.
Like you said, you've worked on this before, but this is a whole new experience for us here live.
Exactly. So you never know what this is going to come out to be. Especially because it's just different when you're at home, you take your time, you're just like really zoned in. An image can take me, I think this image probably took me at least 2.5 hours to edit. So we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be putting a little pep in our step here.
And we got a bit less time because that friendly fire drill we had.
Yes, exactly.
Extra pep.
Extra pep. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to come, and then sometimes I will do a little bit of color grading. I really love these color wheels. And again, there's no real like science that I have to it. I just go based off of like my eye and what I like. But when you focus on these color wheels, I usually like to call them out for it comes to color grading because you can add colors to your shadows, your midtones, and your highlights. And it just kind of emphasizes and just changes the whole world of your portrait.
Nice.
And takes it from just being just kind of like meh and flat to really adding a lot of dimension in the image. So that is one thing I personally love to do. I always end up, I feel like, adding like some kind of like orangey into my shadows. My highlights, I'll just kind of, and then I will say that it just really depends on like your eye. So I just literally will sit here and I will like tweak back and forth a bit. Do I like that or do I not like it? And so we're going to do that. And then we'll come up here to my midtones, see what I like or don't like.
We have a lot of love for that in the chat. Hello, Jack. Hello, Robert.
Hi, friends. Hi, Jack. Hi, Robert.
And if you have any questions, let us know. We'll make sure they get answered for you.
Yes, please, please, please. Okay, so we're just going to stop here, but that is a before and after.
I was just going to ask for the before and after.
Yeah, there you go.
I love see. I'm a sucker for being able to see before and after.
What's going on here? So we're going to come in, and we're going to go ahead and edit, and I'm going to send it. Oh, nope, not to beta. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, let's see.
So I do see why you bring it into Lightroom right away. That does make a lot of sense. That's awesome to just see and the different options. So
exactly. I just feel like it's just, and you can do this. I don't know why. Okay, let's just open it up as a smart object. Let's see that. We'll do that. Please close and retry. All right, let's close my Photoshop.
Hey, VJ. Good to see ya. A lot of awesome photos, too. I'm excited to get into these ones.
Oh, yes. We're going to talk a lot about the new remove aspects of, okay, let's see.
And do you shoot most of this all in Arizona?
Yes.
Yes.
So I shoot primarily in Arizona. And, I do travel, so it depends on where I'm at. And I don't know why this is going into beta.
We're always juggling the apps.
Oh, no.
Everyone's probably, I think everyone can probably relate to this, this feeling.
Can someone tell me why it's going into beta?
Just do a quick uninstall.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what? We just might have to. We're just going to go ahead and, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my Photoshop again.
Okay.
And I just exported that file as a PSD, and then we're going to go to my application. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Please excuse my desktop. And again, these contacts are not contacting like they're supposed to.
Well, this is nice too to also see if anyone else has to ever troubleshoot this.
Exactly.
It is nice to be able to see the process that they could always try. As VJ says, tech doesn't always tech.
It doesn't always tech.
Well, there's our
There we go.
So there we go.
All right, cool. So one of the major things I wanted to show y'all with this portrait, and again, this is where I really want to highlight some of the new features when it comes to, or just advancements that have been, because there's nothing, when we talk about generative expand and generative fill, those were already there, but I feel like there are such beautiful enhancements to it to where it looks a lot more realistic.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I don't know if y'all have used generative expand before or wanted to use generative fill, and then you see it, it's kind of like a low quality to it. I feel like now it's just kind of has been enhanced with the new Photoshop update. So first thing I want to do here, we're going to do some generated fill because this little red mark I don't like. So we're going to come in here. I'm going to use my lasso tool. I'm just going to come around, make a selection. I'm going to click generate.
What was that to begin with? Is that just like
no
something
idea
from the photo? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, something that was just there.
Not some moss on the rock.
I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if it was a mark that somebody made. I don't know if it means something. So if it does, I do apologize for removing it.
We're playing it safe.
I just want that gone because I don't want it to become a distraction for my photo. So you can see there already before and after. So that is already gone.
And you didn't have to type any prompt.
Nope.
It just detected what you were trying to do, and there we go.
And that's the one thing I really, really love about utilizing generated fill and expand. I am always blank in my brain when it comes to thinking about new prompts.
Yep.
I'm like, I don't know what to like put in there, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just generate.
Click a button and let it handle it. Yeah.
And it tends to know what I want. So that is the before and after of that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do some expanding. So this is where we're gonna come over here. We're gonna click on our crop tool. You'll see here that you'll have the corners that are there. I'm gonna click shift because I wanna keep the same like perspective. If I don't click shift, then you can see like it's doing, I have no control there. So I wanna click shift so I can keep it as a rectangle. I always like to focus on the grids, right? So just from like an aspect of saying symmetrical, I like to keep my subject in the middle. Well, in this case, I'll keep them in the middle, depending. And I'm just gonna drag this out.
We have VJ in the chat saying, blank is my favorite prompt to use. Nothing is his favorite prompt.
Nothing is my favorite prompt to use.
And you can do that now, which is awesome.
So I am gonna use a prompt here. I don't think I did when I first created this image, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do it now and see what we get. So I'm gonna say add mountains and valleys. And let's see what that generates for us.
It's always the excitement, the drum roll.
You know, do,
Yes.
do.
Everyone has their own little tune they want to use during the suspense building.
And one thing I will say, y'all, I'm gonna wait because the time that it takes to, oh, look, it's okay. So we got a little.
Didn't even get to finish your sentence.
I know,
so quick.
exactly. Ooh, I like this one.
This is very nice, yeah.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
And as always, you get the 3 options to choose from.
Exactly.
Right?
And if for whatever reason you don't like the 3 options, you can click generate again and it's going to generate 3 more options for you. So if for whatever reason you're like, oh, it didn't really give me what I want, you can edit the prompt. You can see that I did not edit the prompt, but you can edit the prompt and then generate again to see what it's going to give to you. Ooh.
Oh, I like the clouds in the sky, and you can see like the depth in the distance. You can see there's more mountains further away.
Ooh. Wow, I think I'm a fan of that first. There we go. I like that.
Nice.
The clouds in the sky is really, really nice. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just going to keep that there. I personally, depending on. Now, you may not want to do this because, you know, once you do it, it's kind of permanent. But I always like merge my layers because I'm just like, once I decide, I'm like, we sticking to it. So I'm going to go ahead and merge, especially because as I'm going to continue to do, not the emojis.
You don't want to put emojis in the sky? Some clouds?
As soon as I like kind of decide on what I want from this aspect, I want to kind of go back into my color grading, and so I want to make sure that everything is at least on one solid layer. So I'm going to merge these 2 together.
Is that so when you do your color grading, it'll all happen at once?
Exactly, it happens to everything. Because if it doesn't happen to everything, then it's like, oh, like you'll notice that if you have it on 2 different layers, sometimes it'll add the color grade to the layer that's right underneath it instead of the whole thing. So I tend to do this, and I'll just tell this expand.
Oh yes, well Vishal just asked, VJ just asked, how do you decide to merge or not merge?
Yeah, so it's a personal decision. I sometimes like if I open up other files for you guys, you will see that I have like I'll keep my merges for me and I'll just like keep everything. I don't know what file this is. We're gonna play. Okay, there we go. So like this is one option. Did I merge this one? No, I didn't merge this one. Never mind. I always tend to merge.
Fair, yeah.
Just because I like to reduce the amount of just like layers that I have, but it is kind of like a difficult game because if I get too far in my editing, I can't necessarily go back and change this aspect. So that is something that I am taking that personal risk. So I would not tell you to take that risk unless you know for sure you're not going to make any more changes. So for the case of this live, I'm gonna do that because the layers are they're gonna drive me mad.
Well, you're keeping it nice and organized. I appreciate that. I'm a messy, multiple layers, tons of project windows, tons of tabs.
Same. Don't let me fool you. Okay.
Oh, fair. Okay.
This is for y'all. All right. If it's me at home, we're not doing that. So I'm going to come here to selective color, and this is where we're going to go ahead and focus on just doing some overall color grading and editing. Now, I talk about this a lot when I stream it. I love, love, love selective color because you'll see the differences between selective color and HSL sliders or even your color grading wheels in Lightroom. When you're using the HSL sliders, which I actually will come back and pull this up, you will see that you have the option to change the hue, saturation, or luminance of a specific color, right?
Okay.
And so you can kind of be like, oh, like I want, like if there was, let's see, what color is, what this was impact. Okay, let's go to reds. So I can change the saturation in the reds, and that's impacting the rocks. I can change the hue of the reds, and that still is impacting the rocks. Same thing with luminance. And so you have that kind of control there, but I think selective color does a great job of taking it further because I can really dive in deeper into the reds, dive in deeper into the cyans, the blues, etc. So you'll see here I have a list of colors, my reds, my yellows, my greens, blah, blah, blah. It's all there for you. Now, I always start off with reds or yellows, especially in this case, we won't really do any kind of skin editing because he's so far out that you don't even see anything.
Okay.
But I want to make sure that I do like the way that the reds look, the oranges or the yellows look, etc. So starting here with the reds, you're going to see that you can impact the cyans, magentas, yellows, and blacks. So you'll be able to like add those colors or remove those colors. So you can see how like, I think this is really impacting the rock here. Let me kind of, there we go. So then you're going to be able to see that like as I'm dry, there we go. Yep, so it's adding more, it's removing the cyans, it's adding the cyans. So we're going to go ahead and remove some of those cyans in there. And then I just kind of go based off of like feeling like there is no like, again, science to any of this. This is just based off of what I like or don't like.
That's the best part of it, right?
Yeah.
Just seeing what feels right to you as you're going through it.
It's just, and it allows it to just feel natural. Like, I'm not someone that wants to, Reverb said, duplicate, then merge to be safe. Yes. That's what I would say to do. Duplicate and then merge.
Fair. That's like me in Adobe Express. I always make a duplicate of my page before I change anything, so I can always just pop back to the duplicate if I
just
need.
to be safe.
Mike also making some good merge references to the show Survivor. Everyone's just working to merge. Merging the two tribes.
And then I'll come here to yellows. If there's any yellows in my photos, I'll also kind of like play around with these and toddle around. And you'll see like it's kind of impacting his skin very slightly, so I want to be mindful of that. Then the game changer for me in this case, I liked this green situation happening before, but I don't like it now.
Okay.
So I'm going to see if I can see what I can do to get it. Okay, there we go. So I'm in my greens tab now. I'm going to try to see what we can do here. Okay, there we go. That feels it's a little too much in that corner. So we're just going to play around with our sliders.
It is nice seeing the changes happen though. Like like you said, they're very subtle, but like when you flip back and forth, you can see what's happened.
Exactly. See how like harsh it feels like I just took like like a black brush and just added shadows to that portion, which we don't want.
Faintly.
Let's just pull back a little bit. I might even just duplicate that just to maybe one more. There we go. I like that. And then I'm gonna come down and you'll notice the other thing that I like to do. I do like to do each individual color on its own layer.
Okay.
Because if I want to go back and make any changes, I can do that. So, and I like to know what the color is. So like if I'm not doing it now, but I would, call this red. Then I would call this yellows. And then I would call these ones, I don't know what color this was. I think this was supposed to be like a blue.
And then that way, if you want to change the specific color, you're going back and not changing the overall image, just that color.
Exactly. Because it just helps me to, because instead, if I start doing everything on one side, I'm just not going to, I don't want to have to go through multiple colors to figure out which one I'm trying to edit. I just want to be like, okay, it's the green that's bothering me. Let me find the greens on here. So
I like that you're able to do that. I always get carried away and I'll do all the steps and I'll be like, wait, I didn't duplicate anything.
Exactly.
I didn't separate anything.
Like, I don't know what's going on.
Now I'm working backwards to fix it. Yeah.
And then I'm going to come back to selective color once again. And the last thing that I really love to do is I'll go into my whites, neutrals, and blacks last. The whites, again, are just like the highlights of the image, so I'll just kind of see what colors I want to add and see what I like or don't like. So again, just playing around with the sliders there and see what looks good to you. And then we come back selective color again. The blacks, that's my favorite because this is when you can really add a little bit of character to the image. So this is adding color to your, again, the blacks, which are your shadows, right?
Yep.
So now I can go ahead and just kind of play around. And sometimes I do this in a way that's very dramatic, as you can see here. And then I'll just come down to my opacity and I'll just kind of like tailor it down, opacity and fill, and see what I do like and don't like. So I'm gonna put these all into a folder for us and call this selective color.
So everything's there. It's not in the way. It's not too many, but if you need to go back, you know where it is.
So we'll show you. Let me show you guys what we had. So this was the first version of it, right? Like this is when we went out, we went to the mountains. I said, you know what? Get up on that rock, pose like a G, and I'm gonna take the shot of you. And then I got into Photoshop and I was like, I feel like the rock is not doing anything for me. So we used Generative Expand and added a little bit more rocks. You got the mountains in the background, the clouds that come in. I feel like it makes it more of an interesting photo now. Now, I know some people might be like, oh, personally, this is my personal thing that I will say about it. I think this allows you to just explore a new world of creativity. And so it's not something I do in all of my portraits, but in a case like this where I want something to look a little bit more just unique, maybe if I haven't really dived into the word of compositing as well, so I think this is a great opportunity for me to just kind of expand and kind of create like a, alternative universe for myself and my portraits.
It adds to the story as well, right? Like, looks like a more impressive climb to the top of the rock now.
It's like, how do you get up there?
and how did you take the photo, right? Let's think about the photographer as well.
And it looks real, so that's the other thing. That's the one thing that I do love is because with these advancements that have happened to Generative Expand, I feel like I have used it in the past where you would do it and it's like, it looks a little pixelated or the quality's not really there. I really love the way that this looked. Like even just zooming in, I just feel like this looks a lot more realistic.
The trees on the right side.
Exactly, the trees over here. I love how the mountains are kind of like in the background and faded out. So it just looks really, really beautiful. And then we do our selective color to add that color grade to the image. So this is our before and after. So I'm gonna leave this as is, y'all. I think we did a solid job here. Now that was the original. This is the original. This is the one that actually lasted. This I did before the Photoshop update. So you can see here, exactly. So this is really cool.
Comparison.
So you can see here, like it's still really, really nice with the expand option, but I feel like it was a little bit like, the quality at the bottom isn't fully where I would like it, but I really love how this one might have to replace.
There you go.
It just might have to replace the one on the website.
I love the cloud, the little bit of cloud in the corner.
Yeah, it's just so interesting, and it just brings in like this whole new feel and world to like, what is this photo saying to y'all? I don't know.
That's what Vishal said. He said it gave you new environment ideas, which is very nice.
Yes, exactly. So
take you different places.
Exactly. So that's what we love to do. So now we're gonna go ahead and pick another portrait. I think we're cool on that one.
Yep.
One of the things I really wanted to show you guys is the new updates to the remove tool. So we're gonna go ahead, and again, I don't know why it wants me to send everything to beta. So we're just gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna keep Photoshop open. I'm gonna open up this. Sorry, you guys are seeing my desktop. You guys are seeing my desktop. So sorry.
Well, I can go ahead and while you're doing that, I can. We have a pretty action-packed day, and we're only through the middle of it, so I can share what we're looking at throughout the rest of the day. So right now we're doing photo retouching and editing, but we have 3 other sessions after this. So we'll be getting into growth hacking with Adobe Express. That's with Anjali and Idara. Then I'll be back on with Anjali, and I'll be showing how I create some engaging carousels for social media in Adobe Express, my favorite content format to use. And then we'll be finishing it off with framed Victorian portraits for the weekly challenge with Jack.
Beautiful. And now we're back. Thank you, Lucas. So I want to show y'all another great element to some of the new features that have also come up. Now, this is a portrait I took a while ago, and I was looking for it because I needed a good example to show how to utilize the new remove distractions tool. And so this is, you'll see here, beautiful portrait. And some might even say, I'm not gonna lie, the wires that are in here do add like a nice, unique touch to it. And really make the photo look interesting. But we're gonna, for the purpose of this example, we are going to remove them, okay?
Well, we're all about options, right?
Exactly.
It's nice to have the different options,
exactly.
Which is great.
So we're gonna go ahead and click here on the little Band-Aid. You'll see that you have the spot healing brush, all these things, and you'll see your remove tool. And here at the upper upper corner, you'll see where it says Find Distractions.
Yep.
If you click on it, you have the option to, with one click, remove any wires and cables. And then also, if you had a photo that had, maybe let's say you went out with some friends and you were on the beach and you are looking good, right? And you said, yo, take my photo, but then there's people in the background. You could also use the, you can also utilize the people aspect to kind of find the people and remove them too. But in this case, we're going to do the wires and cables. So if I click on wires and cables, it's literally going to just do it for me.
I love the one for people as well. I was just at Adobe Max recently, and there was this beautiful staircase with all like the Adobe Max logo, and it was all these nice colors. Everyone was taking pictures on it. When my picture was being taken, someone was walking down the stairs. So I love it's super easy to just remove them, which is nice.
That's it. There you go. So you'll see here that this is our before and our after. Now, the only thing that I will say is that it did think her necklace was a wire.
Oh, interesting.
It did. But so I'm just going to go ahead and just click on my eraser tool, bring this brush down, and I'm just going to bring it back in.
Okay, so you're basically erasing the effect that was applied.
Yes, exactly. So there you go. So now you can see the before and after. Those cables are easily gone. So if you had an example, like maybe you're taking portraits somewhere and you have all of these wires and cables or people that you don't want to utilize, please utilize the Find Distractions tool because it just makes it easier. The time that I would have spent either utilizing, even generating a fill, if I wanted to do that. Let's see what that looks like. Because I could also, let's turn this off. I could use generated fill and just kind of highlight or, use my lasso tool and see what that would do for me
again,
too.
just kind of see what it does.
Me and the prompts, we don't go together. We do not.
But it's awesome to see that you don't always need one, right?
You don't.
It can really fill in the blanks for you.
And then there's another example.
Okay.
So you could also use this. What I really loved about this option is that I didn't have to select anything. I just clicked the button and it automatically removed the wires for me. But of course, you do have multiple ways that you can do things, which is what I love about Photoshop. There is not one specific way to do things, so that is really great because if you want to use generated fill, you can. So that's great as well.
And some of those wires in the distance, like the more far back ones, I think using the remove distractions really got those.
Yes, exactly. So like I wasn't able to get all of these back here without having, now I have to make a different selection. I have to really be
as close to the hand.
Exactly, which I don't have time for that, okay? Work smarter, not harder, okay? All right, perfect. So now we're gonna go into another portrait. We have some time. Let's see. I really want to edit this photo. Now, let's see how I'm going to do this because we're going to go back into Lightroom because I want to do some quick color grading to this image and then we'll bring it into Photoshop. So this is an image that I shot recently for my, I had an art exhibition last weekend and so I was trying to kind of shoot some new work for it and this was, I'm proud of myself because I did the styling on this.
Oh, awesome.
And I am not a stylist, y'all.
I love the red.
I know, the red is just so, I was like, you know what? And shout out to Pinterest. I can't take all the credit for it because Pinterest really helped me, for real. But like we talked about before, I'm going to come over here to like some of the adaptive presets and just see what we have here. Let's see. Ooh, okay, I like this orange one. And I just kind of hover over, I like the kind of vintage feel that one gives.
I love the couch. The couch stood out to me right away too, and I love like the vintage look does match that couch very nicely.
I think we might stay there. Ooh, that's a lot. And some may work for you, some may not. So I just like to hover over them and just kind of see.
I'll say auto apply just by hovering. You don't have to
exactly.
click. You're not committing to anything.
Not committing, and that's what we love. Listen, in some cases we don't want to commit. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna pull up my exposure just this is a little bit too much. I'm gonna come back down, pull up the blacks, whites, and so let's just kind of look at what that looks like. Lovely. And then let's see if I wanted to increase the saturation. I really like my colors to pop, so I want the red tights to really be like.
Yeah, definitely like a focal point.
Yes,
of the image,
I wanted to like punch you. No violence. I'm so sorry.
Stylistically, with the style.
Yes. Now before, let's go ahead and export this as a PNG. Okay, cool. So we're gonna export it to my desktop. Come back over here. Let's open that file.
So we're bringing it into Photoshop now?
Yes, we're gonna bring it into Photoshop. And if if you guys have any questions, let me know
Yep.
because I can answer them all day.
We had Jason asking about it being in San Francisco. We are in San Francisco.
Yes,
so right
we
at the
are.
studio, the Adobe Live studio right here.
Yes, we are. Now, one of the things that I want to do, and her face is a little too orange for my liking. I'm just going to take care of that real quick because I'm looking at her face and it's like, whoa, that's a lot. We're just going to pull that back. I'm going to go into my reds and see what I can do here. Okay, there we go. I like that a bit more.
Was this at a studio you found or you located?
Yeah, so I found this studio off of Peerspace, and I'm gonna invert that so I can come in here and just impact her face and paint in that effect just right here. Oh, I'm clicking the eraser tool. Wrong brush. Where's the brush?
I need this couch.
The couch is doing what it needed to do. But yes, I found the space off of Peerspace, and so that was a really great opportunity to be able to find the space. And also, like, sometimes, like, I do a lot of work in studio.
Okay.
And so sometimes you want something that's a bit more engaging, right? And so I really didn't want to shoot in studio because like it's just a background, and I really wanted like a vintage vibe. And so when you have an idea or concept for this shoot, I really wanted to give kind of like a retro vintage vibe. And one of the things I'll say is when you kind of pick your subject, sometimes your subject is going to kind of impact the overall feel and vibe of the photo,
absolutely.
right? So I really love that. Her name is Lo, and she has this beautiful, beautiful afro. And I just felt like that is something that just makes me feel like I love the feeling, the retro vibe. I just love how beautiful it looks. So I really wanted to kind of style around that and still have her hair be a focal point and it to match the scene as well. And so that was kind of what I was going for.
I think you answered Milton's question before I read it. What were you going for with this shoot?
Hey, Milton. So Milton actually was on set for this shoot. He helped you with the lighting. So shout out to Milton and thank you for joining, friend. And so I'm going to go ahead and that is one thing that I did there. And then the other thing that this would have been a good example for me to show for you guys. You can utilize the adjustment brush. So if you come over to your brushes, excuse me, no, it's right here. If you come over to, it's right here, my eyes. Okay, so you have the brush with the little like shadow right there is the brush adjustment brush tool. You have the option to go ahead and look at all the different adjustments that you can make here. So I can click on selective color. And then let me select.
You're basically applying that tool or that option to the brush.
Exactly. So here I am kind of masking in her face. And this is where I can make sure that the adjustment just applies here. So I just showed you another example of how I just did this. I feel like this one is a bit quicker. And then I can come in here and I can make adjustments to her face.
It's amazing to just see all the options available, right? There's no right way, there's no wrong way, whatever gets the job done for you, but there are the tools for many different varieties of workflows.
And I just love it because it just makes things, the options are endless, and so you can really decide what it is that you like or don't like.
Wow, I can already see the changes.
Bam. Okay, so we'll stay there. What did I do?
And then we have the before and the after there.
Yeah. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy these over. So this is a 19.
And remember, everybody, always label your layers.
Yes.
Always name them.
Literally always label them because if you don't,
let me know in the chat, what kind of designer are you? Are you an organized one or a disorganized one?
Perfect. So you'll see here, this is with the adjustment brush. And then this was just with, I created a separate layer. So this first one here, what I did was I created I did selective color, and then I created the adjustment that I wanted. I inverted the layer, and then I went and brushed it in where I wanted it to have the impact. There's a lot of steps, right? And so instead of doing that, you can utilize the adjustment brush tool, which that allows you to really paint in the areas that you want to see the effect, and then you can go ahead and make the changes as need be. So that removes the amount of steps. Again, there's no specific or right way to do things. Right. It just is a matter of preference at that point. So
Milton is overly organized. Everything named, everything labeled,
everything
in folders.
Literally everything.
Terrence is pursuing organization, in quotes, organization.
Organization. The last thing, or one of the next things I want to show you guys, I know we're getting close to time, is what you'll notice in the final image that is on my website. Her shirt did not look like this. So here you can see all the wrinkles.
Okay.
And it's just, it wasn't something I noticed at first. Like, I probably could have gotten away with it, but I really wanted a polished look.
Okay.
And so I'm going to be utilizing generative fill to hopefully clean up and remove the wrinkles out of her shirt.
That's a new usage for me.
You know, I love to listen, one thing about me, I have told y'all before, I love to utilize generative fill for things that it probably wasn't meant for. I have used it for skin retouching in cases. I'll use it in this case to kind of clean up her shirt. And I just like it because instead of me sitting down and like really utilizing like maybe the clone tool or other tools to really do the same effect, I can just let my computer do it for me. So.
Or a clothing steamer, possibly.
That's the other thing. So that's another pro tip. If there are things y'all can do before you get into Photoshop, before you actually take the photo, please do them, because if I could have stopped myself and just said, Idara, use the steamer, we wouldn't be in this case, but here we are.
But there are also so many things you don't notice till after the fact,
exactly,
right? And also, you're having to wear many hats when you are shooting, when you're on site. So I'm just joking.
No.
I have a clothing steamer, and half the time I'm too lazy to use it. So
I usually always forget. It's one of the things that I think is like important to have on set, because I am also team fix it, like do it in real time.
Yeah.
Because it just saves you so much time. Like the time that I spent trying to fix her shirt, it probably took me, like I had like, on the original file, I probably had like 50 gen fill layers.
Oh, wow.
Because there were just so many different components to it.
But it is very nice seeing these options here.
So that's the before
Original?
and that's the after. So you can already see that we're making a change there. I don't like how this is like bent over here. So I'm going to see if this is going to fill that little gap there.
And of course, we're super zoomed in. Obviously, if we were zooming out, like it is very nice to change these things, but zoomed out too, probably wouldn't even notice a lot of these things.
Exactly.
So it's as much as you want to do. You have so many options.
Yep. And see how like I didn't like that little kind of portion right there? Bam.
More
just
symmetrical.
A little bit, just more symmetrical. So that if we zoom out, you can't tell. Like you really can't.
And we're even looking for it now because we were just focused on it, and you can't even tell.
And I'm like, where is it? Where's the next wrinkle? And so I'm going to come in here and let's just see what this will do for me. And again, you'll notice that I am not using any prompts. That's how I roll.
No, it's nice that that's been a common theme today,
Yes.
right? You haven't needed to, and that's just adding to the speed.
Exactly.
There are many people, as we saw in the chat, who maybe aren't comfortable with prompts or don't like thinking of prompts.
Exactly.
Right? So it's nice to not have to.
Exactly. So sometimes it's just nice to be able to just let it do its own thing. And of course, sometimes there'll be cases where it doesn't do a great job, but for the most part, like even just between this looks so much better than this.
Yes. Yeah.
So even if like you didn't want it to be perfect, like there's no need for it to be so perfect, but maybe
right, you want a bit of natural to wrinkle, right?
So it doesn't have to look like unreal.
I also don't even I like how you don't need a prompt because I don't even know what I would think of for a prompt.
I'm like remove
smooth fabric.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Smooth the fabric and remove the wrinkles. It feels like a lot.
Sometimes it's nicer to just not use one.
Exactly. And so we're gonna go ahead and do that, and you'll already see. Even if it did add a little one here, I can just come back in and remove it.
Yeah.
I like the overall look of it, and then I can just create another layer and just do that. So I really love utilizing generative fill and generative expand because it just really expands the whole overall feel of your image. So that is
there we go.
Look at that. So that is just like if we put this all into a little folder. You can see the before and after. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can really see it on her shirt. Before and after. Just makes it look a little bit cleaner.
Yeah.
Like if I really sat here and I went through it, I removed every single wrinkle. But just for the premise of time, just being able to see what you can do and how you can utilize these features to really just overall enhance and change the game with your photos. And then, let's see. I think and then from this point, I would just kind of continue with my color grading and see what I want to do and what I like or don't like with this image. Again, if I wanted to enhance the reds any further, you can see that this is, if I focus on this specific layer, this is really changing the color of her tights.
Yes.
And so you can really play around, and it's also impacting, it's detecting all of the reds in the photo, which is another reason why it's nice to utilize the adjustment brush tool.
Yep.
Because if I wanted to just tailor in her types, which we could just do real quickly, I can come in here, click on the brush, and make a
Right, because maybe you like how the background
Yeah,
is,
you
maybe
might
you like how
like
the
it.
couch already is, you just want to
Exactly.
change the tights.
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and
We have Mike saying adjustment layers are your friend.
they are your friend. They're going to do everything for you. And then the last thing I wanted to show real quickly is we do also have a way that you can remove objects with generative. So you have the option to detect objects as well. So if you come over here to your remove tool, you'll see right here that you always have your options
Yep.
of generate remove, the healing brush, the clone stamp brush. If I come over here and click on detect objects, you'll see here that there's this light. This is a panel light that we were using but we didn't need in the moment and we just kind of put to the
Okay.
side. If I come over here and just do a little circle, it's going to detect the object
Oh, wow.
and it's going to click remove for me. And let's see what it does. I know we are at the last 2 minutes. Bam, it's gone. Okay.
I love that it kept the couch arm too.
Exactly,
You had
right?
the couch arm selected, but it recognized
it.
you probably want to keep that in the image and it kept it,
Yep.
giving you options too
giving
if you
you
do
options.
want it gone.
And so that is an option that you have there. Let me remove that so you guys can see the before and the after. So it's right here, you can see that this was here and now it's gone. So if you are, again, when you're shooting and sometimes there are things that you might miss, things that you want to detect and remove, you can go ahead and utilize these features to do that. And so I am a huge fan of all of the updates that have happened. It helps to make my workflow a lot easier and just kind of change my overall editing game.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Idara, for showing those off. We have an action-packed day. We're going to take a short break just for 5 minutes, and then we'll be returning for Anjali and Idara as well. Thank you,
guys
everybody.
soon. Bye.
I will show you the power of generative AI. When you click on the plus sign, you get a lot of sizes that you can choose from. In this case, let's go with an Instagram square post. And let's just take a photo that we might want to edit. So I'm gonna go with this photo here. So you just click on the photo and you have generative fill here, and it gives you a little brush that you can select stuff with. And the first thing is this building. I don't like it as much. So let's just select it and just go remove the building. So yeah, there we have it. They removed the building for us. I wasn't wearing heels in this photo, so let's just add pink heels to it. Yeah, we have a bunch of options. Yeah, let's try to change the color of the dress.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna select the dress here and we're gonna make it black. Ooh.
Wow.
It did completely replace the dress, and that's such a pretty dress. Let's create a carousel out of this. When it comes to info on social media, you have to make it interesting, and that's where Express comes in. So I'm just gonna add a new page. Let's just have the same size right now and import our old photo here. So you can just kind of add plain text just like that. But what I love is text effects. You can choose all of these really cool effects here. I love the rose petals here. So you can kind of describe your own thing. So let's just say I don't know, butterflies. Ooh, so we have letters written with butterflies here. Now that we have the text itself, it's not visible, so let's add a background to it. I'm just gonna give it an outline. Let's say we want it to come in somehow. So I'm just gonna go into animation and drift. This is a drop. So now for the next slide of the carousel, step 1 here was we just had to select part of the image that we're interested in, right? So I'm just gonna type that. So I'm just gonna go with something simple like this, and we could also add a shape behind it. I'm just gonna go to elements, go to shapes, and there's a circle here. We changed the heels, right? So we highlighted this region. So I'm just gonna show that. Change it to purple, and then reduce the opacity here. So I'm just gonna go to add and then duplicate it. Describe your change. I'm just gonna get rid of that little circle. Instead, what we need is that box that we had when it came to Gen AI. So I'm just gonna go to the sniping tool and take a screenshot of that little part.
Oh.
Let's see if I can copy paste it, otherwise I'll just save it. Yeah, I could copy paste it. We have a box here now, so the people viewing our carousel know what to do, where to type it, right? So elements, shapes, let's get a rectangle. Let's make it black. So this is where you can see your layers. So I'm just gonna pull it behind, duplicate the first slide actually. So I'm just gonna click on the plus sign and hit duplicate. And I want the text to kind of look like this because it's still a step. So I'm just gonna copy and paste that.
Watch the magic.
Yeah, watch the magic.
Oh, there you go.
Of Gen AI.
Yep.
One last thing that I really want to share is scheduler, because scheduler has saved my life. So I'm just gonna click on share. And when it comes to scheduling, we have a bunch of like social media channels to choose from. You'll have to set it up once, and after that, it's just gonna do it for you. So let's just say I'm gonna go with Instagram. I'll just like type my caption here, and then you can schedule it out, or you can publish now. And then you just hit schedule, and it has been scheduled, and you can view it in calendar here.
This has been so much fun.
I learned a lot today, and I hope this was helpful to you all as well.
Awesome. Okay, we'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome back to another Adobe live stream. I am here with Angelique. How are you doing today, girl?
Good, how are you?
I am doing great. I am really excited to dive into today's topic. We're going to be talking about growth hacking with Adobe Express and creating reels. And personally, I'm going to just be a little selfish. I need some help with my reels. So I'm really excited to get into today's topic. I'm going to quickly shout out y'all in the chat. I see you, Wade. How are you doing? Cody, Jason, I hope that you guys are all doing well. If you have any questions throughout this entire stream, please be sure to drop them in the chat so that way I can make sure to relay them. And yeah, so what are we doing today?
Yeah, so when it comes to growth hacking, Instagram, right? The number one thing that comes up is Reels, because like the only way you can grow on Instagram at this point is Reels, right?
It's crazy.
So, yeah.
It's crazy.
So for today, I'm planning to share some of the different Reel formats that I use. So for example, the first type is it's just like a quick video with a long caption. Another type could be like a usual picturesque, like lots of videos kind of merged together with a voiceover. So we'll just go over all of those different types. I'll show you my editing process on Express. And you'll see how quickly we're able to like really do stuff.
I'm excited. I'm really hoping I walk away with this and I'm inspired to create some reels. Because I have all this content. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make a reel, and I never do. So I'm really excited to learn today.
Yeah, awesome. So I'm gonna start importing the video here, right? So I am gonna go with the first B-roll, and we're gonna click create new. We want it to be an Instagram reel. And the vision here is to just have like a random B-roll. So for example, whenever I go around and I see something interesting, I just asked someone to take a video of us. Like 5 minutes ago, I was literally
shout out to Jacob.
I was literally like, Jacob, can you take like a 10-second video of us? And this really helps because these are my background videos for any of the text that I have on top. And one form of video that does really well is like that extremely short version, like a 4 or 5 second video that runs on loop, and you have a lot of information in the caption that people spend reading. So while they're reading, the video kind of runs round and round in the back, and you get a lot of views, and it kind of blows up like that.
Cool.
So that's a neat little trick. So I'm just gonna share how I do that. So I just imported like a random B-roll video that I had, right? So that I had shot from a beach. So now we want it to be short, right? Because we want it to loop. So I'm gonna shorten it to like 5 seconds, and and you want like a lot of movement to happen. So you see the first few seconds, I'm just like not really moving. So I'm gonna crop the first few seconds.
I was gonna ask, like, how do you decide which moment you really want to be the focal point of that 5-second reel?
Yeah, as long as you're not like moving and there's like something to see, because this is not going to be the only thing in here, right? I'm also going to have like text pop up and like icons and stuff like that. So as long as there's movement, because if you look at the first few seconds of this video, I was just like sitting there like waiting for them to turn hit the video record button on and then tell me, and then I kind of start moving and wearing my hat. So crop the first few seconds out there, and now this is literally our reel, right? Now we just want to add like little elements to this so that it's slightly more interesting.
Okay, got it.
So they say the most important part of any reel is the first 5 seconds, because that's when you like hook your audience in. But this is a 5-second reel. So I'm just gonna have a nice headline here. And it doesn't even have to be relevant to whatever you're sharing, right? Like, I'm a tech content creator. I share a lot of tips on how to get started with coding or how to build your resume, little things like that. And this video has nothing to do with resumes, but it still works. It still works. Because Instagram primarily is a platform for people to get entertained, and if you're able to educate them at the same time, that's like a win-win.
Honestly, I think that's a great point, because you want to make sure that people are entertained and they like want to stop and look at it. So I think this is a really great clip, because it's like, it's interesting, like, oh, where is she at? Like, she looks really beautiful. I love the beach. And then you're stopping and retaining whatever information that's there that you're sharing. So it's a great like double whammy there.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna add a headline. So let's just say it can be something like, 5 resume mistakes, or maybe just like resume mistakes you shouldn't be making, right? So I'm just gonna go to the text here and add my text. Now it could just simply be like here, like resume mistakes you should avoid.
Now, do you have any kind of like tips around whatever that headline is? Like, how do you make sure it's engaging enough for someone to stop? Obviously, you have the video itself, but what tips do you have for captions or those headlines that can also add to people wanting to stop and really look into that information that you're trying to share more?
Yeah, so this is where like Express comes in, because if your video stands out, people are gonna stop and watch, right? So this font right here and this color, there's nothing new. You can do this on the Instagram app. So I try to avoid like these generic ones. Instead, I have like any of the recommended ones here. And sometimes if I'm feeling really creative, what I like to do is I go to text effects, right? So now let's just say that you can describe what your text should be. So let's just say like I want it to be like beachy ocean waves. And let's see what it gives us.
I think this is the one thing that I really love about Express, is being able to generate text effects. I feel like, especially when you have you have multiple applications that people like to utilize for their creating their reels. I think that's there's so many really unique aspects, and this is one of them.
Yeah. And what I really like is you can be as specific as you want, and like I like that this tight versus loose customization kind of ensures that our text is like, if I want it to look a little more professional, I choose the tight, and it's still like, you know, funky in the sense that, look, this is literally balloons, but at the same time it's like not all over my screen. It's not like spread out. So let's try like waves.
And then the other thing that I noticed was, I'm assuming it was intentional, but when you are trying to figure out your composition, are you keeping in mind that where you would want to put text? Because this is a great shot, because you have all of that negative space on top, which is great for the text. Is that intentional when you're going into okay, perfect.
Yes, whenever I'm shooting a B-roll, I ensure there's either space on top of me or it's like close up so that my head is on the top and there's enough space here beneath my face where I can put, because there has to be some place you pop the text in.
Absolutely.
So this is cool, but it's black and white. I wanted to go for like blue. So let's retry that. We can also kind of change the colors up later. Yeah, this looks good.
There we go, yes.
Yeah. So just the word resume can kind of pop out here. So I think the blue blends in a little too much. let's see. Let's do like sunshine maybe.
Ooh.
So I just take inspiration from the image and just like throw random words in that seem to fit. I like that.
Yeah, that pops out more.
I like that.
Yeah, that pops out.
So I have resume mistakes you must avoid. And the rest of the words can just be like kind of normal-ish, so that the word resume pops up. And I'm just gonna select both of them, holding the shift key and group them, so that any effects that any animation that I have happens to both of them. And now you want it to kind of, you know, pop in or something like that. So this is fade here. This is flicker. What do we think? Does anybody in the chat
I don't know. What do y'all think in the chat? Like, what animation is really doing it for you?
Yeah, while we wait, we can just go with, I guess, a pop animation. And I also like that, you know, if it's too fast, for example, I think this is a little too fast. I can increase the duration so that it's a little slow. And then let's see what the intensity does. I think,
whoa.
Okay.
It said,
it's really punching you.
Resume mistakes you must avoid.
So I think that's a good animation here.
Oh, I like that. I like it that way that it pops out.
Yeah. So now, and by the way, if you show layer timing, you can kind of time it a little bit, but I want it to be there for the whole time. What I also want to do is like, I want them to read the caption. So there has to be some cue that there's more information for you in the caption. So I'm just going to add that. I'm just going to go to text again. And sometimes if I'm like too lazy to find the exact like details, I just like copy paste. For example, I copy pasted this.
And then you can go ahead and just do that.
Yeah. But for the other, like the read the caption thing, I want it to be like a much smaller font. So
and then we also have, so Ray said slide from the left.
Okay.
As far as the animation. Okay, Ray. Let's see what that looks like too.
Okay. Slide. Oh, I like that.
Okay, I like the slide. Okay, good call out, Ray. Good call out.
We can add that. Maybe increase the duration here too, because it's a little too fast. Okay,
there we go. That's nice.
Yeah. So now I'm just gonna add another text that says, read the caption.
Now the other question that I have is, how do you go about, so when you're writing your caption, do you have like a general length you try to keep to? Like, do you find that people read the captions? Like, if they're like there's a lot of information, do you feel like people are likely to read it? Is there like a length that's too long, too short? Like, what's like your general good rule of thumb when it comes to writing your captions?
Yeah, so for me, I'm a very impatient person. And I am always someone who reads summaries and like skims through a lot of text. So I just assume the same for everybody else, and I want to keep them as like concise and precise as possible. As long as there's useful information in there, they're gonna read.
Yes, it's
right?
true.
But if you start like adding fluff in there, then they're not gonna bother.
Gotta get straight to the point.
Yeah, just get straight to the point. And bullets or numbers, they always happen. They always like help. So it's like very clear that okay, these are 5 mistakes you should be avoiding right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you're done.
Okay, perfect. Wade said to the left, all of your type to the left.
So for the read the caption, right? I don't want it to be there the whole time. I just want it to kind of pop out in the end, the last second per se. So that'll
be...
that
you can kind of control that too.
Yes. So they're just gonna, I think it's a little too long right now, the wait. So I'm gonna further trim it. So we have the resume mistakes you must avoid, read the caption, and that's it.
Yep.
And you can also kind of animate this if needed. You know, we can also have that come in from the left. Here it is. So that it kind of matches the vibe of the title. And then we got it. We have the reel. Right?
I love how you kind of like simplified it to a way that, because especially for me coming as a photographer, when we were in an age where like photos were doing well on Instagram, you could just post your work and go, and now you're trying to focus on getting video content. And so sometimes I think we overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
And we think we need to get all this content, make these like 30-second reels, 15-second reels, 1-minute reels. But you really, like, I love the art of simplicity here, where it's like you really just focus on key factors that are going to allow people to stay and remain engaged. So I think that's really, really great. Because for me, I'm like, okay, maybe I don't need to overthink it. I just need to make sure that just go
right in. Yeah,
and make sure the information I'm sharing is what people are looking to learn.
Exactly. Yes. Another thing that I like to do sometimes, if I feel like the video is not, like in this case, I think the video is pretty good. But a lot of times, like when I'm not traveling, a video is just like me on my desk, right? And that's pretty simple.
Yeah.
So to make it pop out even more, I like to use like the elements from here. So I'll just search for like resume maybe and see what comes up. We have these little
paper.
And I like the one with the cross because it's like
Mistakes, what not to do, yes.
So we
right
got
on
it
brand.
here. Yes. So let's just have this kind of pop out here. And we can change the color. We could also kind of fill it with this yellow. Let's see. Or maybe make it a little darker. And it doesn't have to be like a very loud icon, right? It can be just something tiny on the side. And here too, I like to animate it a little bit. Maybe we can stick to our drift, or maybe it drops down in this case. And maybe it drops down a little late so that the viewers are constantly engaged first. They're focusing on the title, and then, the icon pops in, and then we have
read the caption.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the reel's over. And then they are like, oh, I have to read the caption. So they open the caption, but the reel's playing in the background, and you're getting views. Yeah.
Yep. Yes, you're getting those views in the watch time. That is so...
Yes.
Girl, that is actually so smart.
Yeah.
That just clicks in my head, because when you look at Instagram and you look at your analytics, you have your watch time.
And that is the only thing that matters. Like, it's not the likes, not the comments, it's just the watch time.
It's the watch time. So if it's too long, people are they're just moving.
Just scroll,
But if it's something that plays on a loop while they're looking at
it
you're
seems like
getting
they're watching it over and over again. Yeah.
You are dropping gems. I hope you got your pen and paper here, like ready to go and take your notes, because that's a gem right there.
Yeah, thank you. And lastly, for the music, right? Sometimes it's like I just go on Instagram and take whatever's trending. But other times when it's like a professional video, or it's like you just want some faint like music in the background, then I just choose it from Express.
Yeah.
But for now, and whenever you're like ready, you can just like download and then check the resolution that you want, and then just hit download it, and you're done. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
So I'm gonna cancel that for now. But you get the idea.
Yes.
So moving on to our next type of reel.
Ooh, second reel. If y'all have any questions, please be sure to drop them in the chat. What is up, Keys, Alessandra? I love seeing all the names of the people I love in the chat. So I hope y'all are doing well. Welcome in. We are talking about how to kind of do that growth hacking with creating Instagram reels in Adobe Express. So if you have any questions, be sure to drop them in the chat. We just finished our first reel, and we're going into our second one. So I'm excited to see how this one is different from the first.
Yeah. So this is gonna be the usual type that we've always learned on Instagram, where it's like you're just taking a lot of videos and then just putting them together. What I'm trying to show here is just all the different features that Express really has to really quickly, make that reel. And a few other things that I want to show is voiceover, how I can kind of speak over it and then work with that.
Yeah.
So let me just import. So I will again start. So this is the video. These are the videos that I want to start with. So you can just go with create new.
Ooh, where did you go?
This is in Oahu, Hawaii.
Wow. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah,
I need to go to Hawaii.
I'm just going to talk about this hike, which is probably one of the coolest hikes I've ever done. And what I like to do here is you can kind of add scene and then add your video there. But what I really like to do is just like drag and drop. So as soon as I have like, let's say I want to move, let me just open my Adobe Live folder again. Let's say these are all the videos that I want to go with. I'm just going to select them, drag and drop them here. If you drop them here, I'll just show you real quick. They're going to be like little like overlays.
Yes.
So if you want an overlay, like sometimes you do want that, you do that.
If you want to just add them to your timeline,
Yes, then you want to drop them here.
got it. That's a good pro tip to make sure that you're being,
Yeah.
you know, focusing. Because sometimes like you can just drag and drop it. You might not know why it's not doing what you want to do it. So if you want to be able to have the overlays, drop on the actual page. If you want it on the timeline, drop it on the timeline.
Perfect, yeah. And another thing is I've seen a lot of people, you know, they edit the video perfectly and then they have a script to go by. So for example, in this case, I have like a script in my notes app on my phone that I'm just gonna read it out real quick to you. But essentially it just says that this is the coolest hike I've ever been to. It's called the Coco Crater Trail in Oahu. It has 1,000+ steps. Where you walk up an abandoned railroad and it has gorgeous views. Like that's my script, right? So I just like eyeballing the script. I think it's gonna be like 30 seconds-ish, which is the perfect length here, and I can further crop the videos if needed. But what I like to do is speak first and then adjust the videos according to my sentence. Because what I used to originally do when I started out was I would have the cropped videos and then I would try to fit my sentences in. So like at the end of this sentence, the video must change.
Yeah.
And since the video is 3 seconds, I have to somehow squeeze my sentence in there, and then like the pace at which I was talking would change.
Yes, it doesn't work.
It was hard,
Yeah,
and then I would change the script up. It was a lot. So we're gonna start with the voiceover. So let's just...
Lovely. And that's like a pro tip there, to just start with a voiceover, and then that way you can match everything else to that.
Yeah. So let's just wear our headphones.
Handy dandy headphones. Ooh.
Okay, so let's just watch these videos real quick to make sure they're as expected. Okay. So you see how it's like a little zoomed out? I'm gonna zoom it in. And it looks like it's a good 30-second thing. So now I'm just gonna add audio here, right? So you can select any of these, like in the previous video, if you wanted to add like a more professional sound, I would just pick one of these. Let's hear it. I think I'm not able to hear it. Are you able to hear the sound?
No, I don't hear anything.
Try now.
Okay, let's try it again. Awesome. There we go. Perfect, we're good. All right, so now we're just gonna say the script. Let's hope I get it right on the first run. So I have the script here on my phone again. I'm gonna record my voiceover from the beginning. So let's start. This might be the coolest hike I've ever done. The Coco Crater Trail in Oahu, Hawaii is a 1,000+ step walking track on an abandoned railroad used by the military during World War II. Some parts of the railroad didn't even have a ground beneath them. It has gorgeous 360-degree views of the entire island. Let me know if you try it. Okay, so we have a 22-second clip here, and now we gotta fit all of our videos in there.
Yep.
Yes.
I loved how engaging your voice also sounded too. I think that's a nice thing, is when you're listening to Reels, you also want to make sure that you sound engaging.
I'm glad you think that way, because sometimes I'm like, well, do I have like a over professional voice? Should I? Because I want like my connections to feel that they're FaceTiming a friend and not like, but sometimes I just switch to like, like a news reporter. You know? So I try.
No, you did good there. You did well. You did well.
So let's hear it. So the first. And of course, this is like my MacBook's mic. It's not going to be clean. Like when I'm actually doing the Reels at home, I have a good mic. But I will just show you what I did. In the beginning, I heard a few like... I'm trying to avoid the keyboard clanks or something. So I'm just going to go here and crop it off. All right, let's try that.
This might be the coolest hike I've ever done.
Okay, this might be the coolest hike I've ever done. I want that to have the first video of the mountain.
This might be the coolest hike I've ever done.
Stop. So this is where the splits. So to split, you can kind of click on the 3 dots and click split. But as you can see, the shortcuts right here, you just press the S and it splits it for you.
Perfect.
Yeah, and we're gonna get rid of that. So just hit the delete key there.
The
And I think this is an accidental repeat.
The Coco Creator Trail in Oahu, Hawaii.
Oh, and you know what? I just figured out my videos have sound.
Yes.
Which is why there's all of
Yes.
this.
Hawaii is a one.
So what I will do is just like go through my videos and turn the audio off. You can mute from here directly, or you can kind of turn the sound off here, right? So I'm just gonna go through each of them and quickly turn the sound off so that, I guess even that banging noise was probably.
It was probably,
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think you were typing when
Yeah.
we recorded. No, that makes sense.
All right. So let's try it again.
This might be the coolest hike I've ever done. The Coco Creator Trail in Oahu, Hawaii is a 1,000 plus step walking track on an abandoned railroad used by the military during World War II.
So for the used by the military part, I want a different video because if there's the same video for a long time,
Yes.
you lose engagement, right?
Yeah.
So let's see where that is. And I'll pause there and just split
1,000
it up.
plus step walking track on an abandoned railroad.
Used by the military. So I'm just gonna split that.
Perfect.
And then
Used by the military during World War II.
that's it.
That's
So I'm
nice.
gonna split that and delete that.
Some parts of the railroad didn't even have a ground beneath them.
Split that.
It has gorgeous 360-degree views of the entire island. Let me know if you try it.
Okay, so for let me know, I want the last clip.
Entire island.
So split that. You see how quick we are.
That was quick.
Yeah. Express makes it so easy.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm giving a tutorial while doing it, right? So if
Yeah.
you're solo, you're gonna be faster than
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And that's how I kind of create content. I just
Wow.
people think like being a content creator is hard, and it is hard. Like I
Yes,
get it.
yes,
I'm not
yes.
denying that. But to get started, like especially the editing part, it's like very easy because of like Express.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let me know if you try it.
Oh, I love.
This might be the coolest hike I've ever done.
Yeah.
The Coco Creator Trail in Oahu, Hawaii is a one.
So now that we have
Yep.
the voiceover and we have the video, I want to add like a little music in the background. So let's kind of search for that. I think I just like to go over these, and then if I don't find anything, I'll search for something specific. For example, you can kind of search for music. This is a heroic.
It's giving.
I don't know what to search for actually. Let's try.
Maybe something like, I don't want to say relaxing, but like it needs to also go, because the views are beautiful, so it needs to like make
Yeah.
me feel good.
Let's just hear some. I like that.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah,
That's cunning. No. Oh, I think I'm adding these.
Oh.
My bad. I like that.
That was nice. Okay, yeah, that one I
that sounds
yes,
like Hawaii.
yes.
Yeah. Let's try
That
that.
one is nice.
This might be the coolest hike
So
I've
now you see the audio is kind of overpowering the my audio.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna turn the volume down. I usually like a sweet spot is 10% for me, but it kind of depends on the music.
This might be the coolest hike I've ever done. The Coco
There's
Creator
very,
Trail
like,
in
easy.
Oahu,
Yeah.
Hawaii is a 1,000 plus step walking track on an abandoned.
And this is 100%. And another thing I like to do is kind of fade in and out,
Yes.
so the music isn't like immediately
Immediately
like,
hitting
on your
us,
face.
yes.
This might be the coolest hike I've
Yeah,
ever done.
that's
The Coco
nice.
Creator Trail in Oahu,
So,
Hawaii
yeah,
is
so
a
that's
1,000 plus step
the
walking
music
track
there.
on an abandoned
Another thing I like
railroad
to do is
used
like
by-
directly, if there's subtle edits that you want to do, you can do it directly here instead of having to move to like other apps. So for example here, right, this one, I think this is pretty bright and colorful, and I like the contrast here, but this is a little weird. Like,
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna go to, so effects is like usually like these really obvious, like for example grayscale or something like that. But adjustments is where you can really
Bring it more to
change the
life,
contrast up and stuff like that. So I just play around with it until it feels right.
During World War II. Some parts of the railroad didn't even have a ground beneath them.
It only impacts the video that I chose, so it does. And you can obviously like group things together like I did the last time.
60-degree views of the entire island.
And
let me know
now
if you
the
tried.
last thing we need is just like a text hook.
Yes.
So just like the headline, right? So I can again go through text, and I can add my text here, or we can like generate text effects here. So let's see what it shows up when we say Hawaii. I'm just curious. Ooh, I could also do like flowers.
Oh, okay.
I should have done Hawaiian flowers. I don't know.
Oh, Hawaiian flowers.
Oh, I love that.
There you go. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Okay, let's do Coco Crater Trail. And remove the add your. I don't know how.
I think if you bring it, I wonder if you bring it up to the blue, if it'll be more visible.
Okay, I'm just gonna expand it a little bit. And then move it up. I don't know if it's still super.
This might be the coolest hike I've.
I think it's busy.
I think we can add like a little background.
Yes, to kind of create some separation there.
Yeah, I don't know if a shadow will help. No, I'll just keep it smooth. And then the shape is where it can really fill out. I like the infinite like rectangle that we have. So it should be here. And by the way, there's like tons of options again, like really weird options if you want to try them. But I usually go with this because it fills out the whole thing.
Yep.
I don't know if we should reduce the font size further.
I don't know. I feel like
we can try it.
Yeah,
if you
let's
don't
see.
like
Let's see.
we'll,
Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then not the yellow. We want something else. So for the shape. And a lot of times I was like, well, how do I change the color? But like, it's a shape color, so you go in the shape to change the shape color. And let's see. We could do I usually just use the dropper and take whatever's.
Got it, okay.
The blue might not be it, because
maybe more of a, I wonder if that green,
It's still super busy though.
Yeah, I think the
font, the
style,
yeah. Maybe you can change that. What about that?
Yeah, that feels lighter.
Lots of green in it. You can be as specific as you like with the effects. Oh, I like that.
Okay, yeah, that feels better.
Yeah.
That feels better.
Yes. And I think the blue background kind of goes with it, so we're going to go back here to our shape and just have the blue here. Let's try that.
Ever done. The Coco Crater Trail in Oahu, Hawaii is a 1,000 plus step walking.
So that's kind of our video here.
The military during World War II. Some parts of the railroad didn't even have a ground.
I usually, in the end, I sometimes add a disclaimer like follow for more or something similar. So let me show layer timing.
I really just like how quickly you've been able to pull this reel together, but I also wonder, is there any kind of plan that you go in when you're trying to shoot your clips, or are you just kind of seeing what you grab and then you kind of create your script around that?
So when it's a travel reel like this, right? When I went to this trail, I knew, okay, I do want one reel. So the only key points are like the starting, the ending, and then in the middle you can shoot whatever. So at the start, I made sure I got a video of the mountain.
Yes.
And then during the hike, I just like made sure that there were a couple clips of me just walking up the steps. And if I saw something interesting, for example, there was this whole section where there was no ground. It was so scary.
Wow.
This one basically, right?
The one that you said that some of them didn't even.
Yeah, this one, right? You see, like I know it looks okay-ish, but like if you get your foot in
stuck
there,
you're done.
Yeah. So that was super, like whenever I see something interesting, I try to like take a video of it.
Wow,
And then the ending is obviously important, like just the
Yes.
view of it all. So I do have like that in mind. But with the B-roll clips, like the one before this one, it's just like, okay, if I'm in a cute outfit, cute location,
Just
take a video of me,
and
for
then you
5
can use
seconds.
it.
Yeah, and I just
Oh,
use
I
it
love
wherever,
that.
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So that is our second reel. Now the last reel that I wanted to cover was basically a talking style reel. But before we get into that, I wanted to show how I would generate a cover for something cool like this.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
because the cover photos are really, really big on
Exactly.
Instagram as well.
yeah, because like you said, the old Instagram kind of really focused on the static posts. But right now, when people go to your feed, all they see is the reel covers.
Yes.
Right? So either if they're like informative, if you're like an educational content creator, you want the text to really pop out that, okay, this reel, for example, my resume mistakes reel would simply be like, oh, resume mistakes, right?
Yeah.
But for something like this Hawaii reel, I would love to do like a little photo of Hawaii, and I use Firefly for that. So we're gonna move on to Firefly.
Perfect.
Yeah, and let me
Perfect.
know if you have any questions.
Yes, if y'all have any questions, drop them in the chat because I will make sure to relay them. I think I also saw a question from Keys. Let me pull that up in the meantime.
Yeah. So
yes,
yeah.
so Keith said, I have a strange question regarding Hawaii. What mountains, or broadly speaking, geographic features are prohibited to be photographed there, and or if they're marked as such? Did you run into that at all? Like any areas? Yeah.
Yeah, there are specific like hikes that you're not supposed to take, and they're very strict about it. There's like signs. You also, if you go, you're fined. So of course, if you're not allowed to hike there, I would guess you're not allowed to photograph it. You
Yes.
can't. You have to go in there to take a picture anyway. So yeah, it's like, for example, this trail, it's pretty famous. A lot of tourists go there, so you know it's a safe spot. I don't know if you know about the app All Trails. It's basically So you can just check All Trails to see which hikes are open to the public and which ones are not.
Yes, I love All Trails. There was during COVID when you couldn't do anything, you could go hiking. So I used to do a lot of hiking, and that app is amazing.
Yeah, and Jason says he hasn't touched Firefly. You should try it immediately. It's probably my favorite. It is so. Just look at it. Look at this. This whole picture that you see in the background.
I'm telling you,
it's
generated
just
with
a prompt.
Firefly.
Yeah,
and I think we had touched on this a little bit on my previous live. But the world you can create when you utilize AI and Firefly is just incredible.
Yeah, just look at this. Like, it's so good. And there's a ton of options. So text to image is what I use a lot for my covers, which I'll show you shortly. Generative fill is also really useful to me, especially when I want to remove like people in the background. So for example, in my Hawaii reel that we just made, if there was a person in the background, I obviously want to respect their privacy.
Yeah, of course.
So I removed them on Firefly.
Of course, yes, that's great.
Yeah, so that's what I use this like video object removal for. It's in beta. It works pretty well for me. And then you can also kind of create a template for Express. And you have the text effects on Express that we just did. It was actually powered by Firefly.
Oh, wow.
So even if you use just Express, you probably used Firefly.
Oh, wow.
Behind the scenes. So let's go into
I'm excited.
Text to image, and we're gonna describe. So yeah, let me know if there's any.
Oh yes, Jason has a question. Why not remove? Why not remove them in Photoshop?
It's just it's very easy to do everything in one place, and for me, I also remove them in Photoshop sometimes. It really depends on where my project is and where I'm working, and I love that with Adobe, your projects like kind of load automatically in all of these different apps. But I'm just like really biased. Like Firefly has to be my favorite app, especially because it's like AI, it's new, and it's just so special.
I just love going here because Photoshop, I've been using it for a long time. Firefly is new.
It's
so I'm
new,
just like,
exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, you know, it's like that new shining tool that you want to utilize. But the great thing that, like, I think a common theme for today is, like, there are multiple ways to do things. So if you want to remove in Photoshop, cool, great.
Yeah.
But you do have the option to do that in both Express and in Firefly. And I love the remove that is in beta right now from video. I think that is a very unique tool there. So I'm really excited to see how that. I want to see how I can utilize that as well.
Yeah. So for the prompt here, right, we're just gonna do like hiking in Hawaii. And let's see what it gives us. And this will be our real cover. So.
Oh, that was quick. I didn't even get to finish my whole little ringtone.
So we could use any of these images. I'm just gonna open Firefly again here. And see if we can make like an Express template out of it.
Ooh, okay.
So we're gonna go to generate a template, and we want it to be it can be an Instagram stories, essentially the same dimensions as an Instagram reel, and we can call it a hike in Hawaii. And that's it. Let's see. And sometimes I like to take these pictures and put them there.
Okay.
But a lot of times the ones that pop up here are good enough. So.
Let's see.
What I love about like generating a template versus a picture is with a picture, it's just like a static thing that you have to like use or not use versus a template. It's like you can edit everything in it.
Oh, that's actually a great point. Like it's more like instead of just downloading the photo and trying to make your own cover, you now have a template that's been generated for you that you can just go ahead, change the text, change everything, kind of make it work for you.
Yeah, so for example here, right?
So
I just clicked on this, immediately took me to Express.
I love that. Wait, because sometimes creating like engaging covers can be like a whole job in itself.
Yeah.
So shout out to Firefly for really coming through with all of these new tools. That is incredible.
Yeah. So it's just instantaneous. There's not a lot of work involved. Sometimes I just like replace these photos with my own photo. So for example, if I just like go here and I think I had an image in here, this one, just gonna drag and drop it and see how it goes. So actually let me like slow down a little because I did it so quickly. I don't know if you saw it, but if I just paste it anywhere here, it would just be there. Versus if I do this little icon that you see, it swaps it.
Beautiful.
So I like that. We just need to change the colors, I think, here. So I'm gonna go to fill, maybe the yellow. No, it's I think we need a background.
Yep.
Yeah.
A background and really make that text pop. Ooh, I like that you can also fade that. Yeah, that's really nice. Because the view is still beautiful. I don't want to block all of it.
I'm just going to go with like a dark color here. And I think the yellow kind of suits the vibe of the background. And basically the shape, I was like really tweaking the size here. So, and I think I'll...
And then I have a question, actually. So when you are creating these covers, knowing that on Instagram that, you know, if you go to the Reels like tab on your page, it'll show the whole thing. But if you're going just based off of your profile, it's just showing what's in that, like, in that
little section.
Little section. Are you intentional about what you want showing, like, in there? Like, are you trying to make sure that when you're creating the Reel or creating the cover, you're keeping in mind, like, okay, only this small box is going to show. So if I want this text, this is the most important text that you want on there because the rest of this won't show.
Yeah. And you definitely have to keep that in mind because if it's like half of the text showing or like something that doesn't really make sense, because when people visit your profile, they're going to see the profile section first. They're not going to go to the Reels tab. So it's the square, like basically... the square, right, the Hawaiian adventure thing is all that they're gonna see. Yeah, but if this was like a image that went something like this, they would only see like half of my face. It would be weird, right? So I try to like make sure that I pick a template that is essentially like even half of it makes sense, like this one.
No, that definitely makes a lot of sense because then that keeps, it's another aspect of this being like really engaging. Melanie asks, will there be a recording of this? Yes. So Melanie, if you missed any aspect of this entire stream or any of the streams that we've honestly had today, you can watch the recap on YouTube. And so you can go head over to the YouTube channel Adobe Live, where you're going to be able to find all of the recordings of today's streams and other streams and really anything that you're looking for. If you've missed it, you can go ahead and catch it there.
Yeah. So this was the final cover here. It was pretty quick for me. I just replaced this with the name, this with my Instagram handle, and that's it. We're done with our reel cover.
Yay! I love how quick this has all been. Like in the matter of 42 minutes, we have done so much.
Yeah. Let's do one more.
One more. Y'all ready? We literally have made 2 reels, a cover, and we're going into our our next item. That is crazy.
Yes, and this is gonna be the last style of reel. This is something that I do a lot because I am an educational content creator. I talk about tech. So this is just like that face content. You're just sitting in front of a camera and you're talking a lot of you're just giving out information, right? So I'm just gonna upload media here and then go to my video that I pre-recorded and click on create new. Instagram reel again. And this is the reel here.
4 AI tools you have to try if you're a programmer aiming for big tech.
So this is 4 AI tools you have to try if you're a programmer, right? So now the only thing that really matters here is all the stuff that pops up versus, what was I gonna say? Kind of lost my train of thought. The stuff that pops up. Oh, yeah. So, and the title, the hook, basically, right?
Okay, yes.
So the first 5 seconds is when you want to really kind of hook them in.
Yes,
like in this case, I'm talking about AI tools for coding specifically, right? So I'm just gonna immediately go to my text here and sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say this is different from what you were talking about before with the 5-second clip, because before you were just trying to create all the information was in the caption, but here you're actually sharing vocally all the information. So you want to make sure that the video is engaging for them to sit down and watch the whole film to kind of make sure that they're getting all the info that you're sharing.
Right. And surprisingly, these videos convert more. So those little videos, 5-second videos, will go viral, and that's it. Versus this video, it is slightly more rare for it to get, 1 out of 3 times this would go viral. If 3 of those go viral, this will be one. Okay. But when this is a hit, I'll get tons of followers because they know I have a lot of information to share, right? Especially as an educational content creator, right? If you're into fashion and stuff, then what matters is you have the visual hooks. But for education, it's just knowledge, right? And I cannot give as much knowledge in those 5-second reels as I can in this one.
Yes.
So these convert a lot. So if you're someone who's looking into any of these tech/education career niche, make sure that you're not scared of the talking style videos. Even if they don't hit off immediately, in the long run and they are useful to your followers. At the end of the day, you want to be useful instead of just focusing on going viral.
Awesome. Right? And it allows them to get to know you a bit more, too. Exactly. I think that's another aspect of social media. People like to... they buy into the idea of the person, right? And so it's also really great because if you're just having the clips of you just enjoying life, people don't know who you are. So hearing your voice and getting able to connect with you is another great tool. And I think that just makes you more personal and people can be like, oh, I feel like I know her as well. Yeah. That goes back to that conversation. You want to feel like you're talking to them on FaceTime opposed to just being this figment somewhere in the universe. So that's really great.
Yeah. So basically, the text here doesn't have to be as fancy. So I just typed out 4 AI tools for coding, and I'm just gonna have any of the slightly professional fonts here. And then another thing I kind of want to do, because as I mentioned earlier, it's the bullets and the numbered formats that work the most. So I try to have a little hook where this is going to be 4 AI tools. So I'm going to have the number 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm just going to show you so that it makes sense. Ready here, and it's going to be blank. So let's say I'll just copy paste this, and I'm going to do 1, 2.
And again, if you guys have any questions, be sure to drop them in the chat. This is some engaging information. I think for me, there's so many tips that I plan to take on.
So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna paste that here again. And the reason I'm kind of copy pasting it is to kind of maintain the font style and all of that. Yeah. So I know it's not super visible right now, but it will be. We'll just add like little things to it to make sure it is. Let's just add the background again. So we're gonna go to shape. We're gonna go to like my usual shape that I love. I'm gonna use the dropper tool here actually and make it like blue. And then this can be blue too. So I'm gonna do the same thing where, and we could use one of these too, right? And then I'm just gonna go here again, shape fillet, dropper tool, and then this exact same color.
Yes, keep it consistent.
And then choose that. And then 3/4 doesn't need that, right? I just Control-Z'd it because I noticed that these two had become a different font style, right?
Perfect. And then we actually have another question. Let's see. Jason said, does Firefly save all your generated content so you can come back to it later?
I've almost always used it instantly. I think it should.
I want to say yes.
I think it should, yeah.
Question is where?
Let's check it.
I want to say that yes, it does. Let me look into that real quickly. I want to say yes, that it does end up saving.
Oh, you can have favorite images.
Yes, perfect.
Yes. Yeah.
There's like a little favorite icon, I think, that you can kind of click on, especially when you're generating multiple images, you can favorite the ones that you like, and then you can go to your favorites and they'll save it there.
And then, okay, let's go back to our reel. So, and this is still yellow. Let me change that. I'm gonna select that. Go to the shape fill, and just fill it out here. And we're done, right? So now it's just like for AI tools.
For AI tools, you have to try if you're a programmer aiming for big tech. It'll save you so much time, and you gotta keep up with AI if you want to succeed. This is day 10 of 30 days to big tech.
So did you notice how I said this is day 10 of 30 days to big tech?
Yes.
That is another thing for growth hacking. If you have a series, it really works. Because this was 30 days to big tech, where every single day I would share something that would help you get into tech. So day 1 would be resume, day 2 could be LinkedIn, day 3 could be coding tools, right? And if somebody saw day 8 and they loved it, they would go back and watch the first 7.
And they know it's a series because you're saying day 10 or day whatever of it. So now they're like, oh, there's more content for me to absorb. Girl, you are out here dropping the gems. I really hope that you guys are not missing any of this, because I do think that this is really great for learning how to really grow on Instagram. Wow.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
So now that you know my process, I'm just going to quickly jump out of this project to kind of show you a few more things that I wanted to. So yeah, once you have this, for example, I'm saying the first is GitHub Copilot, right? That's the name of the tool. So I'll just have like Copilot here, and this will only pop up after I say the word. So when I show layer timing here,
it suggests code snippet.
Keeps it very engaging.
The first is Copilot.
This is GitHub Copilot by Microsoft. It suggests code snippets.
And then I'm defining it, like it suggests code snippets based on the prompt that you give. So it writes code for you. And then whatever the second is, right? I think it was
learning trained on billions of lines of public code, and is obviously my favorite tool. The second is tab 9.
Okay, the second is tab 9. So again, I'm gonna type tab 9 in here, and then it'll only pop up after I say the word. So that's kind of how I do my informative reels. And after you're done with all of that, right? So for example, I think I was practicing this. This is the actual reel that I posted. And of course, you're doing like animations.
For AI
like
tools,
I showed you.
have to try if you're a programmer.
We did the sliding, right? So with like AI and tech, you want to have like
AI
these
tools, you have to try if you're a
funky
programmer.
styles, right? And then
They'll
you want
save you
them
so
to
much
kind of
time
pop
and
in
you
like
got
that. And once you're done with everything, download the reel and then go to like caption. When you view all, it should be in the quick actions actually. Yeah, quick actions. So after I'm done with my video, I download it and it's ready to go. I just like right before posting, I quickly caption it here.
So, perfect. Yeah, because captions are really, really another way for things to stay engaged. Because sometimes too, I mean, some people might have their sound on, but sometimes people don't. So being able to have the captions are there, and then also captions are just good to have, so that way people, everyone, it's accessible to everybody to engage into the content as well.
Right. So it's just like easy for them to really understand. A lot of time people don't have like headphones on and they're watching it in public. So this is the original video. I could also like download that, but essentially what this will do is like really immediately like caption it for you.
Absolutely.
And then while this does that, there was one last thing that I really, really wanted to share for growth hacking. It is consistency. And you've heard it all the time. I know you're tired of hearing it, like post every day, but nobody has the time to do that. Nobody has the discipline to do that. And that's where the Adobe Express scheduler comes in. So go home and go to schedule. And this is where you can you see how I have all of these scheduled out already.
Yep.
And this was like day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's beautiful.
So
I
just
stay on top of it.
Yeah. You just create them once a week. These are LinkedIn. You can also do Instagram. So just click on like new post, and then you want to drag and drop the video that you created here, and then select. So as soon as the captioning is done, I would download it and then upload it here. So for now, let's just pretend that this was the final video, right? With the captions and everything. So I'm gonna select that and upload it. And I love that you can just directly pick it from Express.
Yes.
Because sometimes I'm like, I'm out or I'm on a different laptop and I'm still able to just immediately get it. Yeah. And then you select the channels. You can connect whatever you want. For me right now, there's these two. You can also do Instagram. I think I need to reconnect it. And then there's Pinterest. If you're into
yes,
that.
Of course. I just love it. Again, that just makes everything so much easier. And it's all in one place. Like you don't have to use multiple different applications to do some of the same things. You just get to do everything in one space.
Yeah. So I just like connect the ones that make sense to me, that I like scheduling. And then this is still uploading it. While it does that, I will select my channel. Let's say I wanted to post it on LinkedIn. And then I'll kind of caption it. So it's like, for AI tools, you must try.
There we go.
And then you can kind of preview it.
Yay.
So that it shows you like the LinkedIn style here. And then if it's like TikTok, for example.
And then you have it ready for all those platforms.
Yes.
Beautiful. Oh, that was so amazing. There's so much. You literally dropped so much information. I really hope that y'all enjoyed today's segment where you learned all the growth hacking tips and creating Instagram reels, covers, etc. Anjali, thank you so much for everything that you did for joining us today.
And I just slammed it all in.
Literally, it was
I hope you guys liked it. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions. And I hope this helps. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And also, you are going to be here for a little bit longer.
Yes.
And so we are continuing the fun in studio. We do have another segment coming on. Lucas is coming back, creating engaging carousel. So please sure to stay tuned. You don't want to miss that. But thank you so much for joining us. And I will see y'all later.
Bye.
We are looking at how to develop and make your brand stand out on social media. My friend VJ and I, we recently launched a podcast together. It is called Creator Juice. If I were to put in like an example of our podcast art. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make this a square. I'm gonna go ahead and let's pop me in there.
Nice,
there I
look
go.
at you.
Let's get our avatar of Vishal in there too. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a duplicate of myself and VJ. So I'm just doing Command C, Command V. This is my favorite effect to do. You just double yourself, double the image with a transparent background. On the back layer, I'm gonna go to these effects. And now I have like a little glowing power up aura to me. So I'm doing the same for VJ's avatar. So I'm gonna go ahead, let's just save it to my downloads. I actually just designed this to be my reference, and that's all I want from it. I'm gonna make a new page, but I want it to be 1080 by 1350.
There you go.
So I'm gonna go to the opening here of Firefly. I'm gonna go for a 16-bit video game upgrade disc. And that's where style match comes in key. Because remember that image I did earlier, podcast cover? All I did was I clicked upload your image. It's gonna check that I can use it. And look at it now in the bottom, it's right here. Now that I have my style reference in Firefly, I'm gonna click generate. And there's the world I was looking for. What I can do here is I can download it. Incredible. So I have your stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pop my avatar back in there. I'm gonna get VJ's avatar. And again, this is preloaded into our brand in Adobe Express. Yeah, the little link, that means it's a linked asset, and it says right here, linked asset.
Love it.
That means that if, VJ creates this in Photoshop and it's linked, if he is at his computer and I say, hey, I need you to be wearing a blue shirt, he can go and just change the shirt to blue.
Nice. And it'll
save it.
change.
It'll tell me, hey, there's an update. Do you want to allow it? And his shirt will turn blue. Real quick, just to get us up to speed, applying the duotone effects. Go back to Firefly. So what I'm doing is I'm generating a video game disc. So I'm gonna go ahead and do some style match again. Our little pixel dog pal. And I'm gonna use the dog as the reference because I don't want as much noise because this is just gonna be a floating element.
Totally.
And that's exactly what I wanted.
Same
so I'm gonna go ahead and download. So I'm gonna drag that in here.
Rowan is here.
My favorite Adobe Express tool is remove background.
It's the best thing since sliced bread.
Again and again, it really is. So this disc we're gonna put here. What I'm gonna do is make the background just dark. But now if I just directly change the opacity of the image, the background's coming through. So I'll lock that. You can see the title a bit more. That's coming through. So what I want is a big play button. New episode. We're gonna just go to our shape for our text. And this one right here, there's so many options. Change the color to this nice retro bright pink we're using for our video game power-ups here. So now I have this nice text box here that it's not two elements, it's just a shape around it. I think we are good to add some fun animations. I got me, VJ, I got our power-up shadows here. And I want the title. I want all of that. I'm gonna use an in animation. So I'm gonna use in, and I love pop is my favorite animation in Adobe Express. So we're gonna animate the new episode button with just a looping. I don't want it to pop in. I want it to just be blinking. I'm gonna have the CD selected. I'm gonna go to animation. I want this looping. So I'm gonna go ahead and spin. There it is already. Let's make it a story, right? Because we love stories.
Look at that quick resize.
And I just have to make some slight variations,
Look at
right?
that.
Something that I think we both love is how easy it is to resize.
This looks so good.
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's fun.
I'm so impressed. Thank you so much, Lucas.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody in the audience.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Adobe Live. We're live from San Francisco here with Lucas again. And my name is Anjali. I was live 5 minutes ago as a presenter, and now I'm gonna be your host for the next hour with Lucas here. And he's gonna share about Carousel, so tell us more.
Yeah, so we're going to be diving into some more static social media content. We've had a fair bit of video today. You designed some social media videos. I designed some social media videos. Very important format in the world of social media, but good old-fashioned photos haven't disappeared. Yes. And my favorite format actually to share on Instagram out of all the available formats is the carousel post. So the carousel post is just your typical swipeable post that has at least 2 or more images that you can swipe through. Super engaging, super interactive, and I'm gonna show how I create them in Adobe Express today. Awesome. So I do have a template up here, and I do have to say it's not the most exciting template. I should have made sure it was a slightly different color than the background in Adobe Express.
I like the crumpled paper.
Yes, but that's what I was going for. I'm a school teacher, so I love to incorporate the classroom learning style and all the stuff that I create. So when I make carousels, I try to think about, okay, if this were a classroom lesson, how would I want to convey that information? And with the time we have today, I'd like to share 2 different styles. So one of the carousels will be very text heavy, as you'll see, and the other will be very image heavy, just to show that, in my opinion, it is the most versatile format that Instagram has. And you can even use carousels on, I think TikTok even lets you do carousels that are photos
with the
now.
music,
Yep, as long as it has music. And also on LinkedIn, if you export them as PDFs, which you could do here in Adobe Express, you can put them right on LinkedIn, and they do really well too, kind of like a little pitch deck that you have for people. So I love the format. Just to show my go-to structure. So we've broken it down here. This is a 10-slide carousel. Instagram, for many accounts, just upped this to 20 accounts. 20 slides. So you can have a 20-slide or 20-image, I'll use those words interchangeably, carousel on Instagram, which is a lot to pack in.
How do you feel about that?
I do think it's a little bit too much for some people. It's like an option of just because you can.
Goes on
yeah.
and on.
Just because you can doesn't mean you have to.
Yes.
But if you are really getting into that deep dive of information and you can actually keep it engaging and keep someone on your post for the whole duration of each of these slides, then go for it. So I'm going to fill these in with some images, but just to kind of visualize what I'm trying to do when I want to make a really educational, informational carousel post that people are going to hopefully save to go back to. They're going to share it to a colleague or a friend, or they're going to just share it to their stories because it's so useful. These are the metrics I usually go for when I'm trying to create social media content nowadays. And I really do find that carousels are the best for what we call the conversion of the content. So you have things like reels and videos, which are highly shareable, right? People like to put them on their stories because they're exciting, they're funny. But I don't find many people actually hit the follow button as much on a video, right? Or they might not go check out the link in my bio or join my email list.
Yes.
Because video is very active, right? It's like, okay, I watched that video, I want more, next. I want more, next.
Yeah.
So with
in
carousel
my,
posts.
in my last live, we were talking about the same thing where there's a fancy video where it's like 5 seconds and you're reading the caption, you don't get a lot of follows, but it goes viral.
Yes.
Versus if it's a video where you're saying a lot of stuff with information, it might not be as big of a hit, but leads to a lot of follows.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I feel you, and carousel's even better. So.
There's all different metrics, and everyone goes for the views, but it's not only about the views, right? So that's the thing we're looking for. I see Keys is noticing your laptop.
Isn't it very, very cool?
The green screen laptop. Oh, it's working now.
Yeah. No, it's because the background's white.
Oh, sweet, right. So when we're looking at a carousel, here's the basic structure I like to follow. You can do less slides, you can do more. But I always like to have an appealing, right-in-your-face, vibrant title that's going to tell someone what the post is about. And we will make this look more pretty in a moment. Interestingly, on the second slide on Instagram, something unique about carousels, why I like this format so much, is because if someone were to scroll past your carousel post and maybe not be interested, or maybe it doesn't catch their eye, or they're busy, if they skip past it, carousels are the only format on Instagram that the algorithm will show a second time to someone. So the way that this works is, let's say someone sees this first slide, I'll jazz it up in a little bit, and they skip it though. It's on their feed, they move past it.
Okay.
10 minutes later, 2 hours later, a day later, Instagram might say, you know what, they skipped past this post, but we want them to try it, to give it a chance. They'll show the second slide. Yeah, so that's,
I did not know
yeah,
that.
not many people do, but that's what I love about the format. And this is why, if you look at my template, the first and second slides.
The second is also a hook.
It's a hook in itself. Exactly.
I have seen like the second slide of a carousel pop up on my feed, and I'm like, I thought it was a bug.
No. So it is something to play into. I don't suggest putting a carbon copy of your title, but add to the conversation in a way that still is a hook, like you said.
That's very smart.
Yeah.
Love that.
From there, I like to get into actually just listing steps. So many of my interior images are going to be very simple. That's why I've been able to make this template for myself. I do like to mix in a joke in the middle though. So about halfway through slide 5, you'll notice that we'll mix in some humor, something to break the pattern of just swiping. Someone might stop reading or processing what I'm saying. So I want them to actually just, remove themselves from that swipe, have a little laugh, and that'll probably get them to keep going through the post.
So Robert has a question. Can you transform a carousel to reels?
You can. I wouldn't suggest it. So you could turn your slides in. You can easily resize them in Adobe Express to be 1080 by 1920 for that vertical view. And you could do a lot of cool animate features to make it more dynamic. I do find, though, that for the most part, people want to see actual video footage on a video. So people want to see, us on screen. They want to see us recording our laptop and doing stuff. So unless it's for like an ad for a business, I do prefer to actually have a human in the reel. But you can if you would like. Towards the end, we summarize the whole thing. And then at the very end, like I said, the real power of the carousel post is that action that happens at the end. So the final slide is just reminding your audience what you would like them to do. So, follow for more info. That's a little bit generic. So you could go click the link in my bio to join my email list, something like that. But let's get into it and actually put some design work into this. So I have my first slide. I'm going to go ahead and fill in all the text first. Okay. So let's say I want something that's very procedural because I have all those step-by-step instructions. So I'm going to do how to plan a whole month of content. Now, as I'm putting that in there, something I like to do is think, how does it look on the screen? And as I'm seeing that, here's the little border so you can see what space I'm dealing with. I don't really like how everything's laid out, so let's see if I can make it look a bit better like that. Alternatively, I can try and use a feature I'm going to use quite heavily in today's session, which is rewrite. And let me move just this subtitle border out of the way here. We'll deal with that in a second. But I'm going to be using rewrite to do exactly what it says. It's going to take the text on the screen and rewrite it.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
So as I'm clicking on it, I got a few options. So here we go. We have rephrase. That'll keep approximately the same length of my title and just give me different words. We have shorten, which is probably what I'll be going with. We even have lengthen. So if you want to expand on something, if you're really drawing a blank on, okay, what do I want to say? Especially if we're getting into multiple slides like I showed in the template, and by step 3 or step 4, you're a little bit exhausted, you're losing your words, it's really good for that. So I love using it. I'm going to click shorten. I do want to keep this, academic, so I have different tones that I could use, inspirational, professional, personal, comical, casual, academic, and I'm going to hit generate. And as that's going, I see Keys asking a question. Are you still an active school teacher, or have you moved on to full-time content creation? So last year I moved on to full content creation. I missed teaching quite significantly though, so I've found a nice balance. Currently I teach mornings 9 till 12, obviously not today, but I teach in the mornings and then I do my content in the afternoon. So I am still in the classroom, just in the mornings part-time. And we have some generations here. So I went from how to plan a whole month of content to planning a month of content. Content planning for a month, mastering monthly content planning. So let's go ahead. Let's go with planning a month of content.
Yeah.
Replace. Much shorter,
Awesome.
right? I could deal with that. I'm going to bring down the few words here. There we go. And then let's add our subtitle. I won't use rewrite for everything. In 5 simple steps. So there we go. I'm going to fill in all the text, and then we'll go back and add some images to kind of add to our crumpled paper background here.
So question about the template that you're using. Do you use any of the Express templates? Because I've seen that there's tons of templates for a single image, but then what do you do to extend it to a carousel?
Yes, so I'll show that on my travel one later, but that is a good question. No, you do want to play with the templates, add to them, make them your own is what I always suggest. But yeah, we'll do a travel one that is going to start with a template, which will be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And we use some grids and things like that. So this is where I said, remember, you want a secondary hook. So we have planning a month of content in 5 simple steps. Let's keep something similar to that. Let's make content planning simple. Just follow these easy steps. That way someone's seeing that, and the idea is, all right, maybe this wasn't doing it for them. They skipped past this. They weren't really feeling it. An hour later, they're back on their feet, they got more time on their hand,
Nice.
a bit more juice in their brain. They want to actually learn something instead of just watching dancing reels on videos. So they're going to actually say, oh, you know what? Maybe I do want content planning to be simple. Now I'll give this post a chance. So that's why it's good to have that as the secondary slide.
Nice.
Step one, let's go into, I do have some notes here. I always say when I'm planning content, I say, think of how many posts you can sustainably and consistently share each week. I always think it's good. I know you probably have a pretty advanced content planning process yourself, but I always say it's important to think about, like, before you try to hit every single day, think about what you can actually do in a week before you try to do all 30 days of the month.
Right.
So that's gonna be step one. We'll keep that simple. Think of how many posts you can sustainably and consistently share each week. And I'm gonna put a little reminder. Remember, you don't, let's do all caps for that. You don't have to post every day. That's a quick way to burn out it sometimes, if you ask me.
I like that you said that because everybody says the opposite, and then it's overwhelming when you're starting out.
You're right, exactly, right? People can get the workflow, absolutely, where they can do every day or more. But starting out, I'm glad you pointed that out. It's not easy. Out of curiosity, let's rewrite it. Let's see what comes up, because I love this rewrite feature. So I put, think of how many posts you can sustainably. I always do typos when I'm typing live. And consistently share each week. Remember, you don't have to post every day. Let's rewrite it. I'm gonna go with rephrase for this. And I like the academic, so let's go with that. And with all things that are generated with Adobe Express or Adobe Firefly, you get the 3 options, which is really nice. It's good to see them. You can always generate more if you would like as an option. But let's see. Consider the number of posts you can consistently share each week while keeping sustainability in mind. Remember, daily posting is not mandatory. I like that one. You have to try out Rewrite. The options are amazing. Consider the number of posts you can regularly share each week without compromising sustainability. It's not necessary to post daily. All right, let's go with this one.
I also like how your original sentences are like still cohesive. Like for me, it's just a brain dump and then I just take care of it.
Hey, that's a good way to, and you have those options, right?
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it too, but you're right. I did have like the little chunk here, this first paragraph, the actual step, and then I had the reminder and it stuck to that, right? It did give me that.
Yeah.
Okay, there's our step 1. Let's go to step 2. Step 2 was, plot out the different content formats that you want to show up with. So I always say, when you're planning your content, you probably don't want to just share reels, you probably don't want to just share carousels or just photos. Certain content formats have different advantages, like we discussed. They also have certain disadvantages. So having a mixture does help. This one I won't use rewrite for, but let's put a little reminder here. You have plenty of options, including reels, carousels, stories, single images, let's call them that. Am I forgetting any? And you can even go live.
Yes.
Which not a lot of people do.
I have never done that in my life.
Really? I would think, if you can do this, you can go live on Instagram. So there's our different formats. That's our step 2. So we got, okay, how many times do you want to show up per week? Okay, on those days per week, what formats are you going to use? Step 3, here we go. Oh, we got to do our joke.
Okay.
So this is going to break the swipe up. See, I already got ahead of myself. I'm going to use rewrite for this because I don't find I have very good humor in my writing. So let's see. Let's see.
Is AI good at humor?
Well, we're going to find out. Tired yet? Remember.
It get worse.
Well, we're just halfway there. And then I'll put, it helps to break these steps up across a few days, right?
Okay, that's a good tip.
Yeah. There we go. All right, let's get some rewrite action here. So I'm gonna move that. I want it more centered. Let's see what jokes it comes up with. So we're gonna go with rephrase. We'll keep rephrase. Maybe we can go back and try shorten if we want. And we're gonna go with comical. And let's see. I love the speed on rewrite. Like I didn't even finish my sentence.
Yeah.
So I know like certain levels of AI tools will have different levels of speed. Obviously, if some sort of image is being generated, that will take a bit more time.
Right.
Although that's even getting fast too.
Yeah.
But text, super quick. Let's see. Are you feeling worn out? Guess what? We're barely halfway done.
Okay, that works.
Feeling drained? Hang in there. We're only halfway through the journey. I'm gonna go with this one because I like how I want this slide to be pretty text heavy. Just because if you look at my past ones, they're a little short on text. So I like to get some big, bold text here. Split things up. I have some fun images we can use for these too.
Right.
I'm gonna do some fun things like let's put this one. Sometimes I like to put the little reminders down in the bottom. Fun thing about carousels is it's important to think about the flow of the text, the flow of the images. Someone who is consuming this content, I would like them to keep swiping, to keep going through the content. So as they read this part, I want their eyes to naturally be directed to the bottom right corner to encourage them to continue swiping through.
Oh, the science behind it all.
There's so much fun science behind everything if you really dive into it. Okay, now we get into create. Let's see. Oh, I did only step 2, right? Okay, so we haven't figured out our topics yet. Okay. Now it's time to start the brainstorm. For each day and content format you plan to share, think of a content topic to go with it. And I'm hoping to highlight too that I'm making this carousel. I know I'm showing how I would design this carousel, but I'm also highlighting how informational and educational carousels can be, that the actual content of this is my content planning process that I like to follow.
Yeah.
So now that we know what days of the week I'm showing up with, we know what formats I'm sharing, well, now I'm gonna actually assign topics to that.
Okay.
Step 4, I'll be honest, this part is pretty rough.
Ooh, actually creating it?
You know it. I'm glad you knew where I was going with this, because I'm sure we're both content creators. We can both agree. Planning is fun. It's interesting. I think I personally really enjoy planning, but
yes, same.
Creating a marathon of content is sometimes you gotta just do it, right?
Yeah.
It's time to create the content. I like to do this in phases or batches that look something, I always do typos, so I'm typing live, that looks something like this. So this is where I'd like to highlight something. Again, another way to split things up. Don't make it too much of a pattern, right? So right here, step 1 looks pretty similar to step 2.
Okay.
Which looks pretty similar to step 3, which,
Step
as it
4.
currently is, looks pretty similar to step 4.
Yes.
So we can split that up, right? I'm gonna add in a little bit of let's add a little bit of a list. I like to do this in phases or batches that look something like this. Let's use my main text a bit more. And we spoke about this earlier when we were doing some video content together. I would do these steps. Plan the topic. Write the script. Film the content. Edit the content. Schedule it. There we go. So that's the flow I'm going to put with that. Again, I'm going to add some arrows in between a little bit. Yeah, I'm definitely going to. Again, showing my process, very similar to how I wrote the script or I filmed it, because this is more graphic content, more text and images. I'm going to put all the words in now, and then later I'm going to add all the images in one go. I find that really helps me have a good flow for things. So just stay in my writing mode. Let's get to step 5. We're almost done. Okay, you're almost there. I'm trying to have it like I'm talking to the audience. You're almost there. Your content is created. Now you just have to schedule it and you're ready to go. I believe these are called
Ready.
Right. Oh, sorry. There's whenever I have like the text hanging here, I always try to have a little bit, just a little buddy there, so it's not by itself. Even to go, I could do a little bit more if I wanted to. That looks pretty good. And now you're ready to go. And again, you can also schedule all this in Adobe Express. It's very easy to do on your calendar, which is awesome. Okay, 2 more steps. This is the second last slide. I'm gonna highlight what we learned from this. So we're gonna just quickly share the points. I just wanna make sure I have them. Okay, point 1, how many posts will you share? Point 2, what formats will you use for them? Point 3, what was point 3? That was topics, right?
Yeah, the scripting basically.
Yes. What topics will you talk about? Then we had create the content.
Yes.
Frowny face. Exclamation mark, there we go. And then schedule it. And I probably want this to feel more like an actual comprehensive summary, so we're gonna go ahead and let's make it a little bit more bold.
Okay.
That's pretty good. The font I'm using is Proxima Nova. I get asked this very often. It is like my hands down favorite font. I use it for as many things as I can. Comes in handy for a lot of things. All right, I'm gonna add some images down the road there.
So what's your title now, summarize?
Oh, sorry. Yes, that was there from my template. So thank you for bring it all together. Actually, I like how that's broadened down a bit because it fills out more space. Thanks for catching that. Maybe I need to proofread anything else. And now put your CTA. Now we need an actual call to action. Ready to try it? Let's drag that. We're gonna make it really big because it's the final slide. It's also nice to tell people this is the end of the post, right?
Yeah.
I know people can visually see, but we get lost in that swipe sometimes. Let me know in the comments what your content workflow looks like. Maybe I'm just looking for engagement, right? As we said, when you mentioned, I like how you mentioned that some of those video reels, like the 5-second ones, might get a lot of views, but they don't really get many people to join your audience, right? So it's not just about follow me for more, although I do like that one sometimes. It's not about the link in your bio always. Sometimes it can just be as simple as, let me know what your workflow looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, we got that. Let's look at the whole post. Nice text, it's all there, everything we need, but it's boring. There's nothing exciting about it. So we're gonna add some images to it.
Okay.
So we got planning a month of content in 5 simple steps. I think that could be a little bit bigger. That's gonna go there. I am using, by the way, my canvas size is 1080 by 1350 pixels. That's one of the 2 options Instagram gives us. 1080 by 1080 is your typical square post, but if you got a little bit more real estate on the main feed from that rectangle, I say use it, right?
Yeah.
So that's why. Do you share any carousel content?
I do, yeah, especially on LinkedIn.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Yes. Yeah, like we said, it could just be a PDF.
Yes.
It's good to go. And I believe you have many slides. You have more than 10 slides on LinkedIn as a PDF?
It's a PDF, so it can be whatever.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
It could be pretty extensive. You could literally give someone an ebook, right? Yeah. I'm going to use some fun little characters that I like to use in a lot of my content. I'm going to use these guys. So these are called the small biz buds. I use them in a lot of my content. Let's go with.
So what did you look for?
So these are my own assets.
They're so
yes.
cute.
So my artist designed these for me. I didn't design them. Steve can draw is his name. He's a very nice artist. I loved his style, so I asked him to give me some characters that I can use in different projects.
Love them.
Yeah. So planning a month of content in 5 simple steps. I like how it's like an illustration. It goes really well with the kind of chalkboard style.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and add some. Well, let's add some icons to it. So we got calendar. I like this one.
That looks good.
Yeah, what I think I might do, let's flip this guy. And let's try to make it so the calendar is just being referenced by him.
Oh.
Yeah, let's bring him forward a bit. There we go. So again, I like to think of the flow of it.
Yeah.
Where's my audience's eyes going? I could also possibly go for a better calendar that looks more flat on the wall. Let's use this one, because I don't know if a folding calendar would be chilling in the air like that. But I like to think of the flow of the viewer experience, right? So they go left to right, similar to when we're reading a book. Unless it's manga, then we go left to right, right? So that's going to go there. Planning a month of content in 5 simple steps with your helpful guide here. Let's make content planning simple. Just follow these steps. Again, this is my secondary slide, so that could be a little bit bigger. And we're going to go ahead and add in, let's go with, I like this guy. It's my second favorite, the brain here.
I like that.
I like that he's a brain and he's flexing. He's flexing your brain muscles there.
Yes.
So there we go. Let's make content planning simple. Just follow these easy steps. Continuing on. Step 1, consider the number of posts you can consistently share each week while keeping sustainability in mind. So now I'm going to go to some actual icons again, and let's see if I type Monday, what comes up. Okay, I like that. I just want to see if I can do a similar style if I do like Wednesday. Okay, some different ones. So let's go with calendar day. All right, I could work with this. So let's go with this one. And I'm going to basically suggest that I'm going to visually show someone, if they were plotting this out in a notebook, here's how you would plan it out. So you would actually do, let's say the consistency you can maintain is 3 posts per week, 3 or 4. So I'm going to go ahead and put that Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I love how I can space them out nice and easily. There's my 3 posts.
Oh, so these are, okay.
Yeah, so if someone were actually like doing this content process, I would want them to actually plan out the days of the week that they're going to show
Oh,
up.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was envisioning a giant calendar and you put little X's on it.
Oh, that would be very cool too. That,
but this is really cool.
If we had, you know what? If we had more time, I could do that.
No, like, this is really good. Yeah.
Make this icon like massive, and then kind of like what they did there, and just check them in. So let's say you're posting Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Now I'm actually going to copy these because I want to expand on these elements for the next slide.
Okay.
Because this one was plot out the formats. So now I can either keep it there, but let's put like the actual formats in here. So let's say, I think if I know it's an official Instagram icon, so the reel icon won't be in this, but this is pretty good representation of a reel for me. So
even the video button works.
Yes, that's true too, like the play button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then how do you represent a story or a carousel?
That's a good one. Let's see. We could do a carousel. I think if you do carousel, there might actually be like a few boxes. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty carousel to me, right?
That's really good.
Images with swiping.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah. So let's say I'm doing a carousel on Wednesdays. And what I like to do is I would share a carousel like this, and I like to share a lot of worksheets that actually break down these steps for my audience. So if people look at the carousels that are on my Instagram, many of them are similar to this, and then I'll say at the end, join my email list if you want the free worksheet that helps you do all these steps.
Right.
And that's a great way to support and grow my audience too.
Yes.
And then let's say like, I don't know, live video, live stream. Ooh, there we go. Let's add some variety. Let's say on Fridays you go live.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. There, so that's just showing me the different formats that we could do. I love using icons for that. We got our little joke here. Maybe I do want to throw a character in.
Do you have a pencil who's tired?
No, so I do need to get more art from him, just for the different characters. But
do you have anything that's tired?
I got coffee. He's happy.
Oh, okay.
pretty happy for a coffee mug, but let's throw him in there. I used these characters on a previous Adobe live stream, and we named them.
Okay.
I think this guy's name was Joe, Cup of Joe, for a coffee.
Nice.
So they're in there. Now it's time to brainstorm. Oh, that's when I should have done the brain. Okay, that's okay. He can come back. And let's just show some ideas to go with it. So little throwback to what we did earlier. We did our light bulb in the video for an idea. Oh, I meant to type light bulb, but there it is anyways. Let's just put a little, I was gonna do a bunch, but I kind of like just one. There. Plan out your ideas. Step 4. Okay, we already have a pretty strong visual aspect here.
Just need the arrows.
Yes, exactly. I'm gonna try checkbox. Let's see. Yeah. I think this one's pretty good. And if we shrink this, that's probably a good size to go with each one.
Yep.
Oops, don't want to do that. And we're just going to space them out. Sometimes I like to use my arrow keys to really get precise with the movements. And then for the next ones, the guides should make it very easy for me to do the rest. There we go. They show that it's equally spaced. Awesome. So again, it's nice to have a variety of different visuals. I'd love to know in the audience if you share carousel posts, if you're video heavy, if you do a variety of each, or also as a content consumer, is what I always say, do you prefer to watch a video when you're consuming content, or do you like swipeable carousels? I'm always interested in the answer to that because everyone's different, right?
Yeah.
What about you? Do you have a preference of consuming content when you're watching it?
I like the text because I think it's a lot of information that I get in such a short time versus having to watch videos, because when I'm watching a video, I don't know if there's going to be as much useful stuff. And I feel like I spend my minute.
So you like to skim like me is what I'm hearing. I love to skim. Like even when it comes, I know it's very popular to learn educational content from YouTube and things like that, but I love a good old-fashioned blog article.
I do YouTube and then read the transcript.
Oh, there's a takeaway tip right there.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna use this is the most recent one I got. I love this guy. So that's my little alarm clock for scheduling, so you know to post. And then, you know what? We could bring back our check boxes, or for variety, I know you mentioned we could do arrows, so let's do some arrows. A lot of different styles. I try to keep the visual identity pretty similar from in the assets and elements I use, so let's go ahead and use that one. That's a bit wide, so what I want to do to make that fit is, let's make the text a bit larger, and then I'm going to add a bit more spacing in between the lines, just to really be able to fit those arrows at the front there. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I love using icons. I know some people create their own, which is very cool too.
Yeah.
We showed off Draw Shape earlier, which lets you create your own icons. And I will be using Draw Shape a little again, hopefully in our travel carousel we're doing in a moment. I'm almost done with this one. Then we're doing a completely different project. And I'll be using it for its intended purpose. I know this morning I drew.
Yeah.
I drew with it, so we'll be doing something a little different. All right, I like this. I'm always very aware of spacing. One of the first things someone told me when I was first starting with this kind of content was let your content breathe a bit more, add a bit more space. So
I like that. Yeah, that's good advice.
Yeah, spread it out, and then we got ready to try it. Let me know in the comments what your workflow looks like. I think I can probably add a little character again. Who has not made it in? I don't think we've done the computer yet. There we go. All right, let's take a look at this full carousel. So I love being able to zoom out for a moment and take a look at the full post, but you can really see we went from
nothing to all of this.
Yeah, I really like just like a template, a skeleton, to pretty full information. And while this might be not vibrant, right? It's kind of simple.
No,
that's the flow I was looking for.
Yeah, especially for educational content, you don't want a lot of you don't want loud carousels. You
Right.
want them to be
That's a good point, right? It can be overwhelming to have too much going in there.
Yes, and we're at like the 35-minute mark, so I think we're right on time.
Sweet.
Yes.
So on that note, I'm about to create a pretty loud carousel. So we're gonna switch over.
Let's do it.
We're gonna go ahead and we'll make this one square. And let's start with a template for this one. So
Okay.
I do like that there are a few options. This one's super fun. I believe that was from a installation for Macs, Adobe Macs.
Oh, okay.
Let's search templates for this. Let's go in and search. Let's go travel. Because I'm actually going to be sharing some of my photos from Adobe Macs that I want to highlight. And you pointed out if we want to have some carousels, you want to go with multiple pages to get a little bit more options.
Mm-hmm.
And some things that I like to highlight to people is, yes, you can get your templates specific to your project. So Instagram square post. Sometimes I like to just see what comes up. Maybe if it's an Instagram story template, like some of these are, and then just resize it.
Yeah, that's smart. You can get more options that way.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes like seeing it in a different way might be what you needed to, get the idea you're looking for. This one, for example, right here in the middle, I love this. This is really what I'm going for.
Yeah.
And this, I think, is like a story template, it looks
Yes,
like. It's a bit,
yes.
or a
Does
worksheet.
look like a story template, yeah.
So let's use this one. Oh, it's a photo book, so it's like a close in style. But we're gonna use this one, and we are going to resize it to be, this one I will make square. So again, not all of your content has to be 1080 by 1350, like I said. Just because it is bigger than a square post doesn't mean you can't use a square post. Sometimes people like the sizing of the square. So we're resizing it. Sorry.
It's symmetrical.
Yes.
So it just looks good.
Oh, here we get to even highlight a feature I didn't even know I was going to be sharing, but this is the expand happening here, so it's expanding the drawing.
I expected it to crop it. I love that even more.
Yeah, it gives me a few options, just loading in,
Nice.
but we can use it for sure. Let me just, so that's the one we used, but I can also bring it down. Oh, it's not showing up because it's black and white. So we have to expand the background. Let me unlock this.
Okay.
And then we'll move that up. So that's right there. But maybe I don't want to use it because this is in Miami anyways, and there weren't too many mountains in Miami when I went there. So what we're gonna do, I love this scrap paper here.
Mm-hmm.
I love this font. So my Miami travels kind of fits nicely there, but let's go trip. Because then I could do 2024. Not too long, it'll be 2025, which sounds
Oh my god.
unbelievable. I don't know how we're already there. Okay, so I'm using some things from the template, some things I'm not. You know what? I like this one, but let's have a very text-heavy intro.
Okay.
Intro slide, and then get into the pictures on the other slide. So I'm just gonna put this here, this here.
So you want 0 pictures in the first one?
Yeah, in terms of like photos, but similar to how they had that illustration of the mountains, let's see if there's some doodles of like palm trees or something that we can use.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm showing a different way I like to design. So last time when we did the other project, I really did all the text first, filled that out. Then I did all the images.
Right.
Now I'm gonna kind of do it on the fly and do a bit of both.
Nice.
Let's see. Palm trees. Got a few things here. We could go a little bit mixed media and show like some of these non-illustrative design assets. Let's
Maybe
go.
you can also say that you don't want a picture, you want
Like a sketch.
a doodle
Yeah.
or something like that.
Let's see. Yeah, there we go. We got some fun things here.
Nice.
I think if I turn these into like, so they're white, I think we'll get some cool options.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with this. We're gonna make it big. Don't worry, we'll be able to see it in a second. I love using these duotone effects, which even an image that isn't an icon that's easy to change the color, it lets you change the color super quick. So there we go. Oops.
Nice.
I did not go to the beach once, unfortunately, so I'm a little bit biased in showing this. But you know what? Social media is not always real. People don't have to know that. So there, my Miami trip 2024. Now we're gonna get into the content. And I know I liked these ones, but I really just wanted this template for the front cover. I'm actually going to just remove these ones. So let's go through and just delete them. No, I'm gonna delete this one. Sometimes I keep them for reference, but I'm gonna go ahead and add a same size. We're gonna make the background black. And then what I'm gonna do, I want it to just be really photo heavy. I want it to be really nice and go from there.
Okay. And you're gonna put those little pieces of that scrapbook paper?
I might throw them in after for like mixed media.
If they match, I guess.
If they blend in well, I might.
Yeah.
But first I'm going for photos.
Okay.
I see Robert's mentioning he's added 8 pages carousel on Instagram. Yeah, that's awesome. Different contests for it. Carousels, 8 slides is actually a pretty good level I like for carousels. I know I said like you can do 10, but sometimes less is more, right? So what I'm doing is I'm adding a photo grid. There we go. And then we're gonna replace this with some images. And we don't want to use small biz buds. We're gonna use, I think I loaded in, there we go. I loaded in some travel images. Sometimes it's nice to just have them all in one place.
Yeah.
Just to make it easier. So let's start. This is the very first photo I took on the way to Miami. This is Adam the illustrator. This is Vishal. Vishal was actually Vishal Joseph. He was in our chat earlier, VJ. So this is, we all took the same flight together. So there we all are celebrating. And just to show the different options, I'm gonna go ahead and put another photo I have here. So another photo that I loaded in. I like, this one was me leaving. So it kind of goes full circle with all the travel. But let's say I didn't take enough photos. I don't know about you, but whenever I travel, I don't take enough photos and I'm always scrambling to fill in the blanks. So I'm gonna cheat a little bit and I'm gonna just use some stock here. Let's do Miami City. This is more travel city oriented. All right, I like this one. That one's going in there, yeah.
I love that.
And we spoke about this earlier, how, you know, matching the tones, matching like the color kind of works, and I feel this one is quite strong.
Yeah.
This one, what I'm doing here is I'm just clicking replace, and then this one I'll replace from photos. Let's just go with this one for the sake of time. Yeah, there we go. All right, there's page 2 of my carousel. It's like a nice scrapbook photo, right? All right, let's add same size page.
7 more, no, I'm sorry, 12.
Sweet, yeah.
You're good.
Like I say, they call it Express for a reason. Let's go ahead and we'll do this one. So what I'm trying to highlight, different themes. This is the theme of travel, seeing a new city, traveling with friends, being at the airport. This one is going to be, I had the chance to speak quite a bit at Max this year, so I want to highlight that.
That's awesome, yeah.
So this will be the theme of teaching. I felt I was able to be a teacher at Max. Right. So this will be this page, and I have some, there's my speaker photo they were showing on the, in the conference center. I had to wait forever to get that to pop up. It was on like a rotating thing of all the speakers, and it showed you for like 3 seconds, and I was just like waiting there. Oh, there's me, quick. But I did get it. Let's see what other photos. Oh, I don't want that. I want my own photos. I'm gonna go to brands. And I could if I don't have them in here, I could upload them as well. I like this one. And then let's just throw in another, just for the sake of time, we'll throw in another Miami picture. Just to remind people that's where it was. Let's do Miami office.
Is there an Adobe office in Miami?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Same size. Okay, I'm just gonna do 3 slides and then we'll have some fun with it. So I'm mostly done laying out the carousel, but just to show, here are my options. We got my Miami trip, we got travel photo, we got teaching or speaking photo. I also went to the conference. A big thing about conferences is learning, right? So I want to show that too.
I like how we have a theme per slide.
It is fun to do that, right?
That way it keeps people engaged because it's not the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I couldn't find it for a second, then I realized I was searching Miami under grids, and there are no grids called Miami, of course. But going along with what you said about a theme, I think it's good to have different grids too, for different flow. So let's use this one. We haven't used this yet. All right, and then this is going to be our learn slide. So the ways I was able to learn while I was there. And I got to learn a lot of stuff about Adobe Acrobat and PDFs. They had an escape room that was using PDFs and Adobe Acrobat, which is very cool. The new AI assistant.
Nice.
And then, let's see, what else do I got? Oh, this is supposed to be me speaking. Okay, I'm going to put this one here. That's me learning. This one we're going to replace with me speaking.
Right.
I was saying I got to wear my Britney Spears microphone.
I love that.
We don't have those right now.
We should.
Okay, so that's speaking. This is learning. Got to see some really cool sessions from Chris Do. So I got a picture of him presenting in the Creative Park. I'll pop that one up there.
Nice.
And then this one, we're going to fill in the blanks. Like we said, we're going to look into what images we have available. Let's see. Miami Convention? Let's try that. All right, there's a convention center. I don't know if that was specifically the one, but let's do that. There we go. So let's take a look at our flow. What do we got? My Miami trip 2024. Travel. Teach. Learn.
Nice.
And then I could add an end slide at the end, but just for the sake of time, because I want to play with these a little bit more, let's use this font and add our little subheadings. So we said, oops, don't need all caps. We're not yelling.
Travel.
And I don't know about you, but I like how it's on the photo I didn't take.
That.
But that's what's nice about also using some stock is like, maybe I don't want to cover up my photos, right?
Right.
But down here I can put, teach. And then learn. Put that up here.
I love the font.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that was one I just found from the template, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Kind of matches the
Yes.
the sign here. I want that sign. Okay, so we got this, and this. We got a bit of time, so I'm going to show some fun things we can do with it. And we're going to go full circle to the first feature you and I used today, which was draw shape. So I'm going to show a way you can use draw shape to really add some drawings onto your design. So let's go to Elements. Again, to find draw shapes, you just go to Shapes, and then it gives you this option. So some people, if they're ever not sure where to find it, it might be because you're on Design Assets, or backgrounds, or icons. You want shapes. And something very cool that I didn't get to show this morning, because we were more just doodling, is, and not very advanced doodles at that, there are some different border styles. And some of these are so good for travel. This one looks like tires.
Yeah.
But this one looks kind of like these different dash ones.
Road.
Yeah, like a little road.
Yeah.
A treasure map, maybe.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and put those in there. I'm gonna make.
Oh, and you can doodle with
Oh,
them.
you gotta try this.
Wow.
You gotta try
Okay.
this after this. It's so fun.
I thought it would be a straight line, but no, you can.
Yeah.
Got it.
Actually, on that note, the gesture you just did, you just reminded me. I like to do this on the mobile app because you
Okay.
can literally draw with your finger.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah.
So we'll see how steady my mouse hand is. But usually, maybe my trackpad will be easier. Let's try. But I just want to make like a little loop-de-loop.
Okay.
So we'll go. Ooh. There we go. Right?
That was amazing.
I'm going to drop it behind our drawing. Don't want to get too far. I don't want to put it behind the sketch. I could get technical and make it like seamless and think about, okay, it ended here. I could start here,
there.
right?
Yep.
We could do stuff like that. I could even put like an icon as a marker to make sure it's pretty seamless, but just for the sake of time,
Yeah.
let's just make it a little messy. That's okay. Let's do a little loop. Right through my face. We don't want that.
Yes, on the picture you did take.
Right. That's why we use the stock sometimes.
Yes.
I like that one. And then I actually think it is fairly seamless. Again, I could adjust it a bit more because this is now an icon or a shape. I can raise it a bit. So like if I want it to be very close to seamless, Let's zoom out. Like, okay, I got to go up a little bit.
Okay. You can kind of eyeball it by zooming out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like that'd be pretty close.
Yes.
All right, and then we come out of here. Sometimes even what I do is I just put my finger on the screen, go to the next page, slide it over. All right, we're starting here. Like I say, I love Adobe Live because it's all about sharing everyone's different tricks and workflows. Okay, coming out the side here, and I want to finish like, let's like do like a little X marks the spot right here. Ooh. All right, so done. Let's take a look. I could probably make that a little seamless. Let's go for it. Let's go up just a tiny bit. And we're just gonna play around with this because this is really the main thing I wanted to highlight and have fun with. So we got a lot of time to just have some fun. I'll add in some icons. Oh, I forgot learn. What am I saying? We're not done yet. Let me delete that one.
Oh, it was the ending.
I forgot we didn't do this for the second one yet. That's okay. That just means I got to do my cool loop-de-loop at the very end. Okay, so we won't worry about making it too seamless, just to save time.
Right.
Let's do like, there we go. And then now this will be our finish. Yeah, if anyone hasn't tried this, let me know in the chat if you've tried this. It is a lot of fun. Strongly suggest even doodling it, like I said.
Clever's like now, the highly technical finger on the screen.
Yeah. It is highly technical.
Top secret. His secret sauce.
But yeah, like the app is great for that, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's do, oh, I keep getting distracted. There we go. I keep forgetting to actually do my drawing. Okay, 10. Now let's draw. That's a little bit too clustered. All right, X marks the spot there. Now what I can just do, just to finish it, is I'm gonna go ahead, add a little airplane here. Let's do...
Right on time. We've got 2 minutes and you just have the last icon.
Just an airplane and then a little geo ping at the end there. So let's do our little airplane. Make it visible. Give it a little rotate. We could add some sound effects if we had more time. And then I'll just do like a
X
map marker. I don't know. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Nice.
All right, and there you have it. I have an Instagram carousel, nice and multimedia scrapbook style. We got some doodles, we got some images, using some things like grids, and then also using the new draw shape feature, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was awesome. I think we all learned a lot from all the different carousel styles. The first one was so different from the second one, but both of them, like, they came together so well. And I learned a lot, and I'll definitely be, I think this would work on LinkedIn too, you know, it would be so good. So thank you so much for sharing, and thank you so much for, you know, going live with us. And yeah, we hope to see you here again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Bye.